Gene's been so calm and collected, you're not getting to him. Gene can keep his composure.
6 feet! 6 feet! What the fuck? Curvature is the answer!
Gene can keep his composure.
I don't know how to use the internet! Help! I don't even know how much the earth curves. Help! To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Curvature! Curvature! What the fuck? 6 feet is the answer!
So calm and collected. You're not getting to him.
What the fuck? The calculators are broken, bro. I want you to understand my MO, my stance, my position. I'm a bigot. I'm anti-Semite. I am manipulated trash. Curvature! Grown men. Woo.
Whoa. Here we are. Get this level back up here. Howdy-ho. Howdy-ho. Oh, that was fun. Sorry about the delay. Hello again, everyone. See my green screen on? It is. Let's delete that. There we go. Oh my God. How's everyone doing today? Oh God, geeky. No one needs to help me with the tech. The tech is fine. Every time I start this up, I learn something new. I was trying out Restream last time I went live, and I liked it. Worked pretty well. But I didn't excuse me. For whatever reason, I didn't schedule my stream this time through Restream. I scheduled it regularly through YouTube, so then you can't just start it on Restream. It's too late. So I had to switch my settings in OBS back to default YouTube settings instead of Restream. So it took me a minute to re-log in. Other than that, everything's working great. Smooth as a baby's ass. So how's everybody doing tonight? Welcome back. Welcome back. Are we on Donut Earth? No, we're not on Donut Earth tonight. So hopefully this audio goes well. Well, last time it sounded like a robot when I was streaming the TikTok, but I think I worked it out. Oh my God. So much going on. So yeah, the plan is the best part of waking up is Risa in your cup. Hello. CGI experts, huh? If you don't know the history behind this, I'm pretty sure I posted a video about it. I finally got my sample in the mail. I was very excited. It's a very much an inside joke. But there's a flerf on TikTok, Chris, who actually he debated MC Toon at one point. You might know him. T.E. Flatsmack, Chris Van Am, who I was discussing Flat Earth with on TikTok at some point, and we were talking about the sun paths being impossible in the southern hemisphere, that whole thing. And he goes, well, maybe there's two suns. This could be portals with two suns, right? And I went, that's not two fucking suns. You can't just make shit up. There's not two suns. So he came back at me with a meme of all different pictures of two suns from around the globe. Some of them were just reflections off the lens, that whole deal. But there was one in particular, Candy Girl, what up? There was one in particular picture in that meme, and this is the picture in the meme. And I looked at it and I went, that's not even real. Like, that's not real. Anybody can see that's CGI. So I reverse image searched this, and it led me to Star Trek. Yeah, he came back at me with a meme. This is a screenshot from Star Trek. Actually, I don't know if it was ever in Star Trek. It might just be fan made, but it was on DeviantArt, and it's a depiction, a CGI depiction of the planet Risa from Star Trek, and Risa had two suns. So this was in the Flat Earthers meme of proving there's two suns to me. Obviously, it's fake. But what was funny was, above that, was when I was reverse image searching this, I found this is a bag of coffee with that picture on it. And it was called Risa for the planet. And you could buy a bag of coffee with that fake the next Star Trek, couldn't think of the word, Star Trek picture on it. And then people started going around just saying the best part of waking up is Risa in your cup. And, we got Captain Picard on the back. So these are for sale in my shop. Not that anybody would buy them. I pretty much made this for me just so I could buy the sample. And I make pretty much $0 off anything that's sold there. But if you want a good laugh, I mean, obviously it's an inside joke. It's sentimental to me now. Really just bought this for my sentiment. But, and plus to have in my hand anytime I talk to Chris in the future. There's some people in the chat who'll appreciate that. Grifting hard here. So TikTok shop linked in the, actually it's not TikTok shop, it's YouTube. It's the Spring Tea. You can find it on my YouTube. Yeah, Candy. The problem is there's a definition of grifting, right? And people just think when you're selling something that makes you a grifter, and that's not true at all. Selling some funny products that people might want to buy, sure. Do you want to buy a sweatshirt with David Weiss on it that says, when he's wearing a dunce cap, and it says spectroscopy needs a container? Yeah, maybe. If you're into that, you can find it at my shop. I definitely need a Fred mug at this point, especially if he wins top left. Speaking of which, if you haven't voted yet, get on down to MC Toon's page, go to his playlist, and vote for Fred's top left video. Maybe we should give that a watch here. Maybe we should do that. We need to promote this thing. So last I looked, let me look right now. Last I looked, he was leading the views on FTFE's page. Let's see what we got. Let's see if he's still.
Hello,
no, I don't want Dave McKeegan. Get out of here, Dave.
Hello, everybody. Hope you do.
Just gonna keep giving me Dave's. All right. Thought I was going to the playlist. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. What I found this kind of interesting, psychologically, is the split in the views, the different views they got over here versus Toon's page. Toon got a lot more views overall on the different videos, but who they viewed was interesting. So Freddy Boy is at 2.4 thousand. So he's by far and away the leader over here. Now, I don't know how many likes he got. Likes are worth more than views. But the fact that I came in with a strong contender from TikTok, who you guys have never seen, and he could even lead the views over here is victory enough for me. But this is where the fun ends, because on Toon's page, Facatzoid and Dearth are just charging. They're running away with it. Oh, this is not on. That's nominations. Oh my god. I just want the playlist. So overall, a lot more views over here, but you can see like Witsit or Witspit as it's called, 4.1, thousand. Facatzoid 7,000. Not gonna. So Fred's only at 2,000 over here. So there's still time. We got 2 weeks. Anything could happen here, but we need some likes. So what was your favorite? Let's if you haven't voted, go over there and vote. And don't vote for anybody but Fred. Okay? But if you have voted, and you're not going to hurt my feelings. Oh shit, how can I do this? Nah, I can't really do that. How many options can I add? Forget it. I was going to put up a poll. Why don't you just tell me in the chat who your favorite video was, and then you're not going to hurt my feelings. It's fine. Fred's got 0 smackdown capabilities, but he does flat smack everybody. Objections.
Look at your globe right now.
Meet Fred. He's a moron.
Shut up, triggered fuckface.
You shut
the
up.
sun is not out here. Are you dumb? The sun is not out here rotating around Antarctica while the whole entire rest of the world on the top is dark. We had sun today too. Thanks for playing Globetards.
House look like it stink.
Jordan gets dropped. Gonna get to lick my balls on the way out the door. Now,
somebody pointed out, and now I can't unhear it, that Fred can't say shut up. He says it all the time, but he can't say shut up. He says shud tup. Shud up, you triggered globetard. So listen, I get the fascination with Nico and him wanting to win this, and like that by definition, wanting to win top left as a flerf kind of makes you top left. But he's in on this. He's in on the joke. Okay, Nico, something's going on, because when he's like, "I'm the king," and he did that in my debate the other day with him. I'm the king, and I'm gonna flat smack everybody. He's laughing while he says it. Okay, he doesn't believe it. He's playing a character. Okay, Fred is not playing a character. He really believes this. This is Fred. You're looking at Fred. This is him. He's not laughing. He's not joking. He's fucking serious. And by the way, shut up.
the sun is not.
Meet Fred. Where is it? He's a moron.
Shut up, triggered.
Shut up. Shut up. He can't even say shut up, man.
Now, my house. I'm sitting in a smoking room, you fucking morons. dipshits. You got flat smacked, so you gonna talk about what you see in the background? Cry baby. Aww.
Yes, you heard that right. He thinks the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that they saw during the final experiment, as it circled them right to left as they were looking at it around Antarctica, that had to be doing this. So my my challenge here, I had writer's block for like weeks. Like, thank God FDE, well, unfortunately for him, his house got destroyed in a storm, but thankfully for me, it was delayed because I had no vision on where I wanted to go with this, because he doesn't make videos. He doesn't do debates. He rarely ever shows his face. Very rarely. It's usually just his fat sausage fingers pointing at a dictionary, yelling at everybody that the dictionary proves flat Earth. But like, I really was struggling coming up with like a narrative here for the thing. So eventually put it together. But yeah, so this section was him saying literally the sun in Antarctica, while they were there, for them to see it spinning, had to be doing this. Forget that. If you put this down and just shine a flashlight on this from this way, you could see that this gets light 24 hours a day. And if you were standing there getting light, you would see the sun. It's just over there. And since it's over there, it's also hitting up here. It's not hard. It's not hard. Well, I guess it is for some. This challenge builds you up that you can reach this peak of Mount Stupid.
You guys can't handle me. None of you. You're a bunch of triggered cupcakes, and this stuff proves it. I got masks, memes, songs, soundboards. I'm the king of fucking flat Earth, bud. The king of flat smacks. You guys cry the hardest about...
I think I have some of the soundboard in here. Hold on. Let me see what these are.
You're afraid.
Yeah, God.
Get fucking stuffed. Thanks for playing, bud. You fucking goof.
I like get fucking stuffed. I'm going to use this one a lot.
Get fucking stuffed.
Hopefully you guys can even hear that. Can you hear that?
Get fucking stuffed.
You actually might not be hearing that. Do you hear that? I need confirmation from the chat.
About me.
Oh, you did hear that? Okay.
You have lives about me. I love it.
Stuff.
I win. Every time.
The elevator.
I schooled Stingray. I've schooled Baron. I've schooled Mike Snow. I've schooled any one of you, including you, Scotty. I've schooled you more than once. I own your asses.
Nobody has ever beat Fred in a debate. Forget that he's never debated anyone, but nobody's ever beat him. As a matter of fact, the boys wet their pants around him.
The boys wet their pants when they see me.
This is so weird. So weird.
Let's see an example of what makes us wet our pants.
Just requesting a feed from
So
your helmet
weird.
cam, over. They want you to look over towards the dark side of the Earth. It should be cresting the horizon about 15 degrees east of the starboard PV rays. Sat 1, rotate your view a little. There it is. We're getting your feed, Sat 1. Come in, Houston.
Oh, this is a repost, but it said asteroiding hitting the space station.
Now, I'm not saying that he took Call of Duty, he did do this, Modern Warfare video game footage of the ISS and thought it was NASA's footage. I'm not saying that. Yeah. No, I am saying that. Yeah. But why else does Freddie deserve your vote as he plies his way to the top of Mount Stupid? He's been ostracized by the flat earth community on TikTok. There is an entire section of flat earthers who say he's too dumb to be theirs. But again, not only too dumb, too confidently dumb. He's gone on for weeks about how flat means horizontal. Something flat can't be vertical. It has to be horizontal.
4 months I've been listening to Cupcakes try and tell me flat is vertical. If flat is horizontal, it's not vertical. It's that simple. Fucking talk about me. How simple is this? I'm not debating you. Do you get that through your thick heads? Get it through your thick heads.
Yeah, this is great. So he literally thinks, and he reads it from the dictionary all the time. He'll point at the dictionary and read it about the surface being smooth without indentations or bumps. But he just completely ignores that part and only will address the fact that some places say flat is vertical, is horizontal. Yeah, something can be flat and horizontal. Okay. This is flat. This is flat. Okay? But now it's not laying flat. It's vertical, but the surface is still flat. It's flat and smooth without marked bumps or indentations, but it's vertical. Now it's flat, but also laying flat. Now it's horizontal because it's laying flat. Now it's flat, but laying vertically. So it's not laying flat, but the surface is still flat. It's almost like the word can have two different meanings depending on the context. But he refuses to acknowledge that exists. According to Fred, your wall is not flat. According to Fred, a flat screen TV is not flat. Yes, he's told me to my face and alive that a flat screen TV is not flat. According to Fred, he's a bull.
That's not the thing with man. We're like a bull. It builds and it needs to be dealt with. And it builds and it needs to be dealt with. And that's the way we run through our whole entire life. That's why we think the way we do. We need to get in there.
Fred also once was so confused about how this partial lunar eclipse guys have probably seen all this. So. Last year in 20... I'll skip past some of it, but... Like, this kind of humor is really just like... Like, this is my jam. This is right where I'm at. Like, when I was watching this live and I noticed he was writing on some old paper that looked like it had burned edges like a pirate map. And then...
It's dusk where I'm at right now.
Okay, see there? This is the Earth. We're down here. We're looking at a full moon.
And then right as I say that, someone else mentions it too.
If this is the full moon and it's lit by the sun, for this shadow to happen, there has to be something over here, which you say is the Earth.
The guy beat me to it. He wrote, is he writing on ancient scrolls?
And then the sun has to be out here. But we're over here looking at a full, complete moon with a tiny little shadow on there.
Yeah, so let's analyze this. So this is supposed to be this moon here with the shadow, right? He thinks we're here on Earth looking at this moon, and for this shadow to happen, there needs to be a planetary body here blocking the sun, which is up here. Oh, you can't see any of that. Why am I using my mouse like you can see it over there? So a planetary body here, and then the sun here. So the sun is hitting something here, which is causing a shadow here, while we watch it from here, from Earth up. Like, if this doesn't exactly exemplify, like, what's wrong with flat earthers and their inability to spatially reason or visualize anything in 3 dimensions, like, it's the perfect example of that.
You get that geometry of that?
No, you don't.
If this is the moon and we see a full moon, like...
And he keeps saying it's a full. That's not a fucking full moon if you don't see part of it. Fuck's sake, there's a shadow on it. It's not a full moon.
As it shows on that picture is exactly what we will see tonight. Okay, so if that's the case, if we're looking from here and we see a photo
I was probably what do you think he's writing on? Like, is that a manila envelope that, say, maybe his eviction notice came in?
moon, there's no way the Earth can be up here causing the shadow and the sun being out there. Get fucking stuffed.
Okay, so I hopped in there live to show Fred after he drew that on his pirate map
stuffed.
what the actual geometry. Yeah, this is just. I'll fast forward to this part. But I mean, like, how more of a perfect demonstration? Simply throwing in 2 seconds, I threw this together in my children's playroom, showing the shadow on the moon. And they did nothing but yell and scream and call me a moron and say I'm lying. Yeah, what kind of music does Fred listen to? I have clips of Fred. He'll just go. You'd be surprised, actually. He listens to like reggae. He'll go on his live sometime and make himself a moon, where he's just a moon, like a, one of those filters, and he'll just sing. He's not really singing; he's just mouthing it, but over like karaoke. But he'll just hours. He'll just do it for hours. Geometry of it all was with a flashlight, a globe, and a moon, using the basketball over there. So, but they're like, seriously though, like, why can't they ever acknowledge what you've done? Like, I did this. I demonstrated exactly what they wanted to see. The shadow on the moon in the corner, visible at night. The rest of it's lit up. This is all you can ask for. They always find something else. He starts yelling about crepuscular rays and the lights prove the light's not right, or the light's right for the continents. Like, I didn't set this up and like look at the time zones and like spin the globe so that the light matched. I was just showing the shadow, right? But they obfuscate to anything they can. Perfectly recreated the shadow, the partial lunar eclipse.
Has the light like it does on it. Don't look at the moon. Go ahead. There you go. Prove it, bitch.
Prove it, bitch.
No, I'm not changing the subject. You want to sit there and fucking lie to people?
I'm lying. I'm the one
how
lying.
That works.
Trying to do that.
No, well,
That's what he's paid to do. Give us bullshit.
There's Fred. My screen recorder didn't record my audio when I was doing this, by the way. That's why I have no audio. But let's get past that. So yeah, look, if you haven't seen this, you got to go vote for him. He's just so dumb. And he's so confident.
Way up north where the cold winds blow, I live in a shack where the mildew grows. I got a mission, yeah, I got a plan. Smashing every globe with my bare two hands. I shout in the streets, I rant all day.
I will give a little taste of that. Go over to MC Tunes. Give that a vote. Oh, yes, symmetry. All right. Jesus. I look so much smarter in glasses. There's no need to be mean. I've decided I'm going to do every flat earth debate going forward in these glasses and a suit jacket. See, it doesn't work in the hoodie. Oh, I gotta. Fucking hot as hell in here. Hold on. Fred is from Canada. His trailer was in Colorado. How do you know that was Colorado? Was there really something on there that indicated it was from Colorado? Or are you just assuming that because it was a trailer? It was very hard to animate that, by the way. This shit was tedious. I didn't even do very good animation, right? But it's even what I did was incredibly time consuming. Oh, it had Colorado plates. Yeah, I just grabbed a picture off online. He clearly he definitely lives in a shack. a shack or a, double wide or something, he's always in the same room when he goes live. And that's why the guy in the beginning had the best line I've ever heard, ever. He just stops and goes, "Your house look like it stink. Your house looked like it stink." Fucking had me rolling. Absolutely rolling. Fucking fittest flat earther. I don't know if any of you guys have been following Jaron. He showed my fittest flat earther video on his Friday stream the other day. Just pointing out how obvious of liars these people are. Yeah, so I wanted to go. So I don't know why, but I'm subscribed to P-Brain. And I find it very interesting because I've been watching some of his stuff.
This is a video on the final experiment. I haven't done one.
So this is the first final experiment video he made. So he's been ignoring it. I mean, obviously, he's irrelevant, right? But look at these videos he's been making in the last couple of weeks. Is Discover satellite real or fake? Discover. That thing was launched in 2015, and he's making a video about it now. But this is even more interesting. Look at this shit.
Earth, throughout its life, even when it...
This is weeks ago. This is a few days ago.
Its...
Let's do this.
Well, showing both of them have this. Now the point is...
The sun. I don't want that one. This one.
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning.
This is 2 weeks ago.
It got a little wider at the equator than...
2 weeks ago, and he's harping on Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the Earth is pear-shaped. This is the content P-Brain with such an unfortunate choice of name. Obviously, it's not about being
so it's not
a
actually a
P, but
sphere.
Why would you make that
It's oblate,
your name?
and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But
it gets better. So.
It's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator. Slightly wider.
Okay, saying slightly wider. The word slightly is his fudge word. Okay? Same as when Will Duffy said...
People travel to the South Pole from 3 different continents, all at a very similar amount of time. At a very similar amount of time.
They get there in a similar amount of time. That's also a fudge word. Just keep that in mind.
Slightly wider.
Meaning that to circumnavigate around the Earth, following a latitude circle, that the circles are bigger.
Yeah, so he's literally taking Neil deGrasse Tyson's word 2 words after he said the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and it's slightly wider at the equator than it is at the poles. And he goes like this. It's slightly wider around the equator than at the poles. He goes, yeah, it's like a little, like pear-shaped. Okay. He took the pear word out of it, right? Ignored the rest of it where he's talking about a globe.
Equator, the longitude lines.
And says because he says it's a pear, it's wider just south of the equator, that's proof of a flat Earth. Because it gets wider on a flat Earth. This gets wider. This is wider south of the equator, right? So that's Neil deGrasse Tyson admitting that when he says pear-shaped, it's really a globe.
Are spread out just like we see on our flat Earth, on the flat Earth map right here. This is the reality that he is admitting to, because the only reason he would admit to this is because the distances are verifiably bigger.
Yeah, no, they're not verifiably bigger.
South of the equator. And
where does he even get that from?
Continue to get bigger. But in order to fit his ball, the ball Earth, into that, he just warped it and called it pear-shaped. Well, no, there's no reason a spinning ball would warp and get fatter on the bottom. All spinning balls get wider at their equator.
Because it's not a perfect
That's
sphere.
all.
That's
Not
all.
below the equator.
It's not made by God. It's not a perfect sphere. It's a rock.
That's not how it works on a spinning ball. When you go south of the equator on a ball, everything pinches in, converge into the South Pole.
Provably.
He's admitting the flat Earth map, which continues to spread out. That's why he's saying the Earth is pear-shaped, because we know the distances south of the equator are bigger than they are north of the equator. And
I'd love to get him to detail how the distance. How do we know the distances south of the equator are bigger? How do we know that? He says we know that. How do we know that? That's weird. I actually had this that I was presenting the other day in my Nico debate, and I didn't get to go into all the detail I wanted to, and I did add a few new slides, but I took Chicago O'Hare Airport. This is Chicago O'Hare Airport. This is one of the runways. I forget which runway. Oh, it's probably up here. 96. Nope. 10C, 28C. This runway, and I picked this because it runs almost completely east to west. I wanted to compare two runways that run east to west. And then I slapped some pins on the ends of the runway here and here to get their coordinates, which I put in here. And I use this to calculate, using the Haversine formula, the distance of between those 2 points. Now, I did verify that on here. The coordinates are very close to what they're stated to be in this database. Obviously, you can move these pins slightly left or right, depending on where you say the beginning or end of the runway actually is. But, we're trying to get close enough here to make a point. So the distance between these 2 points of longitude is about 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You can see here, 87, 55, 53, and 87, 53, 30. Okay. When you do all this, you get 2.05 miles, which is 10,824 feet. And it's stated to be 10,801. That's pretty damn close. I'm off by 20 feet. Okay. Now that's a distance, again, of about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. When we look at this Punta Arenas airport, and I picked that one on purpose as well, because it's east to west, and I would assume this is probably where they landed for the final experiment, although I'm not 100% sure where they landed. I'd assume this is it. They landed, this runway runs east to west as well, right? So I did the same thing with the points, and I get about the same thing. But it's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds of distance and longitude apart from here to here. They're not exactly the same length, but it's close. So what I calculated out here is 1.74 miles and 9,187 feet. So it's stated to be 9,154 feet. So again, very close to what they stated is. So how can something on a flat Earth that's this distance, this length between these 2 points of longitude be the same down here, physically, the physical length be the same or close to the same, about 10,000 feet, when the lines of longitude are so much further apart? Yet in reality, the lines of longitude are the same. They're about 2 minutes apart. So they're measurably 2 minutes apart. They're measurably the same length. But on a flat Earth, they'd have to be a lot further apart, those lines of longitude. They can't explain this. There is no explaining this. And that's simply happening because the distance between here and here and here and here are the same, because the longitude lines reconverge at the poles. This is measurably a fact. They can't say it's not a fact. It's a fact. So yeah, globe coordinates would never work on a flat Earth. That's why you have to transform globe coordinates into flat Earth coordinates, into Cartesian coordinates. You have to make a transform. There's no way these coordinates could work here because they're physically, geometrically different objects. So all this means is if you're using your GPS to find any location anywhere, especially south of the equator, it would never work on a flat Earth. You'd never get to where you're going. Right? So here's an example of the distances not being measurably longer. I'd love to see his examples of why they are, because he claims they are.
And they continue to get bigger because we know the distances south of the equator are bigger than they are north of the equator, and they continue to get bigger.
No. What you know is that they have to be getting bigger if the Earth is flat, because you're looking at a picture of it on your computer screen. What you don't know is that they actually don't get bigger, and that's nonsense. Ted Park, 10 buckaroos, just here briefly, but the Fram-2 SpaceX mission is going to be flying a polar orbit. Flerfs will probably claim it's fake, though. I bet there's going to be some good images soon. Yes, I did see that. I think I posted about it somewhere. I think it's like a rich, like a millionaire, being a billionaire or whatever. I don't know. Him and his friends bought their way onto a SpaceX orbital mission around the poles. So they actually installed, or will be installing, a cupola on it, which I haven't seen yet on a Dragon capsule. Maybe they have done it. I don't know. I have not seen it yet, but that'll be cool. So they'll be able to visually be in a panoramic cupola looking at the globe Earth as they orbit the poles, circumnavigating north to south, which is a claim that flat earthers make has never happened. So yes, that is absolutely going to be fun to watch them, all that.
This is an admission right here that debunks the ball.
Yep. This is my favorite picture of the whole thing right here, where he just puts pears all around the flat earth and says, this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about. Let that sink in. Couldn't possibly be that the geoid Earth is slightly fatter just south of the equator by about, I think it's 13 miles in diameter. It's negligible.
Okay, pay attention. Here he goes.
It's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
So, it turns out that stuff is flat.
Keep spreading out.
You know what?
Then
No, it's funny.
Icon and
I'm not going to show the rest of this
Spreads
garbage.
out, just like our flat Earth model.
He just keeps
And our
repeating
flat Earth
himself over and over again. What's funny is they never show the other part of that interview. I think I had it. Did I have it? Let's see. I know I had it. Never can find anything when you need it. It's pretty easy to find here.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Watch what he says. They always cut this part out.
Yeah.
So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
forget, probably you do.
Ecuador.
Ecuador. How much of this mountain in Ecuador? The
1,000-foot mountain in Ecuador is.
Yeah,
you're just not giving up.
And that mountain is actually away from Earth's center.
Question number 2.
Wait, but you got to know. Let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire. I want to call it a lie. We've been fed.
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists. Because the globes that you buy, that you rub your fingers over it, and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No. No, okay? These mountains.
Yeah, he's just talking about scale.
You not know they would rise. Some big cosmic giant through space, coming upon the Earth, rubbing your hand on it. The depth of your what do you call these?
Your finger.
The fingerprint mark. The depth of that would be greater than the entire range of distance from the Marianas Trench in the bottom of the Pacific to the top of Mount Everest. Therefore, you would close your eyes, rub your finger, you would not know whether you are on open or hill.
Well, you might be wet or dry. You might be
scale.
By how much wet?
A little.
How? No.
Yes.
You wouldn't even notice it. You're not going to say, oh, I got to dry my hand. The depth of the ocean doesn't measure up to the depth of your fingerprint. That's my point. So we've been fed this misrepresentation of our own planet on the belief that, in fact, we have real surface features. But cosmically speaking, we're practically a perfect sphere.
Cosmically speaking, yeah, look, I wish Neil would just shut up sometimes, to be honest. He tries to get a rise out of the audience, and, you know, he's good at what he does, and yada, yada. But he needs to stop sometimes. But they always leave that part out. Cosmically speaking, the Earth's a perfect sphere. This is in the same speech that he says the Earth is pear-shaped. Because he's talking about scale. He's not being exactly clear about his description, but
Practically a perfect sphere.
It's practically a perfect sphere. It's practically a perfect sphere. Should play that on a loop for these idiots. All right. I don't know why. The P-Brain was just annoying me. And I've been in his comments challenging him to come out of hiding and actually talk to someone who's human. So far, no go. Yeah, do you remember when I see Spin? Do you remember when Blitz did a satire pretending to be a flerf? Man. I don't. I couldn't give you a beat on when that happened. He might know. I can ask him. He might know. He might remember. What are you looking for that for? Man, I've done tons of those. You guys want to see any of those? I used to go live on TikTok and just pretend to be a flerf. Get unsuspecting globies in and just smash them. It's fun, man. When I got bored with the flat earth crushing, it was definitely a fun change of pace. Because sadly, if you know what you're doing, you can dismantle unsuspecting globers. You just can. Yeah, I used to put on the trucker hat with the mullet. This mullet is so matted and fucked up at this point, I don't even know if I can wear it anymore. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's been long enough I could get some back in. I might be able to do that. The problem is I started to feel bad. I started to feel like I was doing more damage to the community than I should. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see what we got going on over here. Yeah, not you. Okay, we got Shan TV. Let's see what.
If only my microphone worked.
This guy's a
you gotta move on.
Let's see what we got over here.
You move on, and you better take these pieces and puzzles and this information, and it's all energy, and then grab what you can get because you're dying soon, whether you like it or not. And take it with you.
Well, I think from the first slap and cry, you begin to die. Yeah.
Well,
these guys are on to nothing over here.
well, I think it's so, if I'm not mistaken, that the most important thing you can do is, keep your friends, just be a good person and get through life, and hopefully a lot of people will be sorry when you died.
Boy.
Or when you transition.
This guy's a flirt.
It is.
I have a friend named.
What is science experiment?
My best friend, but it turned
Name
out
the 3 steps to a
2,000
science
other people who
experiment.
came to his funeral.
Let's see if you know this.
So.
Okay.
I think that's the best.
What's the Schumann resonance in these timeline shifts they're talking about on?
Sorry, 2 things planned.
And there's
Colonization, you have to have 3 experiments with the same results. How come space doesn't have that?
Wait, what do you mean 3 experiments with the same
You
results?
have to have at least 3 experiments coming out with the same results.
Who says?
You have to have repeatable proof, not a theory.
Says who?
And you know what space does? They go to mathematics and then they create some mathematical equation and they drop in an X for a variable and they say, this is how we come up with this.
Sure, it's not convincing to just have an equation. I'd absolutely agree with you.
But that's all space has.
Oh God!
That's
all.
all
space has. Truly all space
Maybe I'll try
has,
to hop
bro.
in here. You want me to hop in here?
There is no evidence for it. There is no scientific experiment that's proven anything about it.
I don't know
disproves
if,
it.
I don't know if. Oh man, me too. I feel my IQ dropping. I almost don't want to go in. Sometimes it just hurts my soul. The thought of going in these fucking chat rooms or these lives. So the problem is, okay, I can give it a shot. The problem is Luke Flatwalker's in here, and he's a mod, and he despises me, so he's probably going to mute me and kick me. Fabulous, the host, has been known to mute me and kick me as well after he's been thoroughly dismantled. So I don't even know if they'll let me in, but I can give it a go. So let's give it a shot. I got to switch over my microphone, so there's going to be a moment of silence. Oh, wait, do I have my other? Hold on, I might have my other microphone. Let's see. What do I do with that thing? All right, fuck it. I don't know where that. Oh, wait, is it in here? Yeah, I don't know what that is. All right, I'm gonna switch over mics. So, bear with me. We'll see what happens here. All right.
It's been disproven 100,000 times too.
Cool. How? Where can I learn about it being disproven?
high-teching it here. We're high-teching it. With double headphones on. Yeah, you're not going to hear... Well, you should hear this. You don't hear that? I got one person saying they don't hear anything and one person saying good audio. I sound far away because I'm just fucking around with this right now. Oh God. Oh, you just hear me? Do you hear the flerfs yapping, or you just hear me? Alright, hold on. Oh, it's muted, that's why.
It was edited, the videos you're saying?
Hey, I want to change the subject. Let's
It was
talk
just
to
muted.
your. Let's talk about your McToon, the furry creep that has a site for little kids to get on. Let's talk about him.
What?
But I'd rather stick with the like I haven't heard
Your
how-
McToon.
I haven't heard that the
Who's
videos
McToon?
were edited. What kind of editing are you talking about?
The editing of the FE footage. It's all edited.
In edit in what
Yeah,
way?
sections cut out.
Aaron,
Do you have time codes? Like
Here's
what
a
was
guy
cut
that
out?
lives in Antarctica. Search up Matty K. Jordan on TikTok. He literally works at Scott Base in Antarctica. I don't know if he's also just propaganda at this point, but I mean, he just seems like a real down to earth guy.
Well, how come all these other people not in Antarctica will tell you it's dark most of the time of the year, and it's windy in the most horrible conditions ever? How did somebody from Florida go to Antarctica in 27 below and take off their shirt? Do you understand you would have frostbite in less than a minute at that temperature?
Fat regulates body temperature.
Oh,
like for a little
was he-
bit.
is he-
So, I mean, yeah.
was any of them fat?
Temperature
Well, everybody has.
Was any
fat
of them
content.
fat?
I have no idea. I don't know what you're
I
talking
mean,
about.
look at their picture. They're all got a picture. One without a shirt, one with the shirt. Black, one white, one black, one white. The sign
I
of the
mean, in
Masons.
the summer, the coastal regions get up to like
It was
40
still
degrees,
it averaged
so-
from 17 to 27 below. Although
Yeah, in the winter.
that's in the summer, your average temperature is freezing there, dude.
Icewall, what temperature was it?
Don't go from Florida to Antarctica and take off your shirt, dude.
Why do you
I go to
Florida?
Florida for almost every year. I go to the Daytona 500. You know what? Everybody in Florida is wearing hoodies and sweatshirts and everything else, and we're the only freaks there out on the beach in shorts because we come out of -5 degree weather and go down there and it's 50 and 60 and it feels like summer to us.
So, I mean, that's just using your own experiences, which, I mean, isn't really saying anything.
Oh, my God.
Icewall, I live in New York, Icewall. Are you telling me that sometimes I have to wear a coat and sometimes I don't, even if it's wintertime? Like, you don't understand that, like, sometimes it's not as cold as others?
Better than somebody from Florida. If somebody from Florida comes up there, they're freezing their ass off, ain't they?
That's very silly, Icewall. Do you know what temperature it was when they were down there? They showed the weather app. They showed, like, and you could have looked it up on the weather app yourself while they were down there.
Oh, yeah, -17?
No, it was not -17. So you didn't bother looking. You're just assuming.
Okay.
Not okay. Why are you saying okay? What was the temperature there?
They quoted the temperature.
No, they not.
He had to
then
go
they-
puff on a vape to make frost.
They
come
did
out
not
of his
quote
mouth.
negative 17. Let's start with your first slide. They did not quote negative 17. So, why'd you lie about the temperature down there?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so in the direct sun, they were in the direct sun. It was barely any wind the first day they were there, and it was
they were in the direct
30 degrees
sun.
or something like that.
It's on the horizon the whole time. Is that direct sun, or is direct sun when it's over the top of you?
Well, it's never going to be over the top in Antarctica. So
okay, yeah, that's because we're
The sun was hitting them in the face. The sun was not being blocked by clouds. There was no clouds. It was a sunny day. It was pretty mild because it's the summer. So just admit you didn't know what temperature it was.
Okay.
I agree. If they went in the winter, they wouldn't have had their shirts off. But they weren't there in the winter, and it wasn't cold.
It's pretty much always winter there, dude.
Except when it's the summer.
And the coastal regions in the summer.
How many months of darkness do they
go
have
above freezing
in Antarctica? How many months?
Well, depending where you are, it could be up to 6. Same amount of time as daylight in the summer. 4 to 6 months, depending where you are.
Yeah, okay.
And that's why it's the
I can tell
opposite.
you just haven't looked up shit.
What should I look up? Let me look it up. What do you want me to look up? I got my Google up here right now. What do you want me to look up?
I think right now they're getting about 10 to 11 hours of light, right? Depending on the location.
Hey,
it's transitioning.
you guys
into
pro
desert,
flat Earth or what are you guys exactly?
Pro flat Earth.
Have you actually watched
Okay.
videos of
So summer in Antarctica.
the scientists laboratories down there, how it's almost dark, like pretty much 8 months out of a year?
I mean, if you go on McMurdo Station's webcam right now, you can tell there's daylight.
Hey, can somebody explain?
So
Don't
summer in
North America.
I'm reading it right now, Ice. Well, summer in Antarctica, especially in Antarctic Peninsula climate, can be surprisingly mild. Antarctic Peninsula temperatures average 33 to 36 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer. That's the average. Could you take your T-shirt off for a 5-minute picture in the sun during that? In 33 degree weather? You could. Especially if there's no wind. If it was very windy, maybe not. It'd be chilly, right? But stop being ridiculous. This is the point.
Real
If you get frostbite in 1 minute?
It's always windy.
You know it's always windy, huh? You know it?
Dude, their little camps that they have for science down there, do you realize they have ropes they have to hold on to from walking to one building to the next?
In the winter.
Have you seen them? Have you even seen real videos down there besides FE videos?
Oh, you mean the real ones you believe they're real because you're saying they're real?
Oh, no, these are the scientists down there showing videos.
Do you agree, McMurdo Station?
Ropes.
Those are usually from... Sorry, go ahead.
Because, I mean, like, all the videos I've seen from multiple just random people on TikTok and YouTube and just Instagram, they never show any ropes in between any, like, tents or camps.
I mean,
all
I've
have,
never
like,
seen
fully
ropes, but-
functional buildings and everything. The only explanation I could believe is if it's a tourist camp and it's winter, so people don't get lost.
And let's be honest, it's ridiculous. Ropes.
Yeah.
They could just use street lamps. I'm just kidding.
So different parts of the peninsula are gonna have different weather. First off, it's very big. It's like the size of North America. So it's very big. It's going to have different parts of it are going to have different weather at the same time. So,
And I'm more just curious, what is the benefit of hiding the truth that the Earth is flat? Like, I'm just wondering, why would they hide it? Who
Control,
would benefit?
God, everything else.
But I mean,
Yeah.
the
How about
original
But I don't know. I
$72
mean,
million a day in
what's the
America
point?
going to
Hang on.
NASA?
What's the point of kicking the can when it's measured flat by all of surveying?
Where's
And we
I'm
got to
sorry.
keep
Where's
kicking
the
the
measurements of
can.
flatness?
Everywhere.
All of
Oh, good.
surveying, all
One
the
of you can
surveying
show me
books,
one.
every branch of military saying it's a post-measurement hypothetical. Yeah,
They
why are we
done.
kicking the can? That's my counter to what he
You
said
guys want to
earlier.
do some
Hey
reading?
DJ, wasn't it almost 20 years they observed the levelness of the ocean?
That like most of the
Like
oceans
20
called the
freaking
abyssal
years they
plains.
observed the
It's
flatness
flat.
of the ocean.
20
Like
years
it's
they
been,
observed the
and
flatness of the ocean.
even
you said.
Isaac Newton said that it's not the curvatures can't be directly measured. It's an assumption. So I mean, even your Apple guy. So yeah, if all the
Who said that?
surveying and all
Isaac
the
Newton said
military
that?
says the default, yeah, from principle Mathematica
I love
Principalia. That's the
DJ.
book he said
DJ's
it in.
awesome.
And so
Okay,
yeah,
guys.
I
I don't
love the
know.
appeals to authority always. It's
Yeah.
always like, here's this guy. We don't believe anyone, but we will cherry pick some quote by someone who thought it was
But
a
only
quote,
their authority.
and then
Only theirs.
and then we believe that they
No,
think it
we're
was
going
flat,
by your
actually.
guys, dude. These are your guys.
Yeah, but you just lie. Like him just saying Isaac Newton said that. You guys are just lying. Okay. So here we go. So let's check this out. Okay. This is surveying, 10th edition. So this is like an instruction manual how to survey. Okay. For distances beyond 1,000 feet, the effects of curvature and refraction must be considered and applied. Okay. And this is how you apply it. Okay. There's a formula here you would use to add to your survey measurements for when you're leveling to account for curvature. Okay. It's one of these formulas here.
Yeah, but
It's
why?
actually on this
Where
page
does it
here.
say that curvature is directly measured? Where's the direct measurement of the curvature?
Right here. This
It's a
is what you're
hypothetical.
doing. This isn't measuring curvature. This is accounting for curvature when you're
Exactly.
leveling.
That's my point. That's the entire argument. Nothing's measuring curvature.
Oh no, that's a
Crap.
different one.
Sorry.
We can talk about that. That's called reciprocal zenith angles. We could talk about that if you like as well.
It's called an assumption.
No, that's a direct measurement of
You can't say
curvature.
it's real until it's directly measured.
I'm speaking the words to you. Reciprocal zenith angles are direct measurements of curvature. This is answering your first question in which you told me that surveying proves flat Earth because
All right. Yeah. And I met a surveyor here that was surveying my parents' property. And he said he hated Missouri because there was so much topography. He said he loved Florida because all of Florida was pretty much perfectly flat. It was the easiest place for him to ever survey.
yes, because what he's talking about is not leveling. He's talking about plane surveying.
Flat. He said flat.
Yeah,
It is
plain
flat.
surveying, exactly.
Well, yeah, anybody can
Fields don't
anybody
have
can
straight
say
edges.
Florida's
So-
flat when the highest peak is like 500 feet above sea level.
Let's see if but they don't understand that topography is different from curvature, so they'll never get
No,
that.
we're aware. Y'all are the ones mistaken.
Plane surveying.
You're the ones that
Look.
can't figure out
Kansas
topography.
don't have
Let me
Levelness
explain
like
this to you
the
very
ocean.
simply. Okay, plane surveying is the branch of surveying where all distances and horizontal angles are assumed to be projected onto one horizontal plane. So when you're talking about plane surveying, you're talking about the horizontal axis, left to right, over
Exactly.
short distances.
Yeah, that's a straight line. That's
Yes,
not a circle.
thank you guys. Over short distances, you're only looking left and right. Flat planes, the planes. Okay, they assume things are flat over short distances in the left to right horizontal plane. The vertical plane, the up and down plane, you do not ever assume anything is flat. You, in fact, measure and account for curvature because you have to, especially over 1,000 feet.
Can you show us a
leveling.
direct measurement of curvature and not a hypothetical? You just said it's not measured.
Sure. You want to see direct
Like an
measurements of
actual
level? You can do
measurement,
that.
not a notebook. Yeah, not some shit on a paper. Like something I
Just,
can go
uh,
do tomorrow.
You want to
Quickly
watch
just-
it? Well, you can't do it tomorrow. You need to go rent a theodolite, but you can do it
Don't
yourself.
theodolites measure straight lines. Try again. Direct measurement of curvature. I got theodolite manuals too.
Well, I'm
It's a
sorry. What?
hypothetical. I have theodolite manuals too. They measure straight lines. It's a post-measurement hypothetical. A direct measurement of curvature, please. Theodolite's not a direct measurement of curvature. You
How
admitted
so?
he pointed it, Barron pointed it up 2 degrees in our debate, so we can go back. That's out
No,
of the
he
question.
didn't. No, he didn't.
You
Don't
did.
lie.
You said that it's on your YouTube channel where you admitted it was 2 degrees. So I don't care.
I
have
didn't
the
admit
clip.
anything was 2 degrees. I don't know what
Well,
you're
you admit
talking
the
about.
airplane was 2 degrees. So I'm looking for a direct measurement.
What
You
does an
said
airplane have to do with
theodolite,
theodolite?
straight
Stop
on.
conflating things, DJ.
All right, let's pull up the theodolite manuals here.
So quickly, just changing the topic back to Aaron. What do you mean by NASA gaining $2 million?
Thank you.
$2 million.
Wow, $72 million a day.
I mean, that's
Film
like
shit in a swimming pool, dude.
that's a modern accounting error for the federal government.
It's a modern accounting error.
Yeah, for the federal government, they send $80 million. FEMA sent $80 million to New York City, like in the first week of February. You don't see anybody saying it's
We're
like some sort of
talking
conspiracy
a day for years and years, dude. And they film shit in a swimming pool. How did a guy in space almost drowned? Come on with your shit.
They didn't. Gotta lie to Flerf.
Explain how he drowned.
$72 million seems like not a lot.
He
of money
almost
to
drowned
protect
because
the
his helmet
entire
supposedly
circle
filled
around
up with
this
water.
magical South America.
Did you miss that?
South
Did you miss that little episode of the ISS?
So let me ask you: do you think NASA came out with a press conference and they went out in front of the nation and went, "Yeah, the astronaut almost drowned, so we developed these snorkels to put in the helmets to keep them from drowning out in space." You think is that what you're claiming they did?
That's what they claim they did on TV.
No, that's what you're claiming they did. That's what you're claiming.
No,
they
that's
did.
what they said on television, dude.
Let's watch the videos. Viral video.
No, I know they did that. I'm saying, did you think they did that because they're admitting they were in a pool underwater in Houston?
There was some kind of water. They never denied it.
I mean,
so why are you assuming that they were talking about a pool of water?
Why do you
that they were
assume it's just
swimming
body
in?
sweat that we have enough to drown?
Because
That's what
do you
told
know
me.
the amount of oxygen that it would take for their helmet to fill up with water?
Brother, if they were in a pool and they almost drowned, they wouldn't admit it, and they wouldn't come out in a press conference and say we had to develop these, install these snorkels in there for them. They wouldn't have said any of that.
No, they make up their lies.
Use logic,
Karmic
man.
law.
I mean,
Look up karmic law. They have to.
Okay.
I'm still just confused on the fact
They'll
that
have to make
NASA's
his cheese
sending
look like a joke.
$26 trillion to. They're sending $26 trillion a year to NASA.
Are you surprised by any of that? They don't understand anything they're saying.
Like, I think we're gonna have like much worse issues with the economy if we're sending $26 trillion to NASA to do nothing. I guess
with that type of budget, they shouldn't have those drowning issues if they're so
Exactly.
secretive.
No shit. If it was real, if they weren't in a swimming pool, they wouldn't have.
No, it just shows how dumb your logic is.
So a spacesuit. What do you do in a? What would you do in a spacesuit? What do you do? What do you do when you're diving?
Have
You
you
sweat.
looked at the spacesuits from ISS? Do you see the
Yeah.
fucking boots they got on with zippers? It's not even part of a
Well, see if anyone else is
spacesuit.
drowned
Can
from
you
sweat.
imagine what would happen if the hole happened in that thing?
There's an undersuit, bro.
Oh, okay.
The
God,
boots are
you guys
covers
are
of other boots.
Bless your
Wait, you're telling me
hearts.
people can wear layers now? That's crazy. That's
You're telling me that
unbelievable.
space is
Hey,
cold.
Globey.
They need to
NASA
wear
figured
layers.
out that you have
Hold up 1
layers.
second. I got a question for Globey. Am I in the top left running?
No,
If not,
you could
I'm
be.
very disappointed in you, man.
You could be, but I think Fred is.
No, I'm gonna have
you
to
know.
up my game, man. I'm gonna have to up my game.
You're gonna have to yell at people.
Fred's more,
I'm-
Fred's more confident than you. That's why he really gets the prize, because it's about being
He's just
ignorant
loud.
and also very confident.
Fabulous. All you got to do is turn on your camera and start waving your fingers around. That usually gets people points.
Speaking of which, go to MC Tunes
show
page
that.
on YouTube and vote for Fred, please. If you haven't.
I'm just imagining they have these astronauts in a pool, and one of them like almost
support the king of
drowns because
furs.
they're faking space, and then they're like, "Hey, that guy almost drowned. Let's hold a press conference.
Let's tell
and
everybody."
everybody." Like,
They do every day.
Brilliant.
We're on
We're
TV.
the most
Go
secretive
right over
organization
y'all's
that's
heads.
trying
This
to
is what
fake
you have.
We can tell
everything.
you
Let's
it's
tell
flat and you will
everybody.
still laugh.
They'll just say it's because they're
They can come
laughing
out
at
and
us
say
in
we're
their
live and
faces,
you
right?
still laugh.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
sitting here
exactly.
watching.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here watching Lucifer, the episode before when the doctor, the psychiatrist, was going, "Oh," and she was quoting that quote. Even though I'm in the gutter, I can look up at the stars. Lucifer says the stars are just gas bags laughing at her.
Box for 5
I mean,
seconds.
they put it in
I don't
front of
know
her
what the
face
hell
right
you're
on
talking
TV.
about.
dude.
That's a
Space is
fictional
fake.
show.
You guys believe
So
it.
I've watched shows where they
They're trying
talk
to be
about the
funny.
globe and they talk about space. Is that them putting it out there for us to see?
No, it was Lucifer talking, making fun of it.
So it's only your TV shows
No,
that
that-
count for the ones they're
Everyone.
Giving us signs.
Ice
my
I
God.
watch
Look
Dragon
at
Ball
that.
Z. And
Somebody drowning from
they have
sweat.
powers. They can go Kamehameha.
So seriously, spacesuits have evap systems in there that take the sweat and they recycle it. They take the piss because you're out there for hours. You got to do something with it. You're pissing out there. They also have an inner suit that's tight with tubes of water going all over it to pull heat away from your body. There's a lot of water inside of a spacesuit. And yes, one of the systems was malfunctioning. And when water gets in around you in space, it's very sticky because there's no gravity to pull it down.
Do you even know how cold space is?
Literally water, any amount of water, you can see it in their videos, will stick to your face.
Are you
could
aware
have
of what
a handful
the
of water
temperature of
stuck to your
space is?
face like this, and you wouldn't be able to breathe.
Are you
It's
aware
not
of the
filling up
freezing
the helmet.
temperature of space?
Very
Gobi.
cold. Make your next point.
Are you interrupting me to make a stupid question? Or?
Yeah, you're making a stupid fucking comment about how much water is in their suit. So how cold is it?
You
in
mean
space?
inside the temperature-controlled suit, you fucking moron?
Yeah, fucking moron. How cold is it then? Tell us.
It depends on if you're in
It's
the sunlight
negative
or not,
450
doesn't it?
degrees. That's how cold.
it's not.
So you didn't fucking know.
Not in the sun.
Because you're a fucking moron.
Not in the sun, it's not.
Wait, hey,
Really,
good thing
when
they
you
have
fly
low-
up in the sky, you go
He's
closer to the
aggressive.
sun. How come it gets
Yeah,
colder?
spicy.
How
He's
hot
been
is the
around a
sun?
while.
Do you think
Hey,
it's
dead
gonna
wrong.
freeze in sunlight?
What's the temperature inside the spacesuit?
You tell us. You seem to fucking be an astronaut.
We're
so you
talking
tell
about
us.
inside spacesuits, aren't we?
How hot is the sun?
How do you get so aggressive?
How
Bro, you
hot
need-
is the sun?
You need to like.
How
Mom
hot
didn't,
is the sun?
Mom didn't make the meatloaf.
27
tonight.
million
He's, a little
degrees.
angry.
You're welcome.
Will you add a ketchup for the meatloaf tonight?
Do you think he'll make a
Million
point eventually?
degrees.
Or?
No, he's not.
Do
gonna
you
make a
think
point.
that
He's
the-
just here to be angry?
Do you think that the suit is going to protect you from 27 million degrees?
Now it's 27 million degrees.
Well, you guys keep
The
changing
temperature
it all
of the sun.
time. Your
Well,
NASA
why-
shit.
why is
So
the
I'm
Earth
talking
not
about water
27 million
inside a
degrees?
spacesuit. So the only relevant topic is what the temperature inside the spacesuit is.
You think that the suit can
Nobody
withstand
here's
negative?
been to space,
Yeah.
so it don't even matter.
Do you think
Yeah.
that suit can withstand the temperature of negative 450?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you withstand temperature of negative 450? By the way, that doesn't even make sense. But okay.
With what material is this suit made of?
Oh, ask your mother.
See, they can't answer the shit.
Oh, you can't answer this shit. You
Bro, okay.
you guys haven't bothered to do 2 seconds of research on anything.
Actually, we have. Do you
Yes.
know? Are you aware of the amount of fuel it would have taken for the Apollo 11 rocket to even take off?
Which part? Off the moon or off Earth?
From Earth, from even taking off of the platform. Do you know how much fuel did they have to have? 800,000
Tell me.
Not
gallons.
including liquid oxygen.
Okay. What's your point?
What's my point?
It would have had to
They
been about
wouldn't-
30 times bigger.
What's your point? Can I see your analysis on how much fuel they would have needed and how they couldn't have held that much fuel?
How much fuel did they need?
We did the analysis. I don't have it, but I
You
would be- I
haven't
would have been
done
glad to show you.
jack shit.
So
Dead
when
wrong.
we
Show
did,
us.
Guys,
So
natural gas burns at 3,500 degrees, and my
Just a
hand
minute.
is right near the flame. How is my hand not catching on fire?
what are you talking about?
What the
The
fuck?
amount of fuel it would have taken for them
Witchcraft,
to leave the
Adrian.
platform.
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft. Why doesn't the temperature
You're wrong.
instantly
The way-
transfer to everything, regardless of distance or what material is between it?
I don't
Why
think
is
he's
my
talking
hand not
about.
lighting
I
on
don't
fire
think
when
he's
it's
talking about heat
3,500
transfer.
degrees.
He's just talking about amount of fuel. I think.
How much thrust would it have taken to even leave the platform? They couldn't even generate enough thrust.
That's amazing. You know all this, but you don't know any of the facts you're stating. So
You're a
like,
rocket
I
scientist.
did state
Well,
the facts.
once you get to space,
No, you said some words.
You're-
How the fuck does a rocket engine
You
work
said
in a
some
vacuum?
words.
Let's do the analysis of it. How much thrust would they have needed? Let me get my pencil.
Just a minute.
They go that much faster than a hot air balloon allegedly. But
I love when you guys make claims and you have no fucking clue what you're talking
would a
about.
rocket engine?
We did this
Go
last
watch it.
month.
It goes the same
Okay.
as the hot air balloon.
You know,
but
most
apparently
interstellar
there's speed.
travel, like the one to the moon, used gravity assist by rotating around the Earth and then kind of slingshotting off.
Close measurement hypothetical.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
what NASA tells you. That's what your school told you.
okay. So dead wrong. What
did
was
your
the weight
YouTube
of the
tell you?
Hold on. The Apollo 11
Saturn V rocket? We're going to figure out how much thrust we would have needed to take off. What was the weight of the Saturn V rocket?
Well, I have to look it all up again. We did this last month. That's why I don't have the notes in front of me.
Oh, you did it last month.
You know, like when even countries like North Korea and Iran like have space programs and claim they like visited all like the sun and Mercury and stuff. This is like I don't get why everybody would agree that the sun or space exists, but then everybody also agrees that like it's actually not real. Like what do all these leaders gain from pretending space exists and pretending that Earth is flat?
Do you not understand the power of money, dude?
You seriously don't understand the government.
What part
It's
of that
tyrannical.
don't you understand, bud?
No one has ever trusted the government. The people that made our government designed it for us to not trust our government.
Why would everybody?
Dead wrong. You going and finding those numbers while they're talking, by the way?
Yeah, I was going to check. I'm just checking with you. The Saturn V rocket. So we both agree.
Domesticated.
I can look in the sky and see Starlink satellites.
They gain everything.
Can you hear me?
Hold on,
They turned us into femboys overnight.
Hold on, Globey.
We don't have to prove why they're lying. All we have to do is prove they are lying.
Do we both
Most
agree the
definitely
Saturn V rocket was used?
Oh no, Colton's here. This is going to go south.
All this talk and no proof of curvature yet.
Oh, I can put me in the big box. I'll show you proof of curvature right now.
Oh, yeah, show us the
I love
NASA
the
picture.
blanket
Go ahead.
statements. The random.
Do we agree on
That's so stupid.
It's the Saturn V, by the way, not the Saturn V.
Well, it's pulling up Saturn V rocket, so I'm just double checking.
It's a Roman numeral, bro.
Okay, so
It was the 5th version.
Are we going with the Saturn V rocket?
LV.
Let's go with the Saturn V.
Okay.
What was the thrust requirement for that, and why? And how did you determine that there was not enough thrust for it to take off?
Based on the weight of the fuel required, also the weight of the rocket craft. But it's going to take me a few minutes.
Okay. Well, you pull that up.
So you're saying that the NASA engineers that wanted to fake the Apollo missions didn't account for the size of the rocket and the amount of fuel?
They never accounted for
They
nothing.
never thought
Everything is
about
collapsed
that.
on
They
itself
did.
with
They
that.
just lied to everybody and hoped nobody would
They
ever
were
find
just
out.
like, you know what? Fuck
Yeah,
it.
they
The building
did.
three
Exactly.
times smaller than it's supposed to be, and nobody's
You
going to
question
know.
they took that
No
10
one's
foot
gonna
tweaker
notice.
shack to the moon. Go ahead.
You were right, buddy. I didn't account for this. Elon, the richest
Tweaker
man with
shack
all
to the moon.
rockets. This little high school graduate.
Okay,
said, hey, you
so
better check for
let's see
this.
if I can show
And he
this.
didn't. Viral video.
Okay, while he's looking for that,
No more now.
if I was a betting man, I'd bet all my money that he's never going to show the proof of any of the claims he just made. Okay, so here's the first picture of the Earth from a V2 rocket. Taken.
Where's the star?
Where's the stars?
Yeah, they
Oh
blacked
my
it out.
God.
I love these.
That's a hill.
Relax.
They forgot to put them in there. They forgot.
Go take a picture. Go out.
Right there in
Okay,
space?
so go out at night next time. Next time there's a full moon, go out at night and take a picture of the moon and let me know how many stars are in your picture you took. Okay. It's nighttime. You're not going to see any stars.
I'm taking a picture of the sky.
Yeah, take a picture. Yeah, the point is the moon is brighter than the stars in the picture. You're not going to see stars.
Take a picture of the moon. I might have one here. Let's look.
No, you don't. Not of the full moon.
All right.
So do you see the sun in that picture?
Anyway, this Earth is a lot
Where's
brighter
the
than the
sunlight?
stars.
Blue sky. Anyway.
This is taken with this camera. It is not a fisheye. Okay, it's a 35 millimeter DeVry lunchbox camera, old video camera. They retrofitted onto the V2 rocket. Here's the curvature of the Earth from before NASA even existed.
It's supposed to be crowding space right now.
Just one example that you can. Okay. Here's from a cockpit of an airplane.
Is it all static?
I have static.
That was clouds too. There was clouds.
Picture was static, or my audio static.
That's not even high enough to even be curvature.
Sure, it is. It's 46,000 feet.
That is a hill. Again,
So as you can see
probably.
here, clearly there's curvature.
I mean, it's kind of irrelevant to.
That's curvature, 46,000 feet. 46,000 feet.
Yeah, why?
That's how you get
No, there's
miles
not.
Here's what Walter.
You have to be 6 miles.
Here's what Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator shows how much curvature there should be at 46,000 feet. I've overlaid it over the last picture, and you can see it matches perfectly.
That's
This is
8
Walter
inches per mile
Bislin's.
squared.
And if you'd like me to show you where I got that, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I become a Glover again now.
Of course you haven't, because you're just full of fucking nuts. No one's expecting you to. So just shush and watch your proof.
Why do we have to use pictures for evidence instead of?
We're on a visual medium. Like, what do you want to see?
Ask for
Because if one
that
thing
is
doesn't
the
work on the
dumbest.
globe model, then the whole thing is bullshit.
You're like, show me evidence.
Show me evidence, but don't show me nothing.
And then you're like, don't show me
One
evidence.
of 10 things, and the whole thing doesn't work.
So here's
the stupidest
This
logic.
is not how critical thinkers think.
So here's
And
Walter
it's a sure
Bislin's
fuck
Earth curve
not
calculator.
by scientific method. This is 100% reverse.
This is what the globe model predicts you should
only
see.
looking for things.
I'm sorry, you guys asked me for some curvature proof. This is what Walter Bislin says there should be at 46,000 feet. Based on globe math, right? Globe math. This is the prediction. So why does it match reality?
So which
Hold
is
up,
it?
Gobi.
It oddly matches reality.
What's the distance across there?
Distance across what?
Left to right.
Get in trouble.
I don't know what the distance
Probably
is.
matches
Field of
your,
Yeah.
your simulation because it's fake as fuck. I would bet.
670 degrees. 68 degrees.
How many miles would that be?
And he's gone.
When you're
That's the
24,000
dumbest
in one
questions,
ball.
and then he's gone.
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't they factor that? Well, how do they know how much curvature is there?
The numbers in here. Left to right width is 731,000 meters. Okay.
All right. So let's see how many miles that is.
Okay. You can convert that.
Yeah, I'll do it. 71,000, you said?
Meters.
Yeah, it's 250 miles. 250 miles.
250 miles.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow. You guys wanted Earth curvature. Earth curvature. There you go.
Literally, you added like what would be on an aircraft over a fisheye video, so that's cool.
Yeah, sure. Fisheye. So
Okay.
here's
I mean, come
here's
on,
Program. It's not even fisheye.
here's a rocket launch. Here's a rocket launch, private rocket.
Look at that. Beautiful NASA shit.
No, this isn't NASA. This is Kip
Yeah, look, it's
Durgadas.
flattening
He's
out
a
right
dude
there.
who launches
Look it off.
rockets.
Go back a second. It just flattened out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. He uses the.
Use it or work. Fisheye. So I'm going to pause this. Everybody listen.
Lens does to a fucking scene.
Everybody listen to what they're going to do before even watching the video is yell nonsense and gish gallop around instead of actually trying to figure out what's going on here. Fisheye. Fisheye.
Dude, I can take the lake I'm on and go
Okay.
fucking take a picture of it with
Yeah, see,
fisheye
it's
lens
flat
and
right
make it
there.
look
We
curved.
stop
What would a fisheye do, bro? What does a fisheye do?
Flattened out right there when it gets to the center.
No, it doesn't.
He's like, where? I think I seen it.
I'll pause it right in the beginning for you.
Fucking what?
Like you think I haven't done this. It's curved the whole time. Okay. I'm going to pause it when it's lateral. It goes horizontal here for a second, so you
Right
get a nice
there,
shot
when
of
it's all
it. Right
black,
here.
it's flat.
Here you go. See if I can back up far enough. Okay. See the curvature there? That's at the bottom of the screen. If this was a fisheye, it would be convex or concave like a smiley face.
It's his
I'm
computer.
going to pause it mid-screen.
It curves at the bottom and the top. What are you talking about?
And it's
You admit
curved.
it. So you admit it's the bottom of the screen. Yeah, that's what it does.
Yeah, it's
Bottom and
curved
top
the
is
same
curved.
amount at all times. Look,
Just
look
like
at this.
the Red
It's
Bull
flat
jump.
according to the highest. The people on the highest plane, the highest photograph said they did not see
DJ,
curvature at 500,000
DJ,
feet.
relax.
Howard,
Address what I'm showing you.
Listen.
Stop gish galloping around.
this is fake. I'm telling you. I'm not good.
It's fake.
Has it ever occurred to anybody that people will lie for fame and money and they'll try and build an audience?
That's what's going on here.
You know what's going on right here? It's the fact that Globy's computer's curved itself. We're all
Yeah, I'm
fools.
making a killing in here, dude. Come on.
I bought a vertically curved screen. It's curving like this way. That'd be pretty impressive.
That's why the shape of the Earth is curved in that video. It's the curve.
You know what? That makes more sense than anything any flat earther said in here yet. So this is
I just
video
wanted to talk about Antarctica.
of a non-government agency flying a rocket to 300,000 feet with, by the way, in the beginning, he shows you a camera. It's an M12 rectilinear lens, by the way. It's not a fisheye. He actually tests 3 different lenses out before he puts one on the rocket.
How
He shows
come
you
that Felix
everything he
Baumgartner
did.
one was curved,
Here it is
the
right
other
here.
was horizontal? That's fake.
Because that was a fisheye. This is not a
One camera
fisheye.
was curved, the other was horizontal.
Holy shit, a rectilinear
Yeah.
lens.
Before he jumped out the
goodness.
Red Bull jump, it was flat out the window until it showed his camera on him.
That's great, guys. When you were looking from his capsule out the little tiny door, your field of view was almost nothing.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yes, field of view matters, dude. You want me to show you why field of view matters?
There was plenty field of view.
There you go.
Field of
Plenty.
Hey, field
There
of
was?
view goes crazy. You know, you can just load up
All right.
Minecraft.
Felix, I love this shit. This is great. Felix capsule. I don't know how to find this.
Is it
That quick? Let's see.
Baumgartner? Felix Baumgartner? Capsule?
Yeah, this probably here it is. So this is what you're talking about. That little tiny field of view, and you're saying that's flat. It's flat. Look at this flat.
No, that's not the picture. That's
Look
not
how
the picture.
narrow that
Bullshit.
is from inside the capsule. Yes,
no,
it
there's
is.
one right up at
And then
the
outside, they
window.
got really
Bullshit.
curved. They get really curved outside because that's a fisheye.
This one's right.
Yeah, go to the other
Neither.
one.
They're
Go to the other
exaggerating
one.
it here.
There's a third one. Come on
Yeah,
now.
why would they do
Third
that?
what?
All right.
Because they're not there to prove the shape of the Earth. They're there to get the widest field of view they can. So when they put cameras on these things, they don't
the
go,
other
I
one was
wonder if the
flat.
flat earthers are going to cry about my fisheye.
No one's
They don't
crying,
care
bro.
about you.
I wonder if the dumbasses are going to believe it's what they're thinking.
Yeah, right. So that's Felix's.
They're literally
what was the other
sitting
one?
back laughing at you guys every day.
I looked
because
it up,
you
and the
believe
rectangular lens, you can use tilt to make it look curved just by tilt.
So you guys want to point this out and complain that they used a fisheye. Great,
It's
they used a
called
fisheye.
perspective
So
distortion.
let's not look at that because it's a fisheye then,
Called
okay? Let's look at
perspective
others that
distortion
aren't
on a
fisheyes.
rectangular lens. That's all you did. I looked it up.
Like this,
Aaron,
rectilinear
Aaron, I just
lens.
have a question. If I went to Antarctica and filmed a time lapse, would you believe me?
Oh,
Yeah, you
already
showed me
did
a
that.
24-hour
Let's-
non-edited video
All
with
right,
the
yeah.
timestamp the whole
Well,
time.
I'm gonna follow
But
you.
they never provide.
I'm gonna follow you
box for
because
5
I am
seconds,
going
please.
after I graduate college with the U.S. Antarctic program. So I'm gonna follow you. Follow me
You
back.
go
just so I
for it,
can
buddy.
message you.
He's not going to
You
believe
show
you,
me.
dude. You
Make
could
me a
drag
Glover
his
again.
ass to
I would
Venus,
love it.
and he still wouldn't believe you.
Who are you following?
I'm following you, Aaron.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
a follower. That's a fact. So
Yeah, and follow me back just so I can message you when I make it.
Dude.
Hey, Icewall, does this look flat to you? If I take two horizontal,
You got a few
Yeah.
inches there on a screen.
if I take two horizontal lines like this, they look parallel and they look flat. Yeah, a few inches
'cause
on
you're
the
zoomed
screen.
in on it, dude. I'm not stupid.
Okay, so a short
You need
field
to
of
go
view,
talk to a kindergartner with that shit or something.
a short field of view might affect how you see things, then, huh? So you want a wider field of view to get the best look at.
I know it. I know on the coast
Okay.
when I could see buildings 15, 20 miles to my right, 15, 20 miles to my left, and the entire horizon is perfectly flat, but yet they tell me something disappears 3 miles away over a curve. I call bullshit.
Icewall, but maybe you're a little too close. Maybe you got to back away or get further away.
Maybe I'm too close when I can see freaking
You just-
buildings 15
you just said you
15,
understood
20 miles
this.
to my right and to my left. And that's a 30-mile distance without the ocean beyond it. And I cannot see any curve. But yet a ship is going to disappear over a curve 3 miles in front of me. I call bullshit, dude.
Okay, you can call whatever you want, but that's the effects of curve. That's not you seeing curvature.
It's because nobody can see it.
Okay.
Like here's FOV. In,
Why did-
Minecraft. Like you see, you can see a lot. Then with a smaller FOV, let's do
We'll pull
55
down Minecraft.
Look at that. Don't see as much anymore.
And then we're
Yeah,
going to go.
he says he understands field of view, but then he goes, "When I'm on the beach, it looks flat."
See everything.
So you don't understand field of view.
Henry, can we do our own thing? Can I just watch you play Minecraft?
Hasselblad doesn't understand, can't.
I'm just going to watch
You
you play
tilt it
Minecraft.
slightly. It's called perspective distortion.
So if I zoom out of this, you're going to see these two lines were two concentric circles the size of the Earth. But from up close, as if you were standing on it or standing on a beach, they would look flat and parallel, wouldn't they? If you understand
Dude, you're
this,
zooming into like less than an inch of that freaking.
you mean like you're standing on the globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference? And you're standing on a beach?
That I'm going to lose 8 inches per mile squared, and I cannot see a curve in a
you have to go
4 mile
up
distance.
You have to go up higher to see more, to see the curve.
I've stood on cliffs. I've been on the freaking coastal mountain range in California. You cannot see any curve, dude.
Okay, you measured that then from that angle, from that height?
If you put a fucking level up in front of your face, it's perfectly level with the horizon.
No, it's not. You're just lying.
Okay, yeah, I'm just lying.
So what is all this? What is this rocket launch, this fucking space by someone who just did it for fun? What is this? These are coordinated lies to trick Ice Wall Aaron on TikTok. This is what they did. Like really? Like what's this? Like what's this?
You got that?
What is that?
What?
Like 15. So you're talking about sitting from a beach, right? So here.
Right?
Yeah,
when you're at a beach, this one's at a beach.
8,000 square
All
miles.
you got's barren, bro. Why are you showing
no
barren?
curve? Show me how that is.
The technical.
He did not admit he faked anything. Stop lying about Barron.
Can one flare
I
talk
think
at a time? It's hard to hear through all the dirt.
Man, all the trolls are out
Denying what he said on his own channel. Sorry. He
I
said
don't
that
have-
Barron
I don't have
pointed
the
it
right
up
video
to the
here.
dude and avoids the experiment. It's not a direct measurement.
He didn't do that. Stop lying,
That's
DJ.
why that's what you said. Why the horizon looked to drop. You said the same thing about the airplane photo.
DJ,
Damn, dude.
you were high as shit during that discussion. Don't act like you
No,
could have
I was
remembered
not.
anything
My
that we talked
microphone
about.
didn't work. That's all it was.
No, but you're
That
making me
was a
want to
pretty
get
good
high.
discussion, and he was really high.
Really high.
That's all you could say because you had nothing. You had no counterclaim.
I had nothing. I provided you a 17-page fucking presentation of level and curvature and all this stuff, and you just said nuh-uh. Tell me I had nothing.
All I have is nuh-uh. It's all right. I'm done. I'm tired. I said I could do this all night whenever you want to stop. That's your
Because I
word.
wanted to
never
stop
said
after
nuh-uh.
3 hours of you nuh-uhing? Yeah, I went to
You
bed.
nuh-uhing and admitted it. I never nuh-uh. Now you're projecting your own nuh-uhs on me, bro.
Oh my God,
Where's
this
the
is so
direct
insane.
measurement?
This is like
You
the
literally
lost
showed the
cause.
perspective distortion and said it was
All right,
curvature.
DJ, relax. Relax.
That's all.
Barron never pointed anything 2 degrees above and then claimed it was dropping because of his lying, pointing it higher than it. Just stop.
Like
It's on YouTube,
I
brother.
understand.
I'm not a liar. It's there unless you deleted it.
I understand
anything,
like,
go find it.
questioning authority and questioning the
Yeah.
government,
Curve
but
calculator
questioning it
says
to the
there's
extent of just
2,400 feet.
You don't do it
flatly
at all,
rejecting.
Henry. I don't want to hear that.
Bro, the government's terrible. It's the truth.
Well, I agree with that.
Just
It's a
projecting
smart
this.
thing you said all night.
What?
I said I agree with that. That was a
Yeah.
smart thing you just said.
Yeah, because it's just common sense.
What's
But
common sense?
Government lies. That doesn't mean everything the government says is a lie.
exactly, like there's
Oh,
scientists.
but
in
a
the
you
government.
choose and pick their lies.
No,
I have a question.
did I mention the government tonight? Did I mention the government once?
It was me.
Nobody
I
needs
said
the
it.
government. Any adult with a brain and 2 hands can do anything I've said tonight. You just refuse. You all refuse to do it.
Okay.
You want to just say the government's lying, blah blah
I
blah.
don't want to download your
across
stupid
the lake.
computer program, brother. I don't care about your computer
all you got to
program.
do
It's
is
a
look
perspective
into
distortion.
physics.
It
All you have
doesn't
to
prove
do
the
is
measurements
look
wrong.
Look into physics. How do reciprocal zenith angles work, and why don't they measure curvature? Why don't you debunk it
I'm
then?
talking about your pressurized system. You don't
Okay.
have no containment for.
Jesus. Well, that's
Gravity.
just a straw man. So I'd like to hear about. So DJ earlier said
straw
theodolites
man,
only
you don't
measure
have
straight lines.
gravity.
I'd like to hear more from DJ about how a theodolite is incapable of measuring angles.
I'm sure you would.
He's got to ask ChatGPT. Hold on a second.
Because he said they don't work. You can only measure straight lines, whatever that means.
I just know when I take a video of that 24-hour Antarctic sun, it's gonna be huge.
You know what? And if you actually got an
They're not
unedited
going to
shot
measure
of that,
curvature.
you're going to
I
be
just
the
looked it
richest
up.
man on the planet. You'll be
Reciprocal
richer than
zenith
freaking
angles don't measure curvature.
Why not?
It's already happened a bunch of times, but
No, it hasn't.
Why not?
So here's
Yeah,
an
it is.
example.
There is no
And I've got a couple of
unedited video. 24
Incorrect. There's a
hours of
72
sun and
hour
hours
You
with
of
say
no
your
that
shit,
measures
dude.
curvature when it
You're a
doesn't
fucking
measure
liar.
curvature. That's the issue.
You're a liar.
Y'all just pick something that we think we don't know about
Wait a minute.
and
You
say
guys,
that it measures curvature.
you guys don't
Where's
know
the
that there was
source
a
that it measures curvature?
there was an uncut 4K
Where's the
video of it
proof that
uploaded?
reciprocal single fucking angles measure curvature?
You guys don't know that that was a thing?
You made a claim. You made a claim that it measures curvature and
It
cooked
does.
the flat measurements. What? Well, Google says it doesn't. ChatGPT says it doesn't.
measures
it measures
angle.
angles.
It measures angle change. Yeah, angle change. Hey DJ, if I have two objects on a flat Earth, certain distance from each other, they're good, and I plumb them to Earth, they're going to be straight. They're going to be parallel to each other. On a globe, they're going to be tilted away from each other. Can we agree on that?
Points. Angular
Flat Earth,
elevation.
globe.
That's all it is.
Can we
Angular
agree on that?
elevation. Where's the curve?
Can we agree on what I just said? The prediction on a
Say it
flat
again.
Earth would be two objects plumbed to the Earth, like two skyscrapers, say, a certain distance away, would be parallel to each other. On a globe, they wouldn't be parallel; they'd be angled away from each other because the surface is curving, right? So if you have two plumb objects, either you're going to measure them to have a 90-degree angle between each other, adding to 180 degrees, perfectly parallel, or they're going to be tilted away from each other more than 180 degrees. That's the hypothesis.
Because of that tilt.
That's the hypothesis. And you're going to take two objects and measure them and see which one you get. Guess what? You never get this. You always get angled away from each other.
Books that they assume the curve afterwards. It's not measured, brother.
Yeah,
It's
awesome.
the same surveying that you just brought up, bro. The books itself says it's measured. It's calculation stage that they measure straight lines. Reciprocal angle does not measure curvature. It cannot measure curvature.
Okay, can someone can formulate a thought address my point? Ice wall, maybe. Do you agree with this hypothesis? This would be straight on a flat Earth. This would be on a globe Earth.
But we don't
Yeah,
observe
but then it would be
that.
behind the curve, and you wouldn't be able to measure. You can't measure over the curve.
Hypothetically, this is the hypothesis, everyone. Hypothetically.
Okay, the hypothesis.
that would be
Look,
correct.
we
hitting those
don't
2
go
points.
on
Okay.
The curve's
pseudoscience,
not
bro.
blocking the signal.
Right.
Come
So
on
then
now.
if we set up two objects, say 1,700 feet from each other, and we plumb both objects to the Earth where they're at. We plumb both objects. They're both plumb. And then we take a theodolite, which takes its zenith perfectly straight above its plumb to the Earth. That's how the theodolite works. It lines up that way. And then measure out to the other object. Okay. You're either going to measure a perfectly straight 90-degree angle, or you're going to measure an angle greater than 90.
Like all of surveying does, 90-degree angles, like all the canals and the rivers.
So you have a
I know this.
hypothesis,
The Nile
you
River
set your
only drops
instruments
like
up,
3 feet.
you take your measurement, and then you see which hypothesis matched which
Oh my
measurement
God,
matched your
DJ, he just
hypothesis.
said 90-degree angle himself.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
Hold up. How
This
much
would be on a
curvature
flat Earth, it would be 90.
300 feet.
Do you need a picture? This is 90 to this object. This is 90 to that object on a flat Earth. On a globe Earth, they'd be more than 90.
Well, technically,
Yeah,
it is
but it's
180,
behind a
but
curve.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's not behind a curve. They're not far enough away to involve the curve yet. We're talking 1,700 feet, whatever distance you want, actually. But we're
Okay,
not
but
talking.
at 22 miles,
We're not talking 22 miles.
2 feet above the water, 2 feet above the water, 22 miles away, with my buddy down there with the boat, shining a laser, and I'm at the dam of my lake, and I can see him 22 miles away. At 2 feet above the water, I can see his laser.
have a
How the fuck is that possible? How the fuck is that possible?
Light bends. Have you ever seen lasers bend?
Oh, light bends. Okay.
Yeah.
A
Have
laser
you ever
doesn't
seen a
bend,
laser
dude.
bend through different densities? Like a tank of
But have you
salt
ever
water or
actually got
sugar
a
water?
laser to go over a
So
mountain
what
and hit a
force is
target on the other
bending the
side?
light?
No. That's our point.
So you guys just want to talk about long distance observations with refraction, and then we're going to get involved in there's refractions, not
They've done the
refraction.
horizon dip method in the 1800s. Refraction didn't work.
Yeah, okay.
Horizon dip
Refraction
method
didn't
doesn't
work
work.
in the 1800s? What?
They had to assume with refraction because they
That's only a
couldn't measure the
1900s
curvature.
thing?
I'm so glad you're here for
You're
this,
just doing the
Josh.
same thing they did when they come up with it in the 1800s, and you haven't proven it. How long is that?
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
all
first of
lived in
We
all,
got the same
country
direct
because
line of sight
everybody thought it
measurements.
was flat.
Icewall, do you know lasers diverge?
Back when they knew it was flat, that used to be a saying. They used to think the Earth's flat. That was
Do you
the
know
whole
Nobody
laser?
would live in this country if they thought the Earth was flat back then. Nobody. Like we'd all still be Native
Everybody,
Americans.
Google it, bro. Flat predates the globe. The globe was
We,
invented in the early,
you
the
Hey,
late
think
Danny,
1700s.
stop.
God
The scope to
said
my
that?
pew
You got to
pew
stop
and
acknowledging
look at
They
a
that.
changed it
bridge
in the
almost
40s,
Hey,
20
bro.
miles
hey,
away.
that
We all
Earth
Because
was
a
believe
flat.
flat until
watchful
that rocket
water
died in the
splash
40s.
against the pillars holding the
Don't
bridge up.
feed the
Wow.
Dico. Don't feed the Dico. There should be a sign up.
Wow, that's crazy. Y'all think the curve existed before flat when everybody knows
he
flat
probably does
existed,
have
but
the
they thought they
munchies
were
there,
stupid.
Globy.
That's the argument. They
Well, you
thought they
got a
were
problem with
stupid, but
Native
yeah, flat
Americans,
existed before the
Danny?
curve because we didn't know any better. That's the argument, not that curve existed
So,
before flat. That's a
oh
lie.
my God. So Icewall. So a laser doesn't shoot out of the laser and stay like this the whole way until it hits its target.
Oh, okay. Oh, but you guys say it does when you point it to the moon and
No.
it comes back to
No,
the
we
Earth,
don't.
huh?
No, we don't.
Oh,
When the laser hits the moon, it's bigger than the moon by the time the laser hits the moon.
Laser to it, but
Doesn't know
laser
what height above
bends. So
average
how the
terrain
fuck do
is.
you know?
I don't think he heard you.
No, he didn't. The laser before it hits
No,
the
I'm not
moon
even
is
listening.
bigger than the
You're
moon
so
before it
funny.
hits the moon. Maybe it's not, but it's huge.
Yeah, it's gigantic.
Lasers diverge. They're conical like any other light. They're just less conical than regular light because they're focused, but they still spread out over distance. They
Can
spread
you
out.
show me a laser going over the curve of a mountain and hitting a target back on the other side? To mimic the curve
Why
of the
would I
Earth
do
in a
that?
direct measurement.
I would like Icewall to
Small scale
address my first
replication of a
point.
direct measurement of curvature of the Earth to prove that it's possible. God.
Every time
Y'all
objects are measured for the angle between the objects, they're always tilted away from each other, and oddly, it always matches the globe. Prediction. You never set up two objects plumb at any distance and measure them and find out they're parallel, ever.
Oh no!
You guys
How do you
mind if we
measure
change the topic?
You can show us. Show us. Like go outside and
How
get
you
a target
measure
over the hill.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
got
want?
2,000 feet behind me.
Okay. I don't know what you just
Dude,
said, but
why doesn't the moon appear in the same position
the
every
moon,
night if it's
the
flat?
moon?
It doesn't. It doesn't. The moon is in a different spot in every night because the world is round.
I got 2,000
You're
feet
just
Unreal.
a
elevation
Danny,
behind
crackhead,
me.
dude.
How do I hit a target
I see
on the other
spin,
side with a
$5.
laser?
You guys flat
Yeah,
smack,
the
bro.
world is round. That's
But you
why
did it
wanted
for
to
our
see if we could
entertainment.
Australia were looking at the moon.
Maybe
the
one
same
day
night
we'll
they was
achieve
having the
our
eclipse in
purpose, like
America,
Aaron and
right?
Yeah.
They were looking at the same fucking moon that I was.
Yep. Just FYI, you guys have absolutely no clue what the moon is because you've never been there.
Oh, that's a bold
Lady
statement.
Jessica is in southern Australia. She went out
You're
and took a picture of the moon,
crunchy.
and I'm looking at it at nighttime. She's looking at it in the day.
Yeah,
Same
because you
moon.
guys are on the same
On the opposite
half of
side
the
of your
Earth.
fucking ball.
No, Aaron, you do realize the Earth rotates, and you guys can be on the same part of the Earth
No,
that's
we
seeing
don't
the moon at the
realize
same
that,
time.
Hasselblad.
Oh
We're
my
flat
God.
Like
earthers.
Jesus Christ, do
Hasselblad,
you
what
guys?
experiment?
Golly.
You
Hasselblad,
guys
Why do
don't
you
understand
wear the
simple
face that
things.
Fred made of you
It's
to make fun of you? Do you love
calm
that?
down, dude. Holy shit!
say
Tori
what?
Hanzo,
What-
50
what-
sex. Thanks for making us laugh here.
What,
Have
ex-
some
what, what
sex.
experiment? What experiment did they conduct to figure out the Earth was spinning? Hasselblad.
So you can do it at your own house with your own homemade
Holy
Foucault's pendulum, just a weight and a
Unreal.
string.
Okay,
And
Government
you can find
propaganda.
out,
I already did
and
that
you can
experiment.
find out what
It's
latitude
fake.
you live on. I know that hurts you guys, which is
I
why
did the
you
full
all
called
have to talk at
experiment.
the
It's
same.
fake. So try
Oh, it's
another one.
fake. How's it fake, Dead Wrong? Do
okay.
Because
tell.
Wait. No,
I'm
let's
telling
do
you
this
it's fake
slowly.
because I
Let's do
did
this
it.
slowly, man. We
How's
need
it
to slow
fake?
things down.
I
How do
performed
we
the
do this
experiment
experiment,
myself
Hasselblad?
How did you perform it?
Just
Do tell.
with the plumb bob on a 10-foot string.
Plumb bob on a 10-foot string, and how did you get it to swing? What did you do?
You pull it back. I drew it
Foucault
back
pendulum.
a good 5 foot, and then just let it swing freely on its own.
Okay, but
until it
how did
stopped.
you? What did you do after you
Did
pulled
the
it
Earth
back?
get it going, or
I
did
let
you
it swing
have
on
to?
its own. You know, I didn't interfere with
What
any
did you do
direction.
after you pulled it back? You just let it go?
I just let it go swing on
Okay,
its
so
own
you
freely.
already did it incorrectly, dead wrong. That's why
Okay.
it didn't work, because you
So,
didn't do it correctly.
okay, then what's the correct way then?
You have to tie it up. You have
Mhm.
to tie it up and let it settle, so you're not imparting any precession to it with your
Mm-hmm.
hand. So you
Yep.
pull it up back, tie it up, and then you can burn the string after it settles. Typically, like when they do this on YouTube and they're doing it to prove flat earthers wrong, they go overboard and they'll let it sit for like hours. So now it's just been
It should
pulled
be
back and it's
moving.
just sitting
It
there.
shouldn't
And
just
then they
sit there
burn the
for hours.
string and it starts swinging. And the
If the Earth's spinning.
precession, how did you measure to see if it had a precession or not, Dead Ron?
I had an object in the center. I had it. I let it hang until it stopped completely, and then I put a piece of wood where it was dead center, and then I swung it. I held it roughly 5 foot back, and then let it swing on its own weight to see
Okay,
if it
so
would
how did you know if
change.
it was precessing or not?
Because I would watch it every time it would go across the path of that piece of wood to see how far it deviated
You
from
know it's
where it
always
began.
going to cross the middle, right?
Right. So what are you telling me? Where
So
did it go
so
wrong?
it's always going to cross the middle, but then the line is going to radiate out from the middle at a different angle. And it's going to be a slightly different angle depending on where you live. So this is latitude based. It processes differently based on your latitude. And if you do it correctly, based on how much it processes over the course of 45 minutes, because you also have to let it swing for about 45 minutes, you
So
can
it'd be the
calculate what
fastest at
latitude
the
you're on.
equator, Hasselblad.
Almost like I wasn't finished, Fabulous, but I don't
I'll
expect
drop
anything
you. I
less from
don't
your
care.
remarks.
I got
Yeah, I know you
questions.
don't care.
Yeah, I do.
Because
Well,
our globe is cooked. Boom! Right?
Yeah,
yeah, because you
exactly.
admitted 3 months
Thank you.
ago that you observed the sun and it matched the
You
plat, and y'all
admitted
went,
it,
"Oh
Hasselblad.
crap, we can't tell him that." That's what he
What
said. We can't
what
tell him
annoys
that. But I
me?
was
What
in the
was
live,
wrong?
and he didn't see me.
Hold up.
He admitted it was
One
flat.
second. What was wrong with that question there?
I didn't even listen. I didn't hear your question, so I don't know.
I said it should move the fastest at the equator, right? It spins the fastest at the equator. And he got all pissed, butthurt.
Okay, it's 15 degrees per hour, so yeah. So dead wrong.
He said
What
it was
annoys
different.
me?
He said it was different depending on latitude.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So why is it 15 degrees everywhere?
Maybe he was just upset about getting interrupted. I don't know.
Did you suddenly get stoned or something? Are you stuck?
I mean, y'all just monologue. If someone has a question,
talking
you
to me,
just
Oswald?
stumble. I don't get it.
Mr. Not
Really
answer
not
a
a
single
dummy.
question all night.
He admitted it
Hey,
was.
Globey, I
What's
had a
annoying,
question
dead
for
wrong,
you.
is that you took the effort to do this experiment, but you didn't take the effort to research how to do it. Like you almost want to do it, but you don't want to do it enough to prove
From what
yourself
I
wrong.
understood,
All right,
from
now
the
we're
way I
just doing
understood
this
it,
for whatever
is
time.
if you hang it from a fixed point and then you swing it and then just let it go on its own.
You also have to take a look at how heavy your weight is and how long the string has to be.
So why does the website say there's an electromagnet inside the top,
No, that's the ones they
or whatever
build
that
that
is?
process for 24 hours, DJ. You can build one at home that's just a string and a weight.
Well,
That's the newer
Hasselblad,
ones that they
Fabulous, if
want
how
to
you
come you
want me
get
to.
display.
Okay,
pissed?
so how is it affected by
Hasselblad,
the Earth and not that
hold up
magnet?
1 second. Let me address Hasselblad and let him back up. Why do you get pissed every time I
I
ask you a
didn't get
question?
pissed. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is if I'm
I've
saying
been
something.
quiet. I haven't said much at all, dude.
Okay,
Nope.
but I was in the middle of saying something. You asked me a question
Yeah,
that I
but you'll
can't
go on.
hear
If I
like
don't
you're
stop
doing
you,
right
you'll go
now.
on for 30 minutes.
No, I
Yep,
wasn't going on
you're
for
just
30 minutes.
filibustering
It was
like Congress.
literally less than a minute. But if you want me to answer a question or you want Globy or
Well,
anyone
if I
to
got a
answer,
question, you
when
should
you
be able to
dropped me, you
answer it.
said all I did was ask a question. What was
I
wrong
just
with that?
proved to you I don't care about your feelings,
I don't
Hasselblad.
care about your feelings either.
I know,
I'm
but you're on my
purely here
live.
for the
What about
comedy.
that
You
sun
don't realize that
observation
by
two
now?
months ago?
Yeah.
This is
Well,
comedy for us.
then you can get
Yeah,
in the
but I
chat
got
and laugh.
comedy. What about that sun observation 3 months
All right.
ago?
So if
Well,
you
he
can
admitted
picture
it
it,
was flat.
Fabulous. If you
We're
can
gonna
picture it,
ignore that?
Fabulous. The Earth's spinning, and you have a pendulum here that's
Look at there's proof
that's
of
rotating
that's
back and
proof of
forth.
gumball right there.
Admitted our measurements.
Hold up, let him
Look at
talk,
that.
guys.
It's not even
He's
going to
got proof.
process at the
Look it.
equator
You got proof right there.
because
Look at you.
it's going back and forth this way. The Earth relative to it is not.
So it
who
wouldn't
do you
work
know?
at the equator.
Who do you know that did that Foucault
It
experiment?
gets more and more and
on the
more. It works
equator?
perfectly at the pole.
Globy, who do you know that did the Foucault experiment on the equator? Who do you know? personally?
My aunt Ida.
Yeah. So did your aunt record that?
No, it was before video. It's my great aunt.
Can you do it again?
As they say it
Sure.
spans 1,038 miles at the equator. How
Nothing
much is it
ever
span at the poles?
happened unless it was captured on video.
I would love to see it.
And if it was captured on video, it still didn't happen because
so dumb.
they don't believe it.
It's so dumb. Can you make a YouTube video? No, I can't make a YouTube video.
I showed them a video of a private rocket launch, and they nod it.
Danny,
so.
why are you saying anything?
It's mainly about what you're saying.
You made no contribution to the conversation, so just shut your
Fake
mouth.
a moon landing.
I'm talking to
video.
Globy, not you.
I don't care about videos.
Bro, just get a freaking telescope and look at the moon. You can see everything that was left up there. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't have a telescope. I guess I'll
Let me
lie.
see that.
That's what you do.
How you make a positive claim and you don't even have a fucking telescope, Danny? What kind of nonsense is that?
How do you know I don't have a telescope?
You just
To be
told us
fair,
you don't have one.
hold on. I'm
telescope.
I can buy it at a
I'm going to
freaking
defend.
Five
Hold on, I'm
Below.
going to defend the flat earthers here. In all fairness, because I'm such a fair person, Danny, that is incorrect. You cannot see the stuff on the moon with a telescope from Earth.
Oh, Globy, come on! He had to come in and save him. Dang.
Sorry.
Well,
I don't like misinformation on both sides. Look, that's a common thing people say that's wrong, but there are pictures of it.
Well, thanks.
Only from NASA.
Thanks for that,
No,
Danny. You can keep
India.
quiet for the next. You can keep quiet for the next 5 minutes.
Well, I've seen it.
Yeah,
so
that's
we'll
why
see
I
what's
asked you a
on
quick
that.
question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Now that we're talking about, now that we're being honest, Mr. Globy Globe.
Because we haven't been honest the whole time.
So now that you decided
No,
you
we
wanted
haven't.
to start being honest and called out Danny.
Oh,
for
what did
his,
I lie about? Please name what
No,
I
you
lied
didn't
about
lie.
tonight.
No, you actually called out Danny for his bullshit, but in doing that, you were actually kind of saving yourself. Though, it wasn't doing it to help flat earthers, as you disingenuously claim. So now here's the problem with the Foucault pendulum. Okay, now did you actually know the majority of times where this experiment has been recreated, right? The majority of times it's actually rotates either in excess or in shortness or in an opposite direction from the direction that it should have traveled according to the actual theory. Did you know that? The majority of times.
Cite your source.
And there's also times it doesn't rotate at all. Right?
Cite your source.
This is Globy. This is according to quote unquote scientists.
LBZ, I'm going to need a source on this claim first before you continue, please.
The experiment. No, I'm just giving you the rundown. We can bring all of this up because I know we need to take baby steps, Globy. Okay, we got to take baby steps for you.
Yeah, baby steps before you move on. Show your source of your claim
and digest these facts that I'm spitting.
You can just keep talking through my request, but it's not going to save you from not being able to provide your source.
So any of the unmotorized or the majority of the unmotorized Foucault pendulum
You're just going to repeat yourself again. Please provide your source.
Inconsistent. This is in the majority of times.
You keep saying the same words. Please provide your source. Okay? I'll just keep asking louder if you want.
Straight up facts. Anyone can look this up with the most simplest of searches, right?
Okay, I'll do a simple search right now.
Inconsistent in their movements.
Let's see.
Most guys,
I'm going
shut up, Danny.
And nothing came up.
Danny,
don't tell me to shut
put
up.
a sock in it, Danny. Why are you even still up on the panel? Why are you even still up on the panel?
Danny?
What's funny is he said I was a liar and then lied in his next sentence.
I'm shutting it down in 30 minutes, guys.
Yeah. So put a sock in it, Danny. You've already.
Did he say he's going to eat your face?
You've already debunked yourself. So you give so here's the thing: if you give a globe enough rope, they will debunk themselves. That's how it actually works. That's
I'm sorry. Do you have a source on your claim?
Right.
I don't even think Danny's a global.
You've already hung yourself, LBZ. So
dude, holy shit, dude. Anyway, listen.
I'm gonna bet your only source of reference is a flat Earth website. But please provide your source.
You can look this up, but this common language. So what you can do,
I say that because I just Googled it. The second reference after I Googled it is Flat Earth Wiki. And that's the only one I see that says that.
So you got to keep searching, buddy. You got to keep.
That says what?
This is common knowledge.
It says Foucault's pendulum is often seen to move in the wrong direction entirely. Blah blah
that
blah.
Is correct.
That is
correct.
Foucault's pendulum on Flat Earth Wiki.
But that is correct. That is correct.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the only thing flat earthers can ever reference. So please provide your actual source.
Therefore, this experiment is invalid. Okay, to demonstrate your rotation of the Earth.
I'm sorry. You're going to prove your first claim.
Looks like.
Well, I've already proved it. It's common knowledge. I mean,
you haven't proved anything.
This is
you're such a liar. I just exposed you as a liar, and you're not going to even defend yourself.
It's not.
You didn't expose shit.
You didn't do anything. You said words.
You've done absolutely nothing. So here's the problem. Okay, a globe head.
I can irritate you and make you worse at what you do. That's what I'm doing.
Shut up, Danny. So it's 20.
I don't think I will.
2025. Okay, it's 2025.
You don't get to tell me what to do.
And the only globe proof that the Earth is spinning is a ball hanging off a string from a roof. That's your proof that the Earth is spinning.
What are you talking about?
You don't have balls hanging off your dick, so
Danny,
that's not my problem.
Danny, do you love lamps? God, dude.
Come on, Dan.
I mean, that was pretty funny. But
and if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. But it has nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
For all the normies listening there,
pendulums all stop, even that one.
So just to be clear, you have no proof of your claim that the pendulum doesn't work.
What we just heard from Mr.
Yeah, multiple experiments prove that it's behaved differently.
Can one of you dinglings provide a source, yes or no, and I'll move on? Just say no and I'll move on.
All pendulums do that. They have to have
every single
to start them.
Just say no and I'll move on, because I'll beat a point to death, guys.
No, that's.
I don't think we're going to move on. To start the pendulum.
Can we move on?
To keep rambling and filibuster.
What better evidence do you need? What better evidence do you need than every
LBZ on TikTok telling me it's so?
The majority of all attempts at this Foucault pendulum will display those things that I just mentioned. Literally,
okay,
cool.
Can you show an actual experiment then where
go ahead and do it. I'm gonna do us the. How about you go ahead and do it and let's see you do it then. Since
Al, you have more
someone
than
mentioned that
on the equator.
Someone mentioned that their auntie did it right in the 1900s.
Someone said it's still wiggling. I could keep beating it. Okay. Any proof that your claim that most pendulums never work?
Any proof you've got that the Earth is spinning, Globey?
I'm sorry. You made a claim. Can you prove that, or are you a liar?
No. You made the claim, Globey. The claim.
Are you a liar? I don't show up with claims I can't prove.
No, Globey. You made the claim. Earth is spinning. That's a claim. Okay?
I'm sorry. I didn't even bring up the Earth spinning tonight.
You have to have an
that is the claim.
I didn't even bring up the Earth spinning tonight.
That the Earth is not continuing causing it to be in motion. That it has to be put back into motion.
That was
by
me,
an external
but
force.
Al, you also claimed that one of the tests to show that the Earth is spinning never works. So could you provide evidence for that claim?
No, Hassel, you're not really.
No. Obfuscate to a different point, LBZ. Go ahead.
The majority of attempts at this quote unquote.
Okay, so you're repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself.
In massive inconsistencies. Therefore, this cannot be used as an experiment.
So show us someone that has said that. Bring up a source.
Spinning. Therefore,
better yet, at the very least, just tell us what to type in.
Therefore, a real scientist, a genuine globe head, will not use this as experiment of Earth's spin.
Okay, LBZ.
DJ,
go ahead.
This guy, the Allais effect, named after physicist Maurice Allais, observed an anomalous precession rates and pendulums during solar eclipses. Phenomenon now termed the Allais effect. And that's just
Thank
one
you.
example.
That was during
In
solar eclipses. Thank you.
Well,
Next.
That's not most of
Exactly.
Concentrate.
That's one example you said didn't exist
Nope. He
at
said
all.
most
Now,
of
let me
the
go-
time they
we
never
can get
work,
more.
not on solar eclipses.
Well,
I
I'm
said
saying
most of
they
the
don't.
time
They're
they
not
show
directly affected at
inconsistencies.
all by Earth spin or
You're
any of that.
disingenuous,
They're
simpleton.
protected by external sources like me or the magnet up in the top of the Fulcrum's pendulum that keep it going. They all slow down and
Yeah.
stop.
Keep
You're
reading under.
saying that it keeps going
First of
because
all,
of the spin
keep
of the Earth.
reading. Keep reading underneath that. Okay. Lack of confirmation. Despite numerous attempts to replicate the Allais effect, many scientists have reported no changes in pendulum movement during solar eclipses. Has not been verified or confirmed by anybody else but that one guy. So anyway, and also that's only on solar eclipses anyway. He said most of the time.
Pendulum, so therefore, your Foucault pendulum is not a reliable experiment to prove the spin of the Earth. So don't
All right,
waste your time, Globy. You're not going to
All
fool
right,
anyone.
I'm done with LBZ. You got anything else? Anybody else?
Don't waste your time, Globy.
Yeah, I've been waiting to ask
Now,
a question.
accept that and move on.
I want to know the proper way to do the Foucault pendulum experiment.
That's a good question.
Look it up.
Apparently, we can't do it right according to LBJ.
Josh gave you a bunch of good.
His word for it.
That's why
Josh gave you a bunch of good tips a minute ago.
I was asking you in the first place how to exactly
LBZ,
do it,
you're done here.
The majority of times,
James has a question.
Inconsistent. Put a sock in it, turd.
Globy, you don't run this live. Shut the fuck up.
Either do you. He won't provide any confirmation from anything he
I'll tell
said
you what,
tonight.
I run it more than you, motherfucker. Shut up.
Do you, motherfucker?
God, I miss this, Globy.
Me too.
Quit acting like you run this live. Telling people they're done.
So Globy is suffering from a severe case of globalitis. Okay, because this is a globicity epidemic.
Are you okay, Icewall?
This is a globicity epidemic, which a lot of people are suffering from.
You're gonna be all right tonight when you go to bed, and you're gonna cry yourself to sleep about this.
So go ahead, Hassel. Go ahead, Hasselblad. How do we do the Foucault pendulum?
He's gonna wake up screaming reciprocal zenith angles.
So it doesn't show inconsistencies like it does the majority of times where it is attempted.
You still have yet to provide evidence for your claim that it shows inconsistencies.
Yeah.
See, this is what's weird to me, Al. You're coming up here and claiming you have evidence that destroys us, but it's not like at your fingertips.
Imagine the first thing he says he doesn't have a reference for.
You got destroyed a long time ago, Hassel.
Oh, I did? When?
Okay?
When did that happen?
Completely destroyed. Okay.
When did that happen? When you kicked me and blocked me?
You should be honored that we even allow you
live
on the panel.
I got a question.
This is for entertainment purposes only. When you see two globe heads like this up on the panel.
I got a question.
Yeah, imagine I had references to everything I said tonight, unlike you.
Hassel or Globy. So we made an observation from New Zealand to Dublin. They had the same sun in the sky. So do you think that's possible on your globe model? Because we don't think it's possible.
New Zealand to Dublin?
Yeah.
Dublin to Ireland.
They had the sun in the same sky, and that was 2 days ago, and we got it on video.
Yeah, sun setting for one and rising for the other, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not?
Because the curvature is...
I can look at my globe right here and almost see both at the edges of my vision here.
The Earth curvature. What does the curvature of the Earth have to do with that observation?
Because they think the sun...
really... Jesus.
You think the sun is right next to the Earth. So that the curvature of the Earth is blocking it for both people.
It ain't right next to it, it's above it.
They can't figure out that the sun is so far away.
Up and down, y'all don't.
I can't figure out the sun is so far away, but when I walk out from underneath the shade tree, I can feel it instantly. But if I get in it, if I get any rocket or anything and go straight towards the sun through our atmosphere, it gets colder. The weather the temperature gets colder. If the sun was true heat, why wouldn't it get hotter?
Yeah, here's Dublin. My finger's touching it, and then here's Ireland, right here.
Won't answer it.
I can tell you the answer for your question.
You
As you go higher in altitude,
it would be sunrise and sunset for both
The
locations.
sun
at
is
the same time.
local. It is a positive force. The Earth is a negative. It is a
Ice wall. The
conductor.
reason it
And
gets
when
colder.
that positive force gets to the Earth, it creates heat. That's why we have heat right next to the Earth, and it's not way up in the sky.
No. It's because there's
It's called
not enough mass up there
electrostatics.
to
It's called
transfer the energy
everything
of
you
the
guys
heat to your
deny.
body.
If you let me
Was
speak,
everybody
I'll
voting for top left? Everybody's voting for Fred for top left, right?
Oh, I did exactly what you said
I'm
with a
voting for
wink and a
me.
nudge. I made that.
But you're not there, so at least throw us a bone and vote for Fred.
Why?
He deserves the crown. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to go to MC Tune on YouTube. Top left, Fred.
Tune is a monkey.
left of the year.
Video made by
Aaron,
me.
are you-
You'll see it.
But I won in the next one. That's
May I ask my
Then you
question?
gotta
though?
try harder.
Well, you got to
Fred.
step it up. Yeah, you got to step it up.
Ice wall, I'm going to answer your question if you'd let me. As you go higher in altitude, the air pressure reduces and the gas expands. And as it expands, it draws heat from the surrounding area and becomes colder. That's why it's colder up a mountain. And that's why it gets colder as you go higher up, because there's a pressure gradient. That's the reason, okay? It's well documented. Look it
But
up.
if the sun was a burning gas ball radiating heat, that wouldn't happen. When the sun is just a luminary, a bright object in the sky like a spotlight, that will happen.
Why wouldn't it happen if it was the case? Can't
First
brush
of all,
over that. Can't brush
sunlight
over that.
wouldn't go through space because there's no matter in space, and light takes matter to travel.
Does it?
What?
What
That's
source is
why
that?
they tried to invent dark matter.
What source do you have for that? That's not why they invented
Aaron, now wait a second.
That's one of the reasons, because the globe was collapsing on itself.
This is very
they have
simple,
to invent new things to
Aaron,
prove the globe.
do we have
every
vacuum
day.
chambers? Aaron, do we have vacuum chambers on Earth? Can we see inside vacuum chambers if there's a window or we put a camera inside the vacuum chamber? Do our eyes or cameras need light in order to see inside the vacuum chamber? Is there a medium inside the vacuum chamber? Good golly,
Have y'all
man.
replicated a vacuum chamber that doesn't boil water at room temperature?
What about the rocket engine?
Now,
Stop! No, don't change the subject.
It did not even
Or an atmosphere in a
budge
vacuum
until the
chamber.
rocket
Aaron,
vacuum
come back.
chamber.
Aaron. Light in the vacuum chamber. He asked you a question.
How does a rocket work? Rocket
You
engine
said
work
light
in a vacuum
needed
of
a
space?
medium.
Tell me that.
Nope.
Answer me. How the hell does a rocket engine work in
Come
a
on, bro.
Got
Light
nothing,
and
glow
space, light
face,
and a
the
medium,
keys.
Stop
dude.
it.
Got
Light and a
nothing,
medium.
child.
Don't
Pay
run.
attention. Pay attention.
Don't run.
Grow up, glow face.
Light
Put the
in a
keys away.
vacuum. Can you see inside of a vacuum chamber on Earth?
Vacuum failure. It boils water.
The answer is yes. You know the answer is yes.
Nothing to do with water, DJ.
You
Holy
know light doesn't require
I
a
mean, you
medium
claim
to
an
travel.
atmosphere inside a vacuum. I'm just
You're talking about a mass advance of freaking infinite space compared to a chamber on Earth.
Yet
Get real,
we just
dude.
proved that light doesn't need a medium to travel in on Earth.
No.
What he compared was a vacuum to a vacuum. What does it care?
travels by
Who cares how big it is?
Radiation is the third way. There's three ways like that heat can travel, and one of them is radiation. The other two is convection and conduction. So you need to do basic physics first before you kind of open your mouth and make a fool of yourself.
We're way beyond basic physics here, or I should say, way before basic physics.
I don't think they agree with classical mechanics.
Yeah.
So if you had a hypothesis that the sun could not shine light through the vacuum of space, you would test that by building a vacuum and shining light through it. That's how you would test that. And guess what? Light shines through a fucking vacuum.
The vacuum isn't 93 fucking million miles wide, dude.
So fucking
Why
what?
does it matter?
Why
does it matter?
My argument: space can't exist. Can't have a void.
If light can't travel through a vacuum, it can't travel through a little vacuum. It can't travel through a big vacuum. It doesn't matter.
I know.
Isn't
You
a
guys have
void.
been trying to get to space for years. Since the
Space
fucking
isn't
Operation
a void.
Fishball and Domination.
What's really
Josh.
cool? What's really cool is I watched Fram 2 fly over my house today. I
Did you
watched
really?
a rocket get into orbit because it
The thing
flew
is, if you got a
south.
void, it's going to be
Yeah, it was going
Is that the,
right?
Is that the
It
north
wasn't
to
going
south
up. It was going
navigation?
It
across.
is, and we're gonna get
You'll
the
always be
nut-us from
screwed
that
on
when
that.
we see
Hasselblad.
Antarctica from space with
Hey,
the
hey,
Hasselblad.
people in the photos.
hey, guys,
You
you
can't have a
Do you
void.
guys mind if I ask my question now?
It's going to be filled with something unless you have a container, bud. Do you have a container around your
Space
vacuum
also
that you fill?
isn't a void, Fabulous. You do realize that, right? There is
I
matter
don't
in
know what it
space.
is, Hasselblad. Every time I ask you guys, you're like,
It's
well, it
not a
isn't
perfect
this and it isn't
vacuum.
this. So what is
It's
it?
not a perfect
What
vacuum.
are
It's
the
just
what are
an
the
area
properties of
of low
space?
pressure where all of the matter is
What are the
spread out
properties
really
of
far.
space, Hasselblad?
What?
it's just an area, man. It's not a magical thing.
Just an area.
Yeah, it's just
All right.
it's just
Sounds
stuff.
magical to me.
There's
Yeah,
stuff in
nothing
space.
is.
It's not a perfect vacuum. There's stuff in space. It's
No,
just
it
a lot
ain't.
less stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
You mean like asteroid
That's
belts
not
and
a
all that
perfect
shit?
explanation.
Like we should be running
No, there's
into it if
atoms,
we were
there's
flying
molecules
through an
in
empty
space.
space?
There's molecules in space. There's very,
How'd
very
they
few
get
of them.
there?
Do you agree
How'd they
that
get there?
God, I don't know. Tell me.
do we have an
Who cares?
asteroid belt?
Can James ask his question?
Yes, please.
Oh, go ahead, James.
He's been so patient.
Globy, would you mind assisting me by grabbing the big box, please?
What's her name? Sorry.
What's my name?
No, her name. It was a big box joke. Sorry. It's getting late. I can't give myself it. They have to give it to me.
Chloe? Are you agreeing to it?
Yeah, I don't care.
All right.
All right, so this is a legitimate question. Do you believe that the ISS feed is correct, that we're actually looking at the Earth?
The live feed?
Live feed, any photos that they show us?
Of course.
Okay. Can you bring up a photo of a mountaintop and show it at sunrise, please?
From ISS?
From the ground. Our visual perspective. To the best of my knowledge, heliocentrists believe that that occurs because the sun rays are coming over a curve, therefore it's hitting the top of the mountain first, correct?
Mm-hmm. Sunrise, shadow on clouds below. Yep. Like this. I have to do this.
Something to that effect. Yeah, something to that effect. So I think that's the sunrise is going to be hitting the top of the mountain, and that's because of the curvature, right? That's what you guys are saying.
It's casting the shadow upward on the clouds. Yep.
Right, but it's because of the curvature, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to that live ISS feed for me, or just a video of it, please?
I don't know. I don't think there is any current live ISS feed, is there?
No, they shut it down.
Yeah, if there might, there should be videos though.
Any
I
video?
appreciate you. Yeah, just any video is fine. I appreciate it.
I don't know what this is. Far TV. I don't know if I trust that. Hold on.
If you can find one with the Terminator line between the night and day, more specifically, please.
Terminator line? Man, you're getting fucking specific now.
I promise I got a point. It's a legitimate question.
It would have been better if, like, the whole time you were waiting to speak, if you could have found this, that would have been probably ideal. And then, like, been ready to, like, show it.
That's the Terminator line, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there's words over it.
So the Terminator line, in essence, it's the Earth is causing a core shadow effect. It's turning into the sunlight. And there's a very specific point that I want to point out.
Well, why don't you point it out while he looks for it, or we're just going to be sitting here for a while as he attempts to find it.
So if you look at that Terminator line during the ISS feed, whether it's a video or live, the Earth is turning into the sunlight. It's a core shadow effect. According to heliocentrists, the light hits the top of mountains first because the light is going over a curve, so it's going to hit something at a higher altitude. So during that live feed, why do we not see it light up like a Christmas tree along the Terminator line and seeing all these mountain ranges light up first?
It's
just
because there's no matter. There's no matter for the light to reflect off of.
No, the matter
all
is
you're going to see is, yeah, but you think you can resolve Mount Rainier from the ISS
mountain ranges,
with
which
the live
spans,
camera?
mountain ranges that span thousands of miles that are in elevation of thousands of feet. Yes.
But we're using a wide field of view camera here.
Are you saying that you cannot see mountain ranges from ISS?
So they would have to be over the mountain range. The mountain range would need to not have clouds covering it. They would need to be over it for that exact moment, and be in the field of view of the camera.
Okay,
and then it's still going to be pretty hard to resolve because it's a wide field of view.
But we're talking about seeing the shadow on the clouds, though, right?
No, we're talking
No,
about
he's
why we
talking
don't
about
see
seeing the
mountain
tips
ranges
of
lit up.
the mountains lit up.
Or even high structures such as skyscrapers.
Oh my God! A little tiny tip of a mountain.
Oh, well, you're saying that we can see city lights, but we can't see sunlight reflecting off of the top.
Because you're looking at the light source.
So you're saying that the city lights are more luminescent than the sunlight? Is that what you're saying?
Right. The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. So
Yeah,
if you want the mountain,
you're trying to crawl
if
your
you
way
want
out
the
of this.
mountain,
It's not live. It's CGI, bro. Come on, use your head.
Okay, so James, can you prove it's CGI, please? What analysis did you
Well, how
conduct to
about
prove
the
that
space
CGI?
That was his
And
analysis.
then the actual live feeds that show the fucking Earth moving way faster.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, take a
And
look
what
at
camera?
the
What
spacewalks,
camera
and then
were they
take a look at the
using?
live feed, and then measure how fast the Earth is moving.
Okay. What camera were they using? Does the field of view of the
What
camera
does it
matter?
matter?
Because it matters.
What does
It doesn't matter. He's trying to crawl his way out of
So,
it.
Aaron, hold on a second. Aaron, if I take you out to a NASCAR track
Have a good
and
night,
I
everybody.
stand you beside the track and I give you a wide angle lens and you point it at the track and you can see the cars going by, are they going to appear to move slower than if you're standing at the top with the spotters with binoculars and having to track the cars? If you just stand there with binoculars and hold them still, are they going to appear to move quicker
So
than
the
in the wide angle
ISS
lens?
is way closer when they're doing their spacewalks?
No, I'm saying the field of view of the lens matters.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
3-run for $5. Can't believe how
It
much
still
dumber
shows
TikTok
the same
flerfs are
curve,
from
so
YouTube flerfs.
apparently the field of view is the same. The only thing that is different is the speed
field
of
of
the
view
rotation.
is the same? Really? That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Aaron, you don't
Well, it's something
understand
to think
simple
about.
concepts.
It's something
What
to think
about
about.
when that?
Guys, I got to end the live. So,
Hey, have a good night, Fab.
Globey, are you going to bounce around?
Boo. Yeah, I'm going to see what else is out there.
I'll start one. I
I'll
don't care.
watch.
But hey, look, that's that
Sorry
photo
for
real
taking
quick.
over, man, but this is way too
Oh,
much
it's
fun.
fine.
Of
It's
the
great.
sun.
Man, oh man, that was fun. Super profound, Peter. Well, that was indeed fun. That was classic Flerfin. Ice Wall dude was a classic moron. Just fantastic. Everything he said was wrong. Everything he said was provably wrong. I gave sources for everything I said, and they still walked away claiming victory. See, now you guys are watching this, and for some of you, this might be your first time experiencing that. Maybe you don't have TikTok. Maybe you've never gone over there. Maybe you've whatever it is. You don't get that over here, obviously. It's just not set up that way. You can't get that, where people just come in and out of your live, blah blah blah. That's fantastic. And if you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. That something so satisfying about a room full of flerfs. TikTok flerfs are like traveling back in time to 2015.
Some of them are. Look, there's better ones than others. I'll give them that. There are. None of them were there tonight. DJ Dyko is... I don't even like talking to him anymore because I feel bad. I feel like there might be actually literally something wrong with him. But yeah, they can get good. These lives can get pretty good. I'm looking around. There's one guy here, but I don't think he's going to let me in. He usually doesn't let me in. And man, let me see if there's anybody I'm not following live. And what is this shit? You see fucking Terrence Howard is back. He's back in the limelight. Icy Spin, $2. Can you ask about circumpolar stars? I was going to. I saw your message. I would have if the live hadn't ended. Otto, $2. Ask ever Flerf what they pay for pad rent. They all live with their mothers. I tried to get some of these out during the live. I don't know how well that went over. So thanks for these. Be sure to tell these morons to vote for Fred for top left, majorcation. I should have asked them if they know what an anion is. Icy Spin again, $2. Ask them who they're voting for. I guess Nico. Yeah, they. Unfortunately, the Flerfs aren't all on board with voting. Icy Spin again. Using a vacuum cleaner in space creates atmosphere. Oh man, complicated topics. Steel City, JW. I got the big box joke. If it makes you feel any better, it does. Well, set no one got that. Otto, is Globey in Ohio or even a worse state? What does that even mean? I am from an awfully draconian state called New York. Dave McKee, ask them about Dave McKeegan's weather shown from ISS compared to reported weather by NWS. None of them want to touch that one. I haven't seen that one myself. I mean, they'll just say it's all... well, when you say no one will touch that, that's what I don't get. Like, they all will touch anything. They don't care. Their answer is it's a conspiracy, right? ISS was somehow being fed the data from the ground, and they were just feeding it back to match the real weather. You know, Boston concerts. Good luck, bud. I'm tired. Heading to bed. Always entertaining. Well, thanks for hopping in. Josh Ritchie, I know you. $1.99. Rewind. Yes, classic rewind. For all you that care, Josh Ritchie in the comments here. It was Hasselblad who was on that live. My throat is dry. I need some water. Me and him go way back on the TikTok train. That was definitely more reminiscent of the good old days, as we call them, where there was much more flirfing going on, and they were more receptive to letting us in. Now there's like a paywall. You can't get in those fucking lives, and if you do get in, they kick you very quick. New York, second best state for apples. Anyway, this Terrence Howard thing, man, he's solved the 3-body problem. Have you guys seen this? I can't wait for Fram 2. We'll see what happens with that. That looks cool. Geek. Jesus Christ, I need some more. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so he's claimed to have solved the 3-body problem that didn't need solving by inserting a 3-body problem in one of his stupid tetrahedrons. This guy is so full of shit. He's starting to show up on TikTok again, though. I was hoping he'd be gone for a while. Yeah. I might just switch back and chit-chat for a while. I don't see anybody. There's a couple of Glober lives. I don't see any Flat Earth lives. But, I mean, I could start a live myself and see what happens, but I don't usually get Flat Earthers in my lives. For obvious reasons. But maybe we'll try that one night. That might work out. TikTok is dead lately. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of them during the day, but maybe they're dying out, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Lack of entertainment, but it's good to see them go away. Like, really, could anyone with a brain have watched that tonight and sided with the Flat Earthers? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Discord? Yeah, I could start doing Discord. You know, I've been on a few of the Discords, and this is my problem in there. They're all so heavily moderated that, like in the 24/7 Discord, for example, they don't give, on purpose, just the Globers that join. They do not give any access to share any pictures, to upload a picture to the chat or share your screen or anything. Only the Flat Earthers have that ability, and they won't grant it to you. So it's like, I mean, I could go in there and just argue with words, but I don't enjoy, like, I'm a show you evidence kind of guy, especially with Flat Earthers, because they're very visual people. They don't do words well, right? Yeah, Discord's very hard. You know, they got the 24/7 Flat Earth, and they always have that live channel up, and there's like 30 people in there. They're all Flat Earthers. You go in there, and you're not able to share anything. It's crazy. But I don't know. It's probably other. I don't know what's like TikTok, not TikTok, X. Like, I don't know what goes on over there. I haven't even touched X as far as Flat Earth goes. They don't do too many syllables. Syllables. Yeah, I feel like if you say more than like 3 or 4 words to a Flat Earther, their brain immediately shuts off. They don't hear anything else. Like that LBZ guy. How easy it is to shut them down. You can't provide proof of that. Fucking made that shit up. Granted, I'm sure some Foucault pendulums, when you start them, don't work. Because nothing's 100%. There's human error, there's mechanical error, there's I'm sure a whole bunch of reasons why something might not work once in a while. But that's why you do things a lot of times, and then you average them out, remove the outliers, statistical analysis. Oh, please measure Maria. I would kill for Maria live right now. She was live earlier today. Ooh, who's that? She's live now.
I'm from Phoenix, though. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from? I'm curious. Where are you guys from? Y'all, 5,000 likes we're gonna be doing a giveaway. If you guys want a flash sale, let me know in the chat too.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to do a flash sale. You guys will get 2 card chaps. So 2 card chaps comes with it, one for you, one for a friend, maybe one for your desk, one for your car. You want to make sure. Can I have your hat?
You know, I've actually taken a lot of hate on here because
this project is amazing. I love it. Happy April Fools. Y'all, it's not even April Fools yet. You're trolling. You're trolling. It's 9/11 for me. 9/11
everywhere over this plane of existence.
Y'all, at 5,000 likes, we're gonna be doing a giveaway. We're gonna make sure that we give you guys the best deal possible.
But
oh, you're in New York City. That's funny. We aren't friends anymore.
Plenty of people.
You got cemetery?
Victim,
nah,
man, and they.
Why a big hat? This is a small hat, bro. This is a small hat, bro.
Traveling.
How can I buy it? Yo, right here in the TikTok shop.
That a lot of people.
Troy, can we make sure you get that in the chat?
By way of coercion. It's not forced.
You guys are from Wisconsin?
Doesn't mean that you got to do
so
it. That's
small.
on you if you do it. Then it
I need Troy in the chat.
If you subscribe.
I need one of my moderators here.
The way the words work.
I'll have to do it myself.
Because I keep telling everybody, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word.
Yo, where are you guys from? I'm curious.
The word is the first thing that was spoken, which is sound, and sound is created light. I tell people refute me all the time. Sound.
He was wild. New York, baby.
Because sound.
That hat. You guys like the hat?
Absolutely.
For real,
brother.
stop spamming.
Actually,
yo, what do you guys think about this product? It's called Car Chat. You guys ever had your lip balm melt on your car? This is what the solution is. So
99% of the population.
So like,
God damn it! I lost my desktop audio.
To the left. He was like, oh, it's too rough.
That's interesting.
Apple user 998227. What is up?
Yeah.
I'm an Apple user.
Maybe it's because I'm not on this thing.
AirPods. iPhone.
Switch it to this. Now you guys can hear it.
Insight that comes to us to give us the answers. We don't fucking ask questions like what the Globies do, but have that connection to the ether. Now the ether is everything that's around us. That is consciousness.
The ether is consciousness.
God is known as also consciousness, bro.
Oh boy.
You see what I'm saying? So if you got consciousness in you, you breathe in God. If you are created in the image of He, which is the higher energy, H, higher, E, energy. See, if you look at this thing on a higher level and a higher plane, different apart from what they gave us to a exoteric way of looking at God, then we see it esoterically as we have been told by all of the prophets.
I think this guy might have me blocked,
to look within. Now the temple is right here in the head connected to the brain connected to the mind.
We got
the
chakras.
chakra that is above that, which is the crown chakra or the coronavirus. Bitch ass motherfuckers came up with the bullshit trying to fuck with my crown. Bitch, you ain't fucking with my crown.
Fuck with me. Bruh, I was sitting on this yesterday.
This is what it is right here. If we understand how this shit goes on a spiritual level, more than what they taught us, then we will have more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding floating between us and everybody who's attracted to that. Because knowledge is like a magnet.
Yes.
It attracts you. The interest of truth attracts you. You're trying to search for it. You gotta knock.
Happy New Year, Shen. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year's, everybody. Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Right? April 1st. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We ain't no fools. See, that's the
Ain't
thing.
no
They
fool.
fooled
That's what
us
it
all
was.
before. And now we
That's why
waking up.
yeah. And they can't stop us collectively. I feel like
Yeah.
you mentioned more and more.
We can't stop them
The
Right.
light
collectively.
is seeping through the
Yeah.
darkness now. Because the light exists within the darkness all the time. And
I can
it's
see if
like
he'll let
you
me
can't,
in.
no matter how closed the place is, one little itty bitty piece of light's gonna come through there.
Solipsism
I'm
will
telling
not
you.
let me in.
Light will get through there. It's just, if it's a little bit, that's all you need to see.
Shannon
That's
might
it.
let me in. I think he
So
blocked me though.
the energy of God is existent in the blackness of your mind. That's
Change the hat first. Lily, you want to take over for a bit? Just a little bit, just a little bit. I need to get a different hat.
Doesn't say he's live. Which one is he? This one? No. Maybe it's his other account. What about Jerica?
You need to know that vitriol, that anger that you normally see from me, that's all in.
Shop, good trouble.
I'd like to hear from the verdants today. If you request, I would be more than happy to give you like the latest messages I've gotten.
Sometimes this is flat Earth.
You can ask questions in real time. I do have the equation for 0-point energy, which is pretty neat. If you would like to see that. I find that fascinating personally. And I'm not going to gatekeep it.
Yeah, maybe I'll try
It's still coming. Like, it was weird at first. I thought everybody thought I was crazy talking out the
Anybody
side
want
of
to
my
come
neck,
into
but
chat? Oh,
don't matter what everybody else think, man. It's about what you think and believe. That's the first thing you definitely gotta find yourself.
yeah. That's what I told him. That's what I told him. See, he's up here asking mad questions, and I don't think he took a note at all. You know how much things I wrote down since how long I've been on? I think I've been on. Let me tell you how long I've been on. I've been on 14 hours again today. So look, I've been taking notes off and on when I'm on. Like, I listen to what people say. So when I
threw
next
down
time they speak of this, I'll have a little
ready
more
for
verse
it.
on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
give more conversation. You know, more light. It brings more sparks. So like if I spark something and someone understands about that subject, then we'll speak more on it.
And that's what simply I was trying to do when old boy was talking about the airplanes. I was like, man, you can't just because you think you know something about something, that don't mean you know everything about it. Like, I don't even work on planes, and I kind of figured that. So I'm not trying to cause no rift, man. Just
what do you think? Should I go in?
somebody else out before you shut them down. Be like, no, I'm not. No, I'm there every day. There every day.
Go in or go to
Well,
bed? What do you guys want?
Okay. So this is psychological because people are trained to listen to respond instead of to listen to understand.
Yeah.
So that when
I
we
used
say,
to tell my ex-wife that all the time.
yeah, and when you can notice that because of the way they comport themselves whenever dealing with an exchange like this. Because
there's not one flat earther who's
if
ever
you
listened to
are just going to
understand
refute
anything.
something and you yourself know that you haven't really had anything to do with that, then
I don't know if he'll
you're
let
going to
me
be
in.
wrong.
I'll try though.
That's
I'll
just
try.
wrong
Let's
right
go.
there.
I'm gonna go
First
in.
of all, whether
I'm
it was
going
right
in.
or not that it was a refute, but
Waiting in the box. Uh-oh, I'm in.
In their shrine, they would like just praise that little corner you got compared to what they got. So good job, good job.
So what's on your mind
Now,
today, bro? Why did you name yourself Globy McGlober Face?
I mean, that's not my name.
Who? Yeah, I know, but why would you name yourself that?
So I mean, it was kind of random. When I first got into this, I guess I didn't have a name. I don't even know what my name was. And I saw someone I was chatting with a friend on YouTube or whatever, fellow Glober. His name was Bodie McBoatface. It's like some reference to UK. It's a UK reference, I think. Pretty, guys, I don't know, maybe you guys remember it. Like they held like a contest to name a new ship. And obviously they failed miserably because everyone voted for Bodie McBoatface as the name. It was like an internet failure, an online vote thing that just got out of control. So I don't know. I didn't even know that reference at the time, but I saw his name and I just thought to myself, Globy McGlobeface. It just fucking got in my head and I made my name.
All right, so you
No
a
like
globe?
profound meaning.
You believe the globe is what we live on, sir?
I believe it. Yeah. I mean, I know it, but yes.
You know it? How do
Yes.
you know such a thing? Because in order for you to know that it's a ball, we would have to had come off of the ball.
Okay.
No.
I mean, you don't have to, but that's one way to do it.
Well, how would you? What's another way to determine that we're on the ball other than what they gave us, and then the fact that you would have to come outside of that ball to see it as a ball?
Measure the ground.
So you measure the ground. And
one way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So your measurements have gotten you to the conclusion that we live on a curved surface that actually wraps into a ball, sir?
Yes.
Wow.
Have you ever heard of reciprocal zenith angles?
Interesting. No. Teach me about this.
Sure.
But it sounds familiar.
Okay. So
Reciprocal zenith, the highest point. Reciprocal.
Well, zenith.
Have you been
Zenith
hanging
just
out
means
with Mike Snow? Have you been hanging out with Mike?
I know who he is. I don't hang out with him.
I'm just curious. Okay.
Zenith just means above your head, right? Zenith is straight above your head, 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground. Okay, that's your zenith is straight up. So if you have an object on the Earth and you make it plumb to the Earth, so it's straight up and down, its zenith is straight up, and you have another object a certain distance away that's also plumb to the ground where it is. Okay, those zenith angles, those angles going directly up away from them, right? Those should be parallel if the Earth is flat. This is the hypothesis. The Earth is flat. Okay. If the Earth is not flat, if it's a curved surface, these two things would not be parallel. They'd be angled away from each other, right? The Earth's a globe. Be better if I had my pen. The Earth's a globe, right? These two things would be at some angle away from each other.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right? That's the hypothesis. So then what you do is you measure it. You take a theodolite, which is plumb to the ground. It's plumb to the Earth. That's what it's actually measuring from its zenith, which is directly above its head. You measure to the other object.
Wrong.
Okay, where am I wrong? How am I wrong?
So first of all, you have to.
You didn't even let me finish, but tell me how I'm wrong, Joey.
Before you go,
level
before you get them horizontal, Globy, I didn't understand what you said. I wrote it down. Opposite zenith angle, right?
All right.
I didn't understand that at first. Hold on. Or reciprocal. So I got that too. Reciprocal. Right. So now I didn't understand that at first, but now that you started to talk and you're speaking of the ball, I'm thinking about how you would have to measure that because you are on the outside of the ball, correct?
No, you're on the ground. What do you mean?
Yeah, wait. Okay. A sphere geometrically would make the sphere a solid. So that means we would have to exist on the outside of the sphere, right? So you're making your measurements from the so-called land that exists on the outside of this ball, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you realize how stupid that sounds?
Maybe to you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just as long as you realize. Go ahead, horizontal.
So why does it sound stupid? Can you elaborate on why it sounds stupid?
Wow.
Not wow. You just said it sounds stupid. I mean, why does it sound stupid to you?
That's
it's a fair question.
That's my piece. I'm gonna let horizontal
So no elaboration on why it sounds stupid.
I'll get back to you. I'll let you.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
It's a weird thing to say, Shan.
No, I'm telling you, it just the fact that you know that you are on the outside of the sphere, the ball.
Why is that weird? I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is this may be easier to understand in a graphical way. Okay, two objects plumb to the ground. Okay, these are both plumb lines, right? If the Earth is flat, these are going to measure 90 degrees because it's literally on flat ground. Literally on flat ground. So you're looking from one thing to the other thing, they're 90 degrees. If
I
the
think
Earth
that
is curved and they're tilted away from each other, as would be expected on a ball, they're going to measure more than 90. So if they measure
yeah,
more than 90,
I
like in
think
this example, 90, 94 degrees in
right.
3 minutes, then the Earth is not flat.
I agree with you with that. We
Okay.
agree that that's how it would be if that representation of what you got. But
Okay.
you got to understand also that the Earth does have, bumps, bruises, hills, valleys, plateaus.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Because if one side is up on a mountain, one side could be up on a mountain, right? And that angle decreases by 30 degrees. The other angle is going to increase by 30 degrees.
There's no straight
You
angles in nature, bro.
realize
There's no
that you
straight
just
angles in
said
nature.
it didn't matter. So when you say it didn't matter, bud, now we got to go spiritual. And I doubt you could reach my spirituality. If it doesn't matter, because mind over matter, sir. And if it doesn't matter, which is what we're talking about, the physicals, the physics of this world, you're saying it doesn't matter. You're fucking up already, bud. That's why I said I'm going to let
I'm saying it doesn't matter because if you move one, if I have 90 degrees between two objects and I move one up 20 degrees, this angle is going to decrease by 20. This angle is going to increase by 20. So you end up with the same 180 degrees.
Let me chime in real quick. There is no.
It doesn't matter if one's up or down. That's what I'm saying.
There are no
It doesn't
straight
matter.
angles in nature, bro. There is no true 90 degrees in nature.
It's a fantastic addition to the conversation.
I'm just saying. The reason why I say that is because you were saying put one on a mountain. That mountain's not completely flat. It's not gonna measure 90-degree angle because it's not completely flat.
If it's plumb, both things are plumb. Do you know what plumb means, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
So that means those things are perpendicular to the ground. It doesn't matter if you're on a mountain.
Don't mean a straight 90 degrees. True
Certainly
90
does. 100% does.
There's no straight angles in nature, bro.
The definition of plumb is that it's 90 degrees to the ground.
There is no straight. Okay.
Your wall, the wall in your room right now is plumb to the earth.
You know why?
That's 90 degrees.
Because it's man-made.
Your definition's incorrect, Globey. It's in your scenario, it would be 90 degree. It would be 90 degrees to your tangent, not to the ground.
No.
Yeah, because that's
to the
what
ground
I'm saying.
where you're standing, where you're measuring it.
No,
it's not to the ground because the ground can be angled. It's to the tangent of the arc.
It's to the downward.
There's no straight angles in nature, nowhere. You will never see a 90-degree mountain straight, flat on the bottom, and straight upside.
Oh, okay. So what does that have to do with the conversation?
Because
we're talking about two man-made things here.
But it's not. I'm just saying it's not to the ground. It's just to the arc. It's to the overall arc.
Okay.
What you're claiming.
Yeah. Call it to the tangent. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about two man-made objects. We're not talking about nature, Cal.
The Earth is nature, bro.
We're not talking about that. If you put two things on the Earth that are 90 degrees plumb to the Earth.
But we're talking about the Earth. What's man-made you're talking about? Which part is man-made? What's the part?
Talking about measuring. If you want to measure the ground.
Exactly. So you just debunked your whole conversation, bro.
It's the ground that we're
measuring. Yeah.
Measuring. Yeah.
And it's and you're
so we place in two theodolites that he gets line of sight on each of them.
You place an object on the ground. Two objects, a theodolite and a target.
Yeah.
Okay. And you point this theodolite at the target. Okay. If these are angled away from each other, you're measuring Earth's curvature. You're measuring the angle away from
the curvature of the surface.
Not the surface. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, there's no straight angles in nature. The one part may be off a little bit. Just because it's tilting a different way, don't mean there's a curvature though. The surface.
Yeah. I think what he's
certainly does
is where are you getting? How are you proving it's plumb? Is what I would like to know. How are you?
Because both things are level. You agree level exists, right?
Well,
I agree level exists. How are you plumbing the two objects?
The building would have been
theodolite
degrees off of them.
On the level.
Yeah, theodolite has a level on it. It's also calibrated to be plumb with the Earth. That's what it does.
Now, hang on a second.
I understand the theodolite. I'm talking about your target.
So if your theodolite,
the target you level, it has a base.
Yes. The theodolite itself, okay? You level the theodolite you don't plumb a theodolite. If you've
you level theodolite.
If you've 100% accurately leveled your theodolite, it gives you a 100% perfect horizontal reference, and in turn, that is a 100% plumb reference. Okay, so again, to have that around a curve is where the issues lie, right? Because
you don't have it around a curve.
The whole up and down issue. So what you're trying to claim, right? So let's say this observer is standing in between two buildings, right? Those two buildings would be dipping away from the observer, right?
Yeah.
This is what you're trying to claim? Now,
that's the hypothesis on a globe, right? Those two buildings would be tilted away from each other.
Okay. So now, where in reality, so land surveyors use what's called the Harn network. It's an A and B system. It is all over the world. Okay, just in the United States alone, for you guys down there, there is 168,000 targets that, if you mess up or mess with, it is a chargeable offense, right? Because these are their fixed reference points. Now, these two systems, A and B, are horizontal references. Because again, when we use a theodolite, we use it to measure horizontal angles and vertical angles. The dip that is mentioned, when you set up a theodolite and you are at a beach, you are setting it up to your eye level. Whether you are 5'4", 6 foot, whatever you are set at is where you are setting that theodolite. You have created your horizontal plane of view. You spin that theodolite in a 360 degrees, that is 100% level, 100% in a 360 degree. That dip angle, especially if you're down at the ocean and over a body of water, will never change. Now, when you get back to land, well, hey, you ain't got no dip angle because it's coming above, right? So theodolites, you guys should never bring this up. And I really hate to say it, and I've tried mentioning to your anti-flat earther theodolite.
I like the way you giggle. You have no idea. He hasn't even said anything yet, Chant. And you're giggling as if he's right.
What do you mean I haven't said anything?
It's so funny.
Told you. So again, our whole system
so entertaining.
A horizontal reference.
Yeah, the horizontal of that observer, right?
The horizontal reference will never turn into a ball.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
A horizontal reference will never wrap around a ball. So this is it. You have your x-axis, you have your y-axis.
Wow.
On a sphere, where is your x-axis and your y-axis?
What does that mean? Woo-hoo. They're different for every observer.
Oh,
that is the point.
We have an x and y axis.
That is 100% the point, because when you measure,
where's an x and
y
axis?
You asked me a question. When you measure those two things from the ball, from the tangent of the ball where you're standing, what do you mean? Wait, are you where you can't have straight lines on a ball person? Is this where we're getting at?
Man, I would debunk the curve for all y'all right now.
I would really like
my
you to,
truck.
I would like any of you to actually address the points I made.
Sir,
that would be awesome.
Let me ask
you haven't made one point, dude.
Okay, so when you establish your horizontal from one theodolite, you have the theodolite, you establish your horizontal. That horizontal should be pointed directly at the target. If the target is the same height, elevation, exactly the same as that theodolite, that horizontal should be the same. I agree with you. However, when you measure it, it is not.
So
it debunks what you just said, because when you measure it, it is not. It doesn't hit the target.
So that is now man-made problems, right?
They're why are they man-made?
That is now man-made problems because in Globy, I now urge you. So we could go get an elevation app, okay? If you want to bring up a theodolite, so go get an elevation. Now, go to a Great Lake. Get me the shoreline elevation from sea level for all Great Lakes and make that match your globe model, please.
Why are you asking me that?
Because, like I said, surveyors use the fucking Harn network. It is an A and B system. They are horizontal references.
Those are horizontal references. We're talking about leveling.
Perfect.
We're talking about vertical references.
Perfect. And the whole
Not even bringing up horizontal. Why do you keep saying perfect?
Horizontal reference.
We're not talking about horizontal references.
When you are now using a theodolite at a distance, right? So
Bub, you're melting.
You're not using a theodolite to measure 10 miles either, my guy.
We're not measuring 10 miles.
Your back's against the wall, bud.
So again, right?
I'll show you a proof of what he said is wrong. Right here. So he's got words. I got proof. I have a level, auto level here. Here's the bubble level. And when you look through this auto level, your horizontal is way above the horizon.
Is that
your horizontal plane will always be above the horizon? Absolutely. Yes, because you have created a horizontal plane to the water.
Oh, I thought horizon rises to your eye. There's the X right there. See the X?
I'm the wrong person to talk about that because I tell flat earthers, stop claiming it raises to the eye. It raises up to your tangent. So if you were to raise yourself in elevation, Globey, that horizon line rises up with you. But guess what? The distance to that horizon is much greater. Right?
Distance
Not
to it.
because
The
it's
drop,
dipping down away from you.
the
You can
dip
never
angle
see
increases.
around a ball. No,
The dip angle increases.
does not increase. Globey.
Well, you
This
say
is the
that.
problem. So Globey
Right. You go out to
McGlobeface,
8 inches
go
per
ask your
mile
land
square.
surveyors. No,
So
Nathan,
here.
hang on a second. So you
Here
can
you
go to the lake that has an observation deck. Go put yourself on the water. So whatever your height is, set that theodolite up. Okay, you're gonna get a dip angle of about 2.4 degrees. Okay, now you could go to that observation deck, put your fucking self up 100 feet up in the air, and guess what? Your dip angle is still gonna be that angle. Why? Because
not.
that distance to the horizon is
100% is not.
further.
It's 100% not going to be the same dip
is.
angle.
Sorry, bud. Welcome.
Sorry,
to
bud. Show me your proof of that.
Show me your proof that it curves.
I'll show you proof that dip angle increases with altitude.
Show me your proof.
100%. Dip angle increases with altitude. 100%. I can show you proof of that.
Show me.
I will.
All right, give me a
Hey,
big
if you
box.
guys want, I will
Why
turn my
is
camera
that?
on. I will go get in my truck, and I will show you 6 miles where you can see a
Can you
flashing
put that
light
back
that should
up?
be
I was looking
24
at that.
foot under the curve.
I was
and I can
looking at that.
watch
Hold
me
up.
drive all the way to it.
I'm looking
6
at that,
miles
Katie.
away.
I got you.
Globey, why
So-
does
so-
horizon angle dip or dip angle increase with altitude? Why does it? Is it possibly because the atmosphere dictates that horizon? The higher you go in altitude, the less dense the air, so it doesn't come up as much. Because it sure shit ain't curve, I can tell you that much. But have you actually looked at
Why?
that?
Because you decided it's not curve?
No,
It just
because
happens to dip
that's
at the angle rate of a globe?
Well, just because somebody somewhere knows the math behind it, Globey, it's obviously a lie perpetrated, right? But does
No,
that
it's not a lie perpetrated. You've
air-
decided it's a lie. You should let the evidence guide you instead
It
of
does.
concluding what you want and then backing into
No,
it.
it's not. It does the air get less
Yeah.
dense the higher you go, Globey?
Yeah.
Okay, is refraction stronger the more dense the air is?
Refraction stronger?
Is or not stronger? Is does it increase the more dense the air? Yeah, sorry, stronger is a bad word.
Yeah, stronger is probably a bad
Okay,
word.
so yeah, you get more refraction the more dense the air layer, right, or the atmosphere layer. Yes, we know this. Okay, so what makes sense here, Globey? What's happening?
So we have 3 people in here with 3 different answers already. Okay.
Oh,
So
well, this is,
you're now saying it's actually does lower with altitude, but it's refraction.
I've said that always. I actually didn't.
No, that's fine. I know you'd have.
Right.
You've been consistent on that. I just want to point out that I've gotten different answers from various people in here. So Chewy says that it does rise to your eye. It's always the same dip angle, regardless of altitude. You have a different answer.
Again, you don't listen.
You
Because
all
I
have
tell
different
flat
answers.
earthers-
You're not listening, bud.
Bobby,
No,
I tell
that's not what
flat
he said.
earthers to stop saying it rises to your eye level. Because it doesn't.
Yeah,
It
you're saying it's
rises
consistent
with your-
though.
It rises with your tangent.
Yeah, but you said it's consistent. It's always the same.
If you rise up, that horizon will rise with you.
Yes, you
So
guys, I
that's
just
your
said that and you
curve.
said I'm
So
wrong.
that is
I'm
your
agreeing with
curve.
you.
That is your curve unraveling. Right?
I agreed with what you
So
just
we can
said,
see
and you
further.
said I was wrong. You said
Yes,
the
because
horizon
it does not
always
rise-
rises with your eye.
No,
it's just
it does
not at your
rise
eye
to
level.
It does not
It's
rise
below
to
your eye level, but it's always
You can stand at the beach
Holy
and it
fuck's
won't
sake,
come to
guys.
your fucking eye level.
Guys, you need
Yes.
I can't have a conversation with children. This is crazy, okay? I
You're
just
a
agreed
child.
with you.
You're a child, Globy. Stop it.
If you're going to say
If you agree
I'm
with me,
wrong
then why do you
after I
cry? I'm
agreed with you.
saying It comes up
Stop
to your eye level.
crying.
No, it doesn't come up. I didn't say it came up to eye level.
No,
you
but
said
you
it
said
always
I
rises.
explained it.
Hello, can I at least
Stop-
finish my sentence?
Stop crying first.
You said
Thank
it rises with you with altitude, and the dip angle will always be the same. I just said that a second ago. You said no, and then you said that exact same thing.
All right, so agree to agree.
Right?
Disagree that.
No. My point is, he says it always rises. She says it doesn't.
Wait.
So which one is it?
Wait. When we say it always rises to the level of the eye, it is a little bit below the eye level. I
Okay,
agree with
that's what Chewy's saying. She's
Well, I
saying it
agree with that.
lowers, but she's
What
saying it
lowers?
gets lower as you go
What?
higher because of refraction. So who's right?
I don't think that's
Which one of you flat earthers are going to take a stand and say you're the right ones?
She said it was.
I mean, I don't want to.
It's 100% what she said.
Okay.
Like when you're trying to figure things out, like people are going to have different
Yeah.
ideas about things.
Yeah, let
Does
her-
that make sense?
Yeah, but you're all right. You understand the craziness of it? You're all right.
No,
Yet you
I'm
all
not
have
saying
different
that. I just don't
answers.
want to tell someone that like they're wrong. You know,
They're
like,
not
I'm
wrong.
Not the,
You don't
I'm
have
not the one to
different
do that.
answers.
I'm
They
not
might
saying
not
that.
have the full, full amount of the answer. Like, you know what I mean? They're not all just completely wrong. Different shit is saying different stuff. So we have to try to understand it from different.
Well, which one is it? Which one is it?
No,
That's
it's
all I
not.
want to know.
It might not be one. It might be more than one reason.
Well, since I didn't hear everybody else's, like, then it's not me being personal. I would say it's fucking the atmosphere. The horizon is dictated by atmosphere. We fucking know this.
Okay,
We're
but if
actually-
we go up in altitude, this is the problem. If we go up in altitude and we measure it, because you can do that. I know you guys are anti-measurements, but if you measure the horizon dip, it's not always the same as Chewy said. That's measurably incorrect.
That was a low
And I'll
blow.
show you that right now. I'll show you examples of
I can
that.
show you guys some evidence that shows no curve. If y'all want me to, I'll get in my
Fantastic.
truck right now. I'll turn my camera on. I'll drive 6 miles down the road, and you can watch this blinking light that's in my town. 6 miles away, it's 17 foot off the ground.
Let's
It
go.
should be. It's 24 foot of curvature in 6 miles, roughly, right?
Well, if you could do it, go handle it. We here.
Yeah,
And in
yeah.
the meantime,
I'll do it.
Go to the light, measure the height of the light from the ground.
meantime, hold on. In the
Okay.
meantime, Globy, you melting. Your back's against the wall, bud.
Shan, you can pretend I'm melting and pretend like
telling
you guys are
No,
just like
you know
destroying
you're
shit.
melting.
It's
Bro.
sad when you guys claim flat smacked
Self-destructing,
victories
bud.
when you've been destroyed.
No, you.
It's
you
sad.
Where have
self-destructing
you
slowly,
destroyed me,
bud.
Globby?
You haven't addressed reciprocal zenith angles yet, buddy. So I can disprove everything you said right now.
It's on the
So,
screen.
You're
It's
trying
on
to
the
claim that
screen.
buildings
You
tilt
wanna
away
say
from
that
each
right
other,
now?
but they don't.
Here, I'll show you everything you want to show. But let's give me the big box.
Okay, Globy.
She's
Shoot yourself in
got
the
she's
foot.
got reciprocal dip.
Yeah,
what,
I've had it
dip
up
angles?
here, but I'll
She
let
had
him
it up there for the past 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
What'd she have?
See,
Oh, you
you're not
didn't see that
even
the whole
looking.
time?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're melting, bud. You're not even paying attention.
Because she had a definition up behind her.
She had the
What
box,
is that?
the big box, talking about the same shit you about to talk about now.
No, she's not.
Oh, I am.
Absolutely not.
Well, she had it up.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yes, I
It's
am.
up.
Oh, yeah.
So show me the calculations of refraction that exactly measure the globe, because it's impossible.
No, it's not.
I want to
actually.
see your index of refraction that doesn't change day to day as it would based on temperature and
It does.
atmospheric conditions.
But you
But
gotta
when we go
understand
up in
that.
altitude, there's horizon dip, as I'm showing right here. This is horizon dip measured 3.3 degrees at 46,000 feet.
Holy shit, that's a whole degree more than on the ground.
That's measures what the
whole
globe
degree-
expects,
a whole
Chewy.
degree more. That's what the globe expects?
That's because they know how light bends.
So what, how much?
Horizon dip, increasing with altitude, 4.8 degrees.
So you want to use these degrees, right? So you see my observations, right? How come again my observations disprove your degrees?
They don't. What observation?
Oh, but they do.
The one where you lied about your seeing Toronto, that one?
Oh, I lied about it. Dude, I got
more
fucking videos.
More proof. Yeah, we can go over that one in a second. Ground level. There's level with the ocean, right? Ground level. We go up 1,200 feet. Suddenly, those levels are above the horizon. You go up to 5,600 feet. Suddenly, those levels are above the horizon even further.
Let me put this in the big box. Let me put this in the big box. Go back to that one before. Yeah, go back to this shit real quick.
I'm at it.
Big box. 58 people up in here. Please look at this.
I'm at it. What do you want to see?
No. Reverse it just a little bit, please. Just a little bit.
Ground level.
Wow.
And if
you guys see this?
Do you know how a gun operates with sights, right? 2 sights, and the third sight's your eye.
Why does that line up with the horizon then?
These are lining up
because we're at the ground. We're at sea level here.
You're not on the water.
It's close. This is not a precise instrument. You can see it's slightly above, like just slightly.
So are you using this as the?
No, this is proof the horizon drops with altitude, as you said it doesn't. Chewy said it doesn't.
So like I said, you got a drop of about 2.3 or 2.4 degrees.
Yeah.
At a 6 foot observer at the water, and you just shouldn't be that line up with the horizon.
It's slightly above. This is not a precision instrument, dude. It's slightly above.
I know it's not precision because you can move that camera.
Look, it's slightly above.
You could move that camera and line it up.
Shan, you're just trying to gaslight, bro. Is this all you got? Is gaslighting?
I'll give you $100, man, on that second one.
All you do is gaslight. Make a point against something I'm showing, Shan.
Zoom it back in. I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
I'm looking at that.
What do you want to see?
That you're saying, but I'm trying to look.
So that's the slightly above the horizon there.
Go to the second one, Globey. Go back to
and you guys can't tell. You guys can't see that this is getting higher with altitude.
Yes,
there's the horizon.
$100. We're talking about a pew pew, right?
There's the horizon here.
Horizon dip is attributed to observer height, so you have that, and then of course the less dense air. But thank you for making my point.
Of course, less dense air.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thanks so much. You're actually just proving yourself wrong here. But
do you know how open sights work, Global?
Okay, so we're all in agreement that horizon does drop with altitude. Now it's just why.
As long as you're okay with that, right?
Yeah, you have.
Well, you are, but Chewy doesn't think so.
That's how science works, kid.
Go back.
No, I'm asking you if you're okay with that, right? Because
horizon drops with altitude. Yeah, it's not because of refraction.
Yeah, but did you? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Is Chewy in agreement that the horizon dips?
Oh no, but it's
with altitude.
I always told you the horizon will always dip from your eyes.
That's another troll.
You said it doesn't change though. You said it's always the same amount.
Okay, so you keep saying that, but can we move on and explain?
No, I don't want to move on. This is the point. I want someone to admit something before we move on.
We admitted
totally destroys your big ball theory. That's what I'm talking about. What's causing the horizon? What's causing the dip?
Yeah,
right? That's what I'm talking
he found out, and now he's trying to get the why for us to agree with him.
Well, I don't think he found. I think tomorrow he's going to say it rises at the same amount, no matter height.
Everything else. The horizon will always rise with you. It will never rise to your eye level. Now, the apparentness of the horizon will always change due to atmospheric conditions.
Okay, he's adding things.
When you sit
All right,
on
good.
here
He's adding
and
things
you
now.
take a photo, right? So just like you had that water level up in the mountains, right? If that was a time lapse, you would see that horizon to the water level will rise and lower.
Good. So at least you're admitting you're with Katie now.
So why don't you Globies ever show that, right?
Progress. We've made progress.
You never will, right? Just like you guys have to lie about a theodolite trying to measure curve rather than perspective.
So Chewy, you're admitting earlier you said it always rises the same amount, and now you're saying it lowers with altitude because of refraction.
The horizon will always rise with you. If you rise
The
up
same
in
amount, you said. It doesn't. I just showed it
rise up
doesn't.
in altitude, the horizon will rise with you. But
it's
where
getting
is that
lower.
horizon? Where is it? Further.
How is it getting lower if it's rising with you, Chewy?
Further. So again, Globy, how do your eyes work? What's convergence?
It's still coming up, Globy, but once
What's
more,
convergence,
It's not coming. If it's measurably getting lower, it's not coming up with you.
It's still
Globy.
essentially, I understand what he's saying, right? But yeah, it's getting lower because the refraction's not attributing to it as much.
Okay.
Refraction does attribute to the horizon appearing to come up.
Well,
But
hang on.
You guys are arguing. You're arguing both sides of it.
Everything up
No,
that's behind the
It
horizon.
will rise. It will rise.
Guys, one
Off your
second.
fucking
One
chair,
second.
please.
1 second. Hey, Globy McGlowface, go ahead and drink some water. I saw you wipe your mouth already. The corners of your mouth.
I'm
dry.
thirsty. That's
Yeah.
tired. I was thirsty before I hopped in here. I did about 3 hours earlier before this.
The corner of your mouth that's getting dry, and you need something to drink. But
I know yours aren't getting dry because you haven't said anything of importance tonight.
I'm good. We're not talking about me. I'm talking about you.
We are. 'Cause you
I
talk a
care
lot of
about-
shit.
listen,
You gaslight a lot.
I care about you, bud.
Hey,
All right.
you
I
don't
might
contribute.
lose signal for just a second.
I care about you, bud. Go ahead
Oh,
and get
thank
something
you. I
to drink.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Get yourself something to drink because your back's against the
So you're
ropes.
still not going to
at this
address the
moment.
typical zenith angles?
They're
Yeah.
not, and they won't. They refuse.
I thought he was on the dip because, like, maybe y'all should understand, like, first of all, what physics explains as.
I know you moved on. You want to move on because that's a measurement of the ground.
You moved on. She had it up for
What are you
30
talking
minutes.
about? I'm trying to keep up with you.
She had it up
I was
on the
ready for
backdrop.
reciprocal zenith angles, but then since you went to horizon, Globy, I'm all about it. Maybe
I didn't go to
you understand
horizon.
At the dip of the horizon,
Chewy did.
right? Because
Oh,
the
boy.
because
Hey,
of the
Shane, you
observer
wanna give me a
side
theory,
age,
Rich?
the apparent horizon lies below the astronomical one
Look
by
at
the
that.
angle of DG, which is the geometric dip of the because of what? Because of observer's height. So that dip angle, even at ground level or wherever, like maybe not that high up, is attributed to because your astronomical horizon is 90 degrees out, right? It
I got you,
intersects
Lane.
with
Hold
the
on.
celestial sphere. Are you guys? You're just not going to? Okay, it's fine.
Can you move?
Yeah,
can you
he's
move your
not.
head?
He's not.
Oh yeah, sorry. Fuck, I always do that. My big old fucking brain.
That wasn't me.
So convergence
Get your
isn't
dome
a
out
thing?
of the way.
Well, so just the basics of what causes dip. Of course, because a 90-degree observer line of sight is going to be
No,
parallel to
Katie.
even a flat plane, right?
So convergence isn't a
Oh,
thing
don't be
anymore,
don't
right?
be insulting
I
the
know
one lady on the
that.
panel,
Stop asking
Globy. You
me for
tripping.
shit that doesn't come out of my mouth. It's a waste of time. Let's be all right.
I know, right?
All right, great.
So convergence is bullshit.
All right, hold up. We got
Reciprocal
hold up,
zenith
hold up. We got a live on hand experiment here. Just a second. Let's give Lean King the mic real quick. All right, so
Look, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for me to jump out and measure this thing because it's in the middle of a four-way stop sign. I will do it, but I mean, you can clearly see it's
You're
not.
good because like
Okay, what-
elevation above sea level can affect. I mean, you know, all kinds.
Yeah,
of
we need coordinates because we need to know if you're driving
I
uphill
like
or
that's-
not.
I don't want you to wreck or anything on account of us and just.
I'm fixing to try to measure it real quick. Hold
I
on.
know you're not. I know you're not going to take observer height into account here, but you might be driving uphill wherever you're going, which wouldn't matter.
I'm not. I promise.
Oh, okay. I trust you, bro.
I'm gonna record the whole trip. I mean, you can.
How am I going to tell if you're driving uphill or not? What if you're 20? What if you just drove 20 feet uphill, like you wouldn't even notice it?
So,
But you're 20 feet higher now when you turn around and look at the light. This is what I mean. You guys you got to be a little more diligent when you do your observations.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. You couldn't tell. So you couldn't tell if he's driving forward. If that's
No, I couldn't tell, Chewy.
You
No,
wouldn't be
that's
able to
why I
tell
want a
if you
measurement. I
drive
think it's
uphill.
reasonable to ask for a
Are you fucking
measurement.
kidding me? Are you
measuring.
fucking
okay,
kidding
I'll
me?
measure.
Wow.
That's what I said I was gonna do was measure. it.
You don't have to measure the light. The lights, we can estimate the light. The light's probably, 15 feet up, 20 feet.
15, because 18 wheelers drive under it all day.
Sure. But I need, if you're willing to give your GPS locations out, we need those.
Nobody.
you
No,
know,
man.
he
You're
might
gonna
get
do that
flagged.
shit a different time. He might do that.
Yeah,
a
he's
different
gonna
time.
get a strike, dude.
Why?
I'll do
Nah,
whatever.
he
whatever
ain't got no
makes him
strike
happy.
yet.
I can
Hold
give a
up.
damn.
Do
Why
what
would
you
you get a
doing.
strike?
Yeah.
Ain't no strike yet. Go ahead. Keep on doing what you're doing. Shit, we don't fuck with strikes over here. Look,
Try not to
Globy.
show the car though.
Globy
Try not to show
McGloby.
your car.
The car.
Yeah.
Did you get something to drink, bud? I didn't see you move.
No, I'm good.
All right. I see you wiping your
Let the
mouth
record
again.
show you're just
Careful,
continuing to
I-
try to gaslight with providing nothing to this
No,
conversation, Shan.
No, come on.
No.
These look, she had this up behind her for 20 minutes, and you just
And it's
got up.
okay. It's not the right answer, so
It
she can
says
have
that
whatever she wants
refraction
Why
up.
is it not? Why is it not? It remember, there could be more reasons, and you were looking.
Once I can put something up behind me that says H is not the reason there's a dip angle below the astronomical horizon, then you're going to believe me?
No, we're gonna look into it. We're gonna look into that. If that's the
Okay,
answer.
but why
That
are you
sounds
acting like that's proof of something? It's 3 words. It's 3 sentences.
Yeah, but
Where'd it come from? Where'd it come from, Katie?
Now you want the source. Damn, you just want everything, don't you?
Are you talking to me? This
Oh, you mean I want?
Came from Google AI.
Yes, Katie. Where'd that come
this
from?
is the reciprocal Xanath thing. The other one? I didn't hear my name be said.
Oh yeah, the other one, the H.
Okay,
the
yeah, it's
H
from a
thing.
collegiate physics text. 1 second, I got you.
That looks pretty flat and straight to me. I don't think he's going up no hill, man.
Definitely not. Definitely. We're doing precision scientific experiments here, where we just drive to random spots and say we can see things.
Still looks flat, huh?
That's a perfect.
The type of curve that you are like you want to see is this little 2%. That's just seeing with
Shan,
You think 20 foot elevation?
I'd like to
change
bring
is
something up to
a
your
lot?
attention, Shan. Fox, shut up for a second, please. So Mike Splain
Calm down,
just
bud.
admitted in chat that he's reporting your live.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So
Yeah.
block and
don't care
get him
about
out
Mike.
of here
My
because
secret
now
identity,
he just admitted
he's
he's a
lying.
reporter.
He's lying. He's not reporting shit. I reported him. Yeah, I know. So what? You want to report us
That guy
again?
probably did. Mike
You wanna
Splain,
re-
absolutely.
You want to report it again?
Well,
Report it
it's,
again, bud.
It's from San Diego State University. And do you want the article title?
Yes.
It's actually more or less.
It's what?
So it's from San Diego State University, and this is from a college course book, and I'll give you the headline for it. So San Diego State University, it's magnification at the astronomical horizon.
Why would you report? No, he said
Hey,
he
Mike
didn't
said you really
report the
did.
live, guys.
Leak King, you got reported, man.
Nah,
That's
he
crazy.
ain't. He's just lying. He ain't report nobody. Talking shit.
I thought
You
about
good?
It's
Keep
in there.
driving.
Well, you'll be able
You
to
good.
find it from that. I think it's just a different, like, just click the word so you get astronomical horizon. But that's the one.
Oh, I'm in it. Okay. I don't see H anywhere in here about it, but maybe. All right, I'll look around for this while he's driving uphill, so he can give us his observation.
Uphill. Do you see a hill at all? Did you turn your?
I don't know. How would we know?
Did you turn your camera?
Shan, would you agree it matters if he drove uphill 5 feet?
Yeah, I mean, of course, but
Okay, so then why are you acting like it doesn't matter?
Yeah, I never said it doesn't matter, but
You did. You're making a
what
joke
does
out
your-
of it as
what
if it
does-
doesn't matter.
What does your eyes see, bud? You know you have a screwed up perception.
So hold on.
You know that?
Yeah, I know. You're a super flat earther who can measure shit with your eyes. I know.
Think you can see a 20,
What if
20
he's
foot
what if he's
elevation
driving
6
downhill
miles?
for 20 miles?
Hold on.
Maybe he is.
What's
Does matter.
wait,
I wish we knew.
What the fuck is a box?
On my phone, I gotta ask.
Why you spell that name BOCKS? What is that?
I'll gladly make you happy. Because I live in Arkansas and I live right in the middle of rice fields.
Oh, he's
And
straight
everything over
flat
here
from
is
the motherfucker,
flat ass
man.
level, like the rest of Earth.
Arkansas?
Yeah, he's straight as the board,
Oh,
probably.
it's, look, Gobi, you know about Arkansas?
Yeah, it has a lot of
You know how flat that is? That state is?
they're literally called hillbillies in Arkansas.
Flatter than a pancake?
I'm a coon ass from Louisiana, so I'm not no.
Only in northern Arkansas.
Certainly, you're not referencing
What the
a
fuck
study
is a box?
that measured the flatness of.
No, he's
No,
got
no,
a
no.
cover.
This is even better, right? Because I found the wrong part of the text or the course, and the one that I actually found, right, like this link. Once he's done, I'll have Shan throw me up in the big box so you can get the information for that art. It's actually talking about apparent zenith angles and how ray curvature plays into it, and that depends on air density. I love it. So this is even better, but you can find the rest from there.
He's just making you get a little
Yeah,
smaller.
that's called
smile a
that's
little
called
more.
refraction, Katie.
So much.
Ray
I know,
curvature.
and that's what reciprocal zenith angles. That's what I had up on my other.
All you have to do is account for it. It doesn't
Oh.
create it.
Yes, it does, because the
No.
horizon comes
Oh.
up. Hold on,
Does it
Chloe.
lift
Let
the
me just
image,
say
Katie?
this. The horizon comes up,
Oh.
doesn't it? Hold on. Even if it doesn't come up to eye
No,
level,
it doesn't come up. Never
it
comes
doesn't?
up.
Oh, hold on. I got something for you then. If you're
The
gonna
horizon always measurably drops.
Oh, hold
I already
on.
showed you
No,
examples.
No, I'm saying comes up with you, right?
Doesn't
So
come up with you.
Let me explain. Hey, Globy, is this the actual place of the water? Like, am I drowning?
That's the horizon.
Right now? Observation? Am I drowning, or is that an apparent horizon? Because it comes up due to perspective and refraction, right?
Yeah, that's perspective.
Well, yeah, because even like if you're inside, like believe me, bro, he has that long table and it did the same thing, so I had to include perspective, right? It's a combination,
Okay.
but nonetheless, it comes up, okay? Because the water's not really right the fuck there. There's air right there. The ground is straight out underneath your feet. So that being
Yep.
said, because of that happening, when you have say you have two observers, right, facing each other at a distance, they're both going to appear to be what? Higher if they're on that horizon, aren't they? So that's
Look at
why
it.
your reciprocal zenith angles are greater than 180 degrees. And the
What?
source that I'm about, yes, that's
You're not
what's
measuring angles upwards towards the other person. You're measuring angle away from the people.
When you measure
As if they're tilted away from each other, Katie. That's not even the same angle you're talking about.
Oh my God.
appears lower in the theater.
Oh, you're not. Oh my God! You want me to draw
It
this
is
for
the
you?
same- I know exactly what reciprocal zenith angles are.
No,
right?
you
And
don't.
They're greater than 180 because you're on a curve. So most people are looking up, right? Or no, it's yeah.
No,
Their
no.
line
Explain
of
it.
sight- hold
It's
on,
eye
the
line.
line of sight to
Well,
their
eye
zenith.
line.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, try again,
Yes, it
Big
is.
box
I
is
just
ready,
had a
guys.
whole session with Island Guy with this.
Katie. This is that's
Ding,
not
ding.
correct.
Oh my
You
God.
ready? You ready?
It is. But either way, reciprocal zenith angles, right? It explains what's affecting them. So if I didn't articulate it correctly, then my bad. But nonetheless,
do-
I'll give you the
Refraction
sources
would
for it
lift
that
the
explain
objects up.
what play
But
into your.
no, the angle you just said would be an angle upward.
What do you mean?
Like
Is that-
like the person on the apparent horizon would be higher apparently than the observer. Because perspective makes
guys.
it look like it's going
Oh,
up.
there you go. Hang on, Globy. Hang on a second, everybody.
muted.
So
One
on the
second.
big box, Leaking just showed you that
Katie, you're
is-
muted. Just letting you know.
Damn it. Right. So, yes. So
Wait a
if
minute,
you're
he's-
looking
big
to the
box
other
is
object,
going.
right? It's the same thing. I know I did have it right. Because on a
No, it
ball
didn't.
that's curving, both people would have to like essentially look up to see one another, right? Or something.
Exactly.
Are they looking
No.
down? Either way, if they
No.
look, they're not looking down. Hold on. You
Katie.
guys are fucking with me.
Slow down, Katie. Slow down.
I know what it is, though, goddamn.
Draw a picture. Draw a picture.
Oh, yeah, I've got a diagram on the
Because
source.
that's you got that all wrong.
No, I got it. Hold on, wait.
Nah, Katie, if you was measuring like on the ball, they would have to both look down.
As if both people were leaning away from each other, Katie. Leaning away from each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So if they were
look down.
leaning away, that means their line of sight angles up, Globy. Thank
Yeah,
you.
man,
Not
you gotta
leaning away,
understand.
You're on flat ground.
Yeah,
And
that's
you're
nothing
angling
to.
your line of sight up. That's what I was saying, and that's due to that horizon because it's apparently even if it's a flat plane out in front of
Got
you,
him again.
but because of what's
Got
happening
him.
with that horizon, they're going to have to angle up as if they were leaning back, right?
Katie, you realize perspective isn't real, right?
Oh, look.
Everything's about perspective.
Believe me, bro, was the
Yeah,
one who
but
explained-
like
hold on,
that
hold on,
that
no,
person
believe me, bro, was the
actually
one-
isn't higher. That
No.
person actually isn't higher
No,
than the
I
other
know.
person.
that.
Refraction
We know
also
that.
attributes to
Uh-oh.
that horizon, but because
What
of
the
the
fucking
believe
shit?
me,
One
bro
second.
did
One second.
in his
Hold on, one
home
second.
with his rectangular table, and the table came up with
I can't. This is fucking
All right,
great.
one
there's
second,
no
guys.
atmosphere in there. He
Let's
said, "Well,
get
it's
this-
perspective," and that's
Hey, I
was he
gotta
wrong,
hurry 'cause,
Globy?
I just noticed I
Was
got
believe
a
me
leak
wrong
in my
because he's the one.
radiator.
I used to just say it was
Hey,
atmospheric
Katie,
condition.
Katie, let the big box go. Y'all hold up.
I
on
got
that.
you, Katie.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, because I actually just seen I got water coming up out my radiator, so I gotta hurry. Look, 6 miles right there to
Oh, I'm so
Waldenburg.
sorry.
Does anybody know? Can I zoom my camera while I'm on live?
Only
No.
host can.
No.
Only host
No.
can.
So which of these random lights is supposed to be the light that we were looking at?
I
the
can see
red
the
blinker.
flashing red light. The
You can't
flashing
see
red
it?
light is dead center of
Yeah.
them, Lobby.
Yep.
I don't.
And
I
that's
don't
it.
see
And I can
anything
see it
flashing.
plain as day. And I'm not
Well, you
fucking.
won't be able to see it.
And I will, hey, Globy, I will get you that GPS so you can have elevation and all that.
Please do, because
Oh,
this
I
is
will.
irrelevant without elevation data.
No, you just can't admit there's no fucking curvature.
Okay, or it just always measures curvature. I guess we'll just ignore that.
Curvature of what? The ground or raised? Is it raised?
Katie thinks perspective is real, so I don't know where we're going from here.
That's the only reason I started mentioning perspective with that horizon coming up, right? Because of his big, long rectangular table in his house, and we were like having a thing on his panel about a couple months ago, and I was attributing it to refraction. He's like, well, there's no refraction inside here, but the table still came up a little bit. So what do you want from me, Glowy? I'm just...
Well, because, Katie, if you have two objects that are 6 feet off the ground, and they're 1,000 yards away from each other,
You don't see the flashing red light.
or 1,000 feet away from each other, it doesn't matter.
And it's a flat surface.
If you aimed a target right at the other target, if you had a reticle, like a gun, right? Like a target, and you pointed it right at the other target, okay? You're not aiming up because that perspective makes the target on the other side higher.
Yeah, you are.
You're not aiming up.
That's what's explained exactly. Not me.
No, perspective isn't
You're
real.
gonna eat those words, buddy.
If I held a gun, if I was trying to hit a target, and I was holding it at 6 feet, and the target was at 6 feet on the other side of the lake, I'd be holding my gun perfectly horizontal to the ground. I would not be aiming up because of perspective.
So
That's what you're trying to say.
No, I'll show you the receipts for it. It's not what I'm saying; it's what is explained. So, but in the meantime,
They're angled away from each
So if
other
there's-
because that's what explains
if
the
you have,
curve.
if there's an observer here facing you, right, your buddy, okay, and it's obviously flat plane straight out in front of you. But where are they going to be at eye level? No, because even you said yourself the horizon doesn't come up, so you're going to have to angle up, aren't you, Globy?
No,
But I'll show
I
you
don't
the
know.
receipt
No,
for that
you're just saying random stuff now.
No, it's not random. I have the receipts.
If you had a
Away from
6,
each other because of the curve, Katie.
It's not
That's
the
what
curve,
reciprocal
curving
zenith
of light
angles
rays.
are.
You guys are saying that, and I have to wait for the big box. But I'm telling you right now, you're going to be eating them, making a 3-course meal out of that shit.
Katie,
I'm gonna love it.
if you were standing on that beach and you were a 6-foot person, at your feet in the water, and there was a 6-foot person at the horizon, all the way on the other side, somehow standing on the water, levitating on the water, you'd both have the same exact height of your eye above the water. And if you had something you could shoot right at the other person's eye, it would be perfectly horizontal to the water. It wouldn't be pointed up because of perspective. Bottom line, the end. Doesn't matter what you're saying after this.
You're muted, Katie.
Really? Okay, so I don't know why somebody muted me. But anyways, so no, perspective attributes to the horizon coming up. I have to say that because it happened with
It's
yours. But anyways,
but
I'll
it's
just stop
just
saying
optical.
it. Then. Then fuck
Okay,
perspective.
whatever.
So this is all atmospheric then, right? But nonetheless, say this is solid ground, right? And it's flat out, straight out in front of you, right? And your buddy is standing on this solid ground right here. And you said yourself the horizon never comes up to eye level. So if this is eye level and his feet are right here, are you going to have to angle your observer line of sight up, Globy? Fuck yes. And that's
No.
literally what's explained. And
Your
I will
eye
show
level
you.
would be
So
above
stand
the
by.
horizon.
Fox, you're just like, nobody
No,
asked
your
for,
eye,
like,
your eye level is your eye level. You're not aiming up. I
well,
just
you are,
explained
because,
that.
Well, then you're looking at his feet. If you don't, are you looking up at him or his feet?
Is
Actually,
the
would be
observer
below his
laying
feet, would
down?
be below.
Your eye level is above the horizon, Katie.
Look, no, no. Oh, now it's above the horizon. And if your buddy's like standing on that, right, you're still gonna have to angle up.
No, you're
No.
both at 6
Your eye
feet.
level
You're both at the
is
same
straight
height.
up. Oh my God,
Guys,
look,
you are
I
looking
can't wait
at
to
your
get
eye
big box.
level.
I just want big box because you can
But it's
deny the
optical
science
up.
then when I show you.
Okay, deny the science, I guess.
Yeah, actually, all of it.
This is
all you have to
crazy.
do- you know what, Globy? You know what? It would have saved you a lot of trouble. Just search. What
Just getting
affects-
into something
what
else in my
affects
life.
reciprocal- what affects reciprocal zenithing? You don't have to put any leading words in there. And boy, did they fucking tell you it's atmosphere.
Taking up
And I didn't know what to
crocheting.
expect. Doesn't say curve. Isn't that weird? It's almost as if light bends and shit, Globy. Fuck.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it?
Towards the observer.
Fuck, owned, Katie.
Nobody asked for
Flat smack.
It would raise the
feedback from the
object.
peanut
So why
gallery,
does the
dude.
object always appear lower in
Brr.
the Allais,
Brr.
Katie?
What box? I can't hear you.
All I'm hearing is
It's amazing.
Chloe taking
You guys-
tears, creating a horizontal reference. Good job.
Well, we already proved you kind of lied earlier there, Chewy. So
You haven't
It's
proved
amazing.
anything. What did I lie about?
It's like
there?
breathing forms.
Chloe?
It's not a big deal.
you said, and I'll reiterate for everybody. And it's all recorded, so don't try to lie about it. You said the horizon doesn't rise to your eye. Doesn't. It's below your eye. But as you go up in elevation, it always has the same dip angle. It's always going to be the same. That's
Well,
what you said.
I said
And then
the
later on, you
horizon
changed it
will
to it lowers because of
always
refraction.
rise to your tangent. I tell flat earthers to stop saying it rises to eye level because it never will.
And did you
right?
say that it always
So then
stays the same dip
highest
angle?
elevation, right? And like I told you, make a time lapse. Watch that dip angle change. Why is that, Globy? Why is that, Globy? Because
why
of
is what?
atmospheric conditions.
Why is what?
Why is what? Why would the dip angle change?
Because you're getting higher in elevation.
No, why would the dip angle change
And your
if I was to
tangent
make a
is
time
changing.
lapse of that
Your
observation?
tangent to the horizon is fucking changing.
It ain't. You ain't moving.
Oh,
You're
standing still? You're talking about over? You're talking about as the tides change?
No, not the tides change.
Yeah, I've seen those videos over the lake, over the inlets where the water's going up and down.
Well, why does the ground move up?
Over an entire day, no one takes tides into account. It's
Right,
fucking hilarious.
Nobody takes tides into account. Something that is cyclical.
Yeah, when you take a time lapse over the entire day of a body of water, do you not think the ocean, the height of the water is going to go up and down?
So tides coming in and out on a horizontal reference will never wrap around a ball.
Oh, well, that's a different point, Chewy. Can you address the first point?
Up and down. So water that's cyclical that rises up and down, right? You know this is a daily occurrence.
You're just going to repeat the last thing you just said. Can you address the first point?
What?
That those things you're looking at over the time lapse of an entire day could be tides, and no flat earther has ever taken that into account. It just
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you
just claims it's refraction?
Serious? Are you serious? So are there tides on the Are there tides on the Great Lakes?
Yeah, they're smaller than the ocean tides, but there's tides.
Really? Please show me.
I'm not at a lake at the moment.
I've lived in between.
You can Google it if you like.
I've lived in between.
I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio, so I ain't never seen no
Yeah.
tide on Lake Erie before.
I've lived in between the Great Lakes all
only
my
a few
fucking
inches.
life, Globy. So yes, we do not have tides. The deviation that we have in our lakes, right, would be to where it drains down to lower waters, right, which is the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that, right? So mine, right, the closest one, and that I use my observations for, is Lake Ontario. Okay, 138
let's
miles.
talk about that.
138 miles from east to west. The deviation, right, from east to west is centimeters, right, for where it's draining down to the oceans.
Okay. This is all great information. You want to talk about that lake? I want to talk about your picture.
Sure. You mean my video?
Your video, whatever. That screenshot you took from your video.
Yeah.
So that was taken of Toronto from what the hell's the name of that place again?
Hutches.
Hutches? So you had asked a question about where that object was in the water. Found it for you.
Good. How close is it to me towards Toronto?
It's just to the west of Hutches. Let's see. Turn these grids off. Hold on.
Can someone give him the big box, please?
Guess not.
Not a mod.
So there's no mods in here? The host is gone? Hello? Nothing?
I don't want the big box.
All right. That's Hutches right there. This building here that you can't see because my box is too small. Over the ocean here is this little square. That's your little water tower. Okay, that's just off the coast of Hutches.
That doesn't look like it, but okay. Zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, so here's Hutches right there, and right to the left of Hutches is that thing in the ocean. It's the only thing in the ocean out here. It's got to be it.
That's the distance. That's the distance about where it is. Closer to me than it is Toronto. Perfect.
Right. So if you then, I'm going to just stick a point from the ground here, just to the left of that, right? Because you're just to the left of it.
Well, as you can see, the angle I got.
It was just about to the right. I think this is Toronto here. Okay, this is Toronto here. Okay, so your picture, your video, which you can show everybody if you want after this. This would be the angle. Actually, it would be a little more over because I see this thing in the screen, right, like that. So in your picture, it was just to the right of your center of your picture. Okay. Now, if we look at what Toronto looks like from here, okay, we have the Sky Dome in front of the tower.
Yep.
In your picture, you have it way over here to the left, not in front of the tower. You supposedly have
it ain't that far over, dude.
Sure it is. Show your picture. You take the big box now. Because you're going to show it not here. You're going to show it over here and the tower to the right. That's not the angle you took the picture. If you did take it, then it's not the dome like you think it is. And I believe you took it because that's the tower. So I really do. I do believe.
Obvious. He's a Globy. He actually agreed that was it when he saw that picture. He lives in.
He was on the ground too.
I don't care what he said. Look at his supposed dome.
You're looking. He's not lying.
You're looking above the place where he took it from. Like he was on the ground when he
took it. No, I'm not. No, guys, this isn't hard, guys. This isn't hard.
On the water.
The dome is in front of the tower here. Look at where your dome is.
On the water. That's where perspectives come in at, bro.
What does perspective have to do with straight line of sight, guys? Straight line of sight.
He's looking at.
Okay, look. I'd have to go over here.
You have a higher vantage point.
Okay, we're talking about straight on, liars. If I'm looking at this, I'd have to be like here to get your picture.
Perfect.
Where it's to the left.
Then you see a whole dome.
And the only thing you're doing is see the reflection of the.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that angle is way over here to the east.
I hate to tell you. Are you ready to watch the video so you can shut the fuck up and stop calling me a liar, you fucking piece of shit?
Is your video going to show the dome in front of the tower?
Absolutely. It'll show you exactly where I got my screenshot and everything like that, dude.
Because your screenshot is not showing the dome in the right place.
I don't need to lie. I'm not a fucking globetrot.
I'm not saying you're lying about this. I'm saying you're wrong that that's the dome. That's the dome, not the dome.
Just like Globy. Guess what? This right here, hang on, Box, shut the fuck up, Box. So this right here, you are 6.7 inches off the water.
Okay, so what does that have to do with where the dome is?
Are you gonna call me a liar on that? Box, come on. Is this 6.7 inches off the water?
Chewy, you're not a liar. That's not the dome. That's what I'm saying.
But
the dome, if that was the dome, it'd be way over to the right in front of the tower.
Okay, so you've already had your anti-flat earthers.
Are you gonna show your video?
Are you ready? You've already had your anti-flat earthers already trying debunk this. I've already told now Stingray, which ran from the fucking panel yesterday on me when I told him to fucking do it too. So again, right? Now I'm gotta sit here and shut off my damn fucking Dragon Ball Z game and fucking show you guys again.
I hope it was saved.
The fucking videos. So, March 9th, right?
You're worse than Garlic Jr.
There's the tower.
There's my observation. There's my tower.
And there's the dome to the left of the tower.
Right. So again,
why is it not in front of the tower?
On your screen, you are, how high is your vantage point right there?
Who cares? We're looking straight at the fucking thing. Doesn't matter if I'm high.
Are you on the fucking water?
Okay, so if I go lower.
Are you on the hook?
Yes, no, I'm not. If I go lower, that's going to make the dome move left.
Loby, are you ready to shut up now?
Yeah. Tell me how when I move down, that makes the dome move left, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you move down, those buildings are going to be what? Higher and block more. Now,
great.
Right? So, do you know how to fucking hunt? Why do you put yourself in a tree stand?
For a higher vantage point. So you can see more of the target from the top.
So you have on your screen a higher vantage point. Me and my observation is 6.7 inches off the water. So take your screen and drop it down to the water and tell me what your Cartoon Network shows from my observation.
I can't go lower on Google Earth, but guess what? It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, well, why is that?
Because if you're hunting a deer, if you're hunting a...
Are you ready?
Hey,
so are you ready? Again,
if you're hunting a deer and the deer is behind a tree, Chewy, if the deer is behind a tree and then I go up a tree to get a better vantage point, that doesn't make the deer move left.
Vantage point. No, you got a greater vantage point. So you have a greater view and you got a greater target distance view.
So how does the deer or the building move left?
So you go higher.
Is there another flat earther that's watching this that agrees with what he's saying right now?
Yes, I do.
Then maybe you can explain it, Mikhail.
They all do. So
how when I go up or down, that makes a building move left?
Okay, because when you go closer to the ground, like he took the camera, think about it.
Put me in the big box.
What?
It's just horizontal, the big box.
If I move down, that makes something go left?
Listen to me.
You guys are fucking ridiculous.
The front of the dome is no longer able to be seen because they're lower now.
They're what? They're what?
Listen to me. Okay, so do you see the buildings that you see in your picture, in his pictures, where the dome is? In front of the dome. Do you see all those?
No, because that's not the dome. That's the point.
How is that not the dome?
Shrink yourself.
How is that not
Thank you for also bringing that up. There are buildings in front of the dome that we don't see, but I didn't even bring those up. It doesn't matter.
Off the dome,
to the front and to the side of it. But if it's not the dome, then what's that big fucking white light where the dome
Katie,
is?
please.
Reflecting off a building.
Why? Like, what else is it, though? What else
You
is
need to...
Wolby, shrink yourself.
I can't shrink myself. I'm not a fucking mod.
Click on your box and hit shrink.
Everybody can shrink themselves, Clip.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Thank you. So Globy,
finally, I was wrong about something tonight.
Is this where I did my screenshot?
It has to happen once in a while.
Hang on,
yeah.
Globy. Is this my screenshot?
Yeah.
That has those lines on it, right? Because again, right, and I will use because I deal with you people like you all the time. So again, I got the CN Tower, right? 1,800 feet. This tower I know is not 1,800 feet, but guess what? It's fucking higher than the CN Tower. Kind of crazy how convergence works.
That's
right?
so great. Can you address how your dome is not in the right place?
Not a curve, right? But I know the CN Tower is 1,800 feet. I know the dome is 600 feet. I know the next tallest.
Your measurements don't mean shit, Chewy.
Shut the fuck up and
you're wasting everyone's breath.
Stop over talking me.
And time.
So again, right? If I know this distance, at this distance, 32 miles, I should have 600 feet. So if I have 1,800 feet, I have 900 feet, I have 300 feet. I'm not going to put the line right here because that's 300 feet. I'm not going to put the line right here because that's 900 feet. I will put the line right here because that's about 600 feet, give or take. So anything underneath that line,
you're
I'm
literally
giving you guys
guessing,
all the
bud.
benefit of the fucking doubt. So
Doesn't
again,
even matter.
Colby, is this from my screenshot? Am I on the water
You're
right now?
literally guessing the height of that tower.
Nothing you said matters because you haven't established that's the dome.
Yeah, Chewy, I got a question for you.
Okay. Is this
where that dome
on the
at?
water?
I don't fucking care, Chewy. That dome is not in the
this
right
on the
place.
water?
It should be in front of the tower.
Is my observation on the water?
Yes. It's close to it. I don't know if it's on it.
Well, no, because actually right now, it's not.
Kind of looks pretty
Right
high,
now,
to be honest with you.
Right now, you are in my hand.
Okay, great. Why is the dome not in front of the fucking tower? You dingleberry. Stop avoiding the fucking question.
It fucking is. But guess what?
Wow, what a liar.
Did you say you're 6 inches above the water?
Yep.
See, this is the problem with the flat Earth argument.
Standing up.
You
were just showing that you you were stood up.
Yeah.
Like,
Are you,
look at this.
Are you ready?
You're way over 6 inches.
Keep talking, you piece of shit.
I mean, you're at most you're holding it up, right?
Shit for that.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at this.
Looks like you just dropped it down lower now.
Oh, exactly. So again, now I will show you where I got my fucking screenshot.
It looks like you're raising it up. Gotcha.
Holy shit.
Great. Now, why isn't the dome in front of the tower?
Where that dome at?
Again, like you showed, if you would have put yourself down on the water, there is fucking obstructions.
You're just going to talk right fucking through it.
Right?
You're going to talk right through the point that that's not the dome.
Oh, it is the dome.
Why isn't it in front of the tower?
So again, right? Go on Google right now on your fucking computer.
You're a dome ass.
And tell me, is the dome reflective?
You're a donut. You're an absolute donut.
No, you are the donut. You guys are the donut.
My 7-year-old can come out here and look at that picture and say that white circle is not in front of that tower.
Hey, Globey, I got one for you real quick.
You can keep saying it is, but it's not.
Go on your computer, Globey. Pull your computer image back up.
Get that computer out, you.
Yeah, you do it now. You do it.
You do things for me because
Yes,
I ain't
sir.
doing them for myself.
Yes, sir, Flurf, sir. What now?
All right, pull it up. Go across the water and make it where the two legs on the tower in the middle of the water are just off center.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will. You think that's going to change the angle 90 degrees?
I just want to see. I'm not saying it's changing anything. Why are you being judgmental? I just want to see
Make
it.
it good.
Because that's how I am. All right.
You've already got it pulled up. You've got a bigger screen than I've got.
Yeah, make it real good.
Real good. Oh, there it is. I was looking for that thing. Well, this thing doesn't like show the legs on it. It's just like a square on Google Earth. So I put it right to the right of it.
You know the legs are going to be on the corners, right?
Okay, you want me to I'll put it directly fucking through it. I don't care. Here you go. Boom. There. Good?
Where that dome at?
Good for you? You think
I
that's
can't
going to make the dome?
I like it.
I didn't say that. I want to see it.
All right, there you go. Sorry, I'm being defensive.
He wants to
You are
see
being
it.
very defensive.
So it's going right through the platform now.
Real good.
If I go in there and look at it, it's still going to be in front of the stupid tower.
Is it?
Yeah.
Funny that it looks a little to the left now.
Bro, this is the fucking dome. There's the tower. There's the dome. You can go on his picture.
And what's being reflected?
You understand, man? That's a big ass dome, and it's reflective as fuck.
And you have a building blocking part of it, and exactly what you see in his image.
You guys can take his picture, and the dome is over here, and you can trace a line.
Exaggerated as fuck,
And
bro.
you can only see the part to the left of that building. Right.
Fuck's sake, guys. Fuck's sake.
You can
Zoom in
act
on
like
your
a
picture
child
again,
all you
Chewy.
want,
Go ahead.
Bobby. You can act like a child all you want.
I know,
you
bro,
can only
like-
see the part to the left of the building. That's what you see in his image.
This is how everyone's watching how dishonest flat earthers are right now, and it's
How am I
fucking
being
crazy.
dishonest? You just pointed to what we saw.
You the one sitting there arguing and debating about where the fucking dome is. When
Yep,
you
watch this. He's zooming in. Good, guys. He's zooming in. Watch. You can trace.
Flat earthers are. So the problem
Watch.
is
Trace a pencil down.
To the left of that building.
So can you see underneath this lead?
I can trace the tower, the edge of the tower, all the way down to the horizon.
Can you see underneath
pull out a
this
little bit so
lead?
we can see the tower and shit. Pull out a little bit, Globey. Yeah.
So on his picture, you can trace the arm of his thing all the way down to the horizon. Where's the dome
Horizontal,
here?
zoom back in. Horizontal, zoom back in. All
His dome. Look, and let's use the building behind it. It looks like this building. It's got this thing on the top, that arch. He's showing something way the fuck over here.
It's something reflecting the sunlight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's something reflecting the sunlight, and it's not this, because this is over here.
But this tower is still the fuck theirs. So what is your point of your
The tower should be there. He's not that far away.
Okay.
His point was the dome is too low. It should be blocked by the curvature, but he hasn't established that's the dome.
Are you ready? Are you ready for me to debunk your fucking curvature some more?
You can't. It's already over for you.
It's not over for me.
It's
so again,
donezo.
I've had your anti-flat earther that lives here that says he knows. I know what I'm damn looking at, and that is the fucking sky dome. We know this. We make these observations fucking daily when it's clear. You.
Well, I guess the sky dome moved.
So again,
You got
this is
me.
32 miles. Now, This building right here. So downtown Toronto will have your high rises. Okay? So if this CN Tower at this point should have 600 feet of physical curvature, that is a 60-story building. You see these buildings right here? That is now far beyond 32 miles. Okay? These buildings are nowhere near 60 stories. Welcome again to Flat Earth. So again, right? You guys can observations all you want. I do my observations with an iPhone
prove
15
the thing you
Pro
thought was
Max,
the building was not?
iPhone 15 Pro Max, and a damn pair of fucking Ray-Ban Metas.
Woo, Ray-Ban Metas. You got Ray-Ban Meta money? Good for you.
Dude, they're cheap.
If you're wanting to debunk his thing, where do you think he is?
Right. So
where do you think he is?
I didn't know. He's where he says he is. He's just not seeing the building he thinks he's seeing.
Hey, Globby, can we seeing that much of the tower? How much distance can it possibly be?
Globby, can we confirm the 32 miles? Because I worked out both problems.
I think it was. I think I did look at the distance. It was 32.
Okay. Because I got 1,278 feet showing
Having a blast.
on the tower.
Look at him
Okay.
go.
So Byron.
Yeah.
Again, 100 times over, I know I will see the tower. It's one of the fucking tallest buildings in the fucking world.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
At that distance, it's 600 feet. 600 feet. When have you seen a 60-story building, Byron?
I haven't, but that's not what I'm worried about.
Building, if you see a 60-story building, the whole fucking thing, except for the bottom because of apparent refraction, right? Our atmospheric conditioning, because again, this changes during the day. I could take this and turn it on a time lapse, and that horizon line over the water will appear to rise and lower.
All I'm asking is, how much are you seeing of the building, Chewy?
The whole fucking thing.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I have shown you guys. I have shown you guys.
You got it wrong angle to it then.
Now, this is the Ray-Ban Metas, okay? So this is almost like your fucking eyes.
Don't you dare reference the dome, because that's not the dome.
And as you go, can you see the city of Toronto? I can see it with my bare fucking eyes. These are Ray-Ban Metas. It's 1080 fucking view. I don't know what kind of fucking cameras that they use, but it's pretty damn clear. I like it. They're fucking badass. But again, right? So you can't see that. But again, in the video that I just showed you, right?
Yeah, does that look like
you
6
have
inches, guys?
the city of fucking Toronto. The CN Tower is 32 miles.
Looks
All
like he's
these
standing
buildings
up.
left and right is further, right? So you guys need to learn how your eyes work. The problem is, if I know the height of
You're
the
lying
CN
about
Tower,
the 6
and I know the
inches,
next
so-
building being 900 feet, and then I know the fucking dome being just under 300 feet.
Oh, but that's not the dome.
If y'all are even listening,
and I know the
y'all are
next
talking about
tallest
6 inches
building,
and shafts and
and
stuff.
I can still
It's actually
I can
6.7.
still reference a 600-foot drop. But so Globey, like we said earlier, when you want to talk about a damn theodolite and the damn Harn network, so please go get me an elevation and find me one elevation of a lake that will match your globe model, please. Because from shore to shore, no lake will ever match your globe model because your water will always remain flat and level.
Why is being level on a lake a problem on a globe?
Chewy, that wasn't 6 inches. You're lying about that. So why would I believe anything else in there?
Level Devil, you're a fucking piece of shit.
You were showing that you were standing up when you were
He
taking
was standing
that
up in that part of the video.
I showed you
know
when I
showed
walked
him
up
on the
and
water.
laid fucking down.
Yeah, no.
Holy fuck.
It doesn't.
What Chewy's saying when he lays down is
So,
when it becomes 6 inches. That's what he's
Shan,
saying.
get ready, because once I'm done with this fucking video, okay, he can be blocked
And the
from
sky
here.
dome.
Because
You can
Level
see
Devil
reflection
is not a character
right
that
there.
you want in your lives.
So again, you just proved right there.
So,
you're full of
again-
shit.
Oh, I proved you are a
Right.
piece of shit.
This is
So
supposed
shut
to be
up and
600
watch.
feet of physical
How is that 6
curvature
inches?
at this distance. You are never
Is that
going to
6
get
inches?
that. Welcome to Flat Earth, guys. And here, since I'm up a bit above the shore, let's have a little walk down. I'll walk in towards it. Let me get that much so you can see a little bit more. And then I will go and drop myself back down to the water for you. Just like I did on the other side of these rocks right here. In my last video. But this angle has the water tower and then Toronto. So again, right, I'm back on the water. As you can see, I'm going to lay down. I got the water tower. Now, on the water itself. Got the water tower, got the CN tower, got all the buildings from left to right, yet again.
Where's the apology level, Devil?
Cry.
You owe him an
he
apology.
wasn't up
You called
there.
him a liar.
It's the Rogers Center.
You called him a
wasn't
liar,
up
Level.
there.
You owe him an apology.
No, whenever
You
I
called him
seen
a
it,
liar.
he wasn't.
Well, you called him a
Right
liar.
then.
He told you 4 times he
That
was
right
on
there.
the ground.
That right there, where he was showing it to start with, is what I was talking about.
You owe him an apology,
You
Level.
didn't listen because you said he never got on the
You
ground.
owe him an apology, Level. You owe him an apology.
I said I didn't see him do that.
It's
You
easy
owe
to
him an
apologize,
apology.
man.
You called the man a liar.
Yeah.
You owe him an apology. That's a pathetic, weak little weakling.
Once you all
owe him an
apologize to
apology.
me for saying that dome in his picture is in front of the tower.
The
dome is
is
what
in
you
front
see. I
of
hate
the
to tell
tower.
you.
See, you just lied again.
You can't understand.
I never
you
seen
can't
him get on the
understand
ground.
That is the dome.
then
You can
Wolby-
tell.
Wolby, I have a
Now
room
I've
at my
seen it all.
place. Come on down and I will show you how flat your fucking Earth is.
I'm good,
'Cause I will
bro.
take you to the observation so you can sit there
I
and
don't
try and call
believe
me a
you.
liar again
You're
too.
Hey,
Great
Level,
saver.
you're like a kingpin or something, man. How do you like getting L's for your L level all the time? You take more than anybody.
There you go.
What is your Chewy account banned or what?
And that is your bent water. Is my Chewy account banned? No, my common sense is. Are you kidding me? My Chewy account is a one love, no hate. You think I'm gonna fucking let you guys in on that now and get that banned? No. Because I won't talk about flat earth on it. I won't talk about religion. I won't talk about religion. I won't talk about politics. You know, this life that we
Thanks
live
for having me.
really fucking sucks, right? So it's kind of cool when you could. I try and teach people not to judge a book by its cover, because that person that you walk down the street and you wouldn't fucking smile and wave at, but they smiled and waved at you because you judged a book by its cover. They could have the same hobbies as you, interests as you. That could be your fucking potential best friend. But no, everybody's so fucking lost in their fucking lives, lost in the fucking world, lost in worrying about paying bills is the biggest thing, right? So I try
I'm gonna
to
take
give a
advice from a
space,
flat
safe
earther.
space for people. But since you guys all now know my main right, I will never because some of you I like. Like, I think you guys are decent human beings. We just don't agree on something, right? And I think, in all reality, for a lot of people, we agree on a lot of things together. But, you now have to do things like level devil did. And I hate to say it, but what you just did. And try and call it lies, right? The thing is...
You are a liar, but you're probably not lying about that.
I wish I was a liar, level devil. Maybe my
You should
life
at least
would be
apologize
a
for calling him a
little
liar on
easier.
that.
The
I've
problem
seen
is,
him lie about other
I
things, so
can't
if
lie.
I'm wrong about one, so be it.
Yeah, so what did I lie about, level? Anything.
Oh, well,
You said that was the dome, but
observations
it's
that you
obviously
lied
not the
about.
dome.
Also, where's the bottom of those buildings? You said that was the bottom of the building, so wouldn't
Do
that be
you
a
know?
lie?
Do
So
you
they're
know
not
that
there.
surface of water refracts
Oh my
upward
God.
level? Answer honestly.
Do you not
for
understand
once.
how your eyes work? We don't see
What did you just say
forever.
to me?
Right. But you still got 1,297. That's almost 1,300 feet showing of the building. I mean, so you're missing like 500 and a quarter or something.
Byron.
Yeah.
Byron.
Yeah.
60-story buildings.
You keep saying that, but you're not
you are
explaining what
seeing-
you're seeing.
You are
Okay?
seeing the whole cities. The dome
That reflection,
seeing all the buildings.
that dome is only 300 feet. So that
That's
would
not
be
the dome.
300 more missing
Okay,
feet.
well
of
let me ask you this question,
curvature.
Quantum. Since you've come in, what is it what we're seeing? And what is that object that we're seeing in
Not
the video?
fucking dome. I can tell you that much.
What is it then?
That's been debunked.
What is it?
That got
Quantum?
debunked the day that came out.
What is it, Quantum? What is it?
Probably
In relation to the
reflection
size of
sunlight or
the
something
tower,
hitting the
what is
water.
it?
Because it's took at 2 p.m.
It's hitting the
sun's
water?
Probably
Are you
right
a
above and
moron?
directly behind them. So it's probably a reflection of the sunlight or something. But it's
Yeah,
definitely
I feel
you can
like
look
we're
at it and
just
wow.
listening to people argue now.
You all are so
look at the
disingenuous.
panel
Well,
blow up.
if everyone can't agree that that white orb that he's showing is not in front of the tower, then where are we even going with the conversation? It's clearly not in front of the fucking tower, and you guys are just fucking lying about it. It's crazy.
It's not
Absolutely fucking crazy.
If you
What are
say
we
that's the
looking at
dome,
then?
you are a liar.
I don't care if it's the
My
dome or not. What
question-
are we looking at?
I don't
If
know
you're
what
gonna
it
claim
is.
that it's not that.
It's a reflection of something that's overexposed. It could be some fucking.
Then what's
And to
right
be
beside
honest,
of it?
It could be a glass.
What's right
It could be the
beside of it?
glass top of a building that's being just
And to be
reflecting
honest,
the
like,
sunlight.
How high is
Be
that
honest,
object?
so-
How
right.
high is that object?
Hold on. Can I ask?
I think
It's not my observation. The point is, it's not where it should be if it's the building he claims it to be.
All right.
So it's not that building.
Then why don't you
get over
prove
it?
that it's
Because
not and go make the observation and not use a
guarantee
computer
you-
generated image?
All of you guys just making excuses right now are disgusting. Can you just say he's wrong? It's not that building.
I don't know.
No,
I
we're
don't
not
know, like-
making excuses.
Yeah,
You are. You're telling me I should go there. I should do this. I should do that.
That
You all are
light,
pathetic
that
little
light.
weasels.
I
You
wanna
have
ask
to come in
you,
and
hold the
prove.
fuck on, man.
What
Hold on.
entourage? What are you
guys have
talking about?
Impulse control. Like seriously.
Level,
Hold
level,
it right.
quantum.
Douglas.
Come on,
Hold
man.
the fuck on,
Come on.
man.
Really?
Hey, can you hold
I
on,
agree.
shapeshifter, please? Like, fuck,
Why do
dude.
flat earthers make babies cry?
All right, look.
Level,
the
you're a
fucking-
piece of shit, dude.
But
Get the fuck out of
horizontal,
here.
horizontal, Chewy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you know why bother with level when you know he ain't got no integrity? All right, now
I know.
fucking-
I already
that
told
light,
the
bro.
Alex
You got to
as well.
admit that light is over.
You guys
that
give a
light
damn
is-
if I have integrity or not?
Ah,
That's
shut the fuck up. The light is fucking overexposure. Globey's right, okay? Like that's an overexposed whatever it is, building or not, okay? It's overexposure and that's why it's glare.
It's a reflection.
Right,
It's a
can I-
reflection of the fucking glare off the dome. Yes.
For instance, we saw this earlier when we saw the two suns.
The dome of what?
Okay,
You're not-
that Dan Mercer was showing,
But
and
we're
one
not-
of the suns
Oh, thanks
was
for having
was
me.
overexposure.
Yeah, there's no need to fucking thank anybody. All right? You're not saying that that's the glare off the fucking firmament, are you?
No, the sky, the Rogers Center.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's probably glare or overexposure. There's an explanation for it. Okay?
Yeah, but the point is that he thinks that's a dome that's too short to be seen from this distance.
Too
And-
short. The dome
and-
ain't even 300 feet. At this distance.
So
it's
that's what I
600
just
feet
said.
of
You think it's
fucking
too short
curvature.
to be seen.
So
Why are you
yeah,
yelling at me?
right? Yeah,
Why are you
that's
yelling?
right.
You're agreeing with me, but you're yelling at me. Why?
Right.
Yeah.
Chewy,
Look,
you're
it's gone.
agreeing with it. And honestly, I'm just
Too
gonna
short.
say,
It's 300 feet.
there's only a couple people fucking up here with any integrity, and Globey's actually the only Globey with integrity.
So
Okay.
you can't-
Whoa,
Good
Douglas,
job, guys.
I'm right here too, man.
Fuck, dude, you lost your integrity with me the other night when I fucking was fly on the wall and I heard you say some shit about fucking all of us. that
Right,
fucking-
about you staring in the sun. That's all I was talking about. It's not that
there
big
was
a
more
deal.
than that. Well, why don't you tell me whether I'm trying
In fact, it wasn't even you that I was talking about. I didn't even know it was you.
You said flat earthers in general are either traumatized or fucking just plain out ignorant.
You're kind of proving it right now.
Wow, man, that's a lot to say when I'm talking about. Remember, we were talking about you looking into the sun, and it's good for you.
Right? No, yeah. Now you're
And I'm telling you about the 6 cancers I got on my face from just being in the sun, surfing, playing tennis, and all and all that. I'm telling you, it can't be that good for you.
It don't harm me at
Right,
all.
but how much-
Well, look, but it's not good for everybody, Miguel.
You guys all talk over him at once.
Jesus Christ.
How much sunblock
Probably
did
just
you
woke
put
up
on
my
your
whole
face?
house on
Yeah,
that one.
exactly. How much sunblock?
Okay, what does it have to do? Are you putting sunblock
Because
on when you?
chemicals that fuck
No,
your
I
skin
never
up.
wore sunblock.
No, no, no.
That was out.
They didn't have sunblock back then. They didn't have
I never
sunblock back
wore
then.
That was one of the
they
most
didn't
painful
have
ones I've ever
And
experienced.
it might not be
They
great
didn't.
for everyone. My mother was allergic to the sun, so you're right. It's not
ever-loving
great for
fuck.
everyone because there are certain fucking shit. But
Let me mute those idiots. Wow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Why am I cut off? Why is my stupid camera all fucking whacked out? I'm staring at my chest. Well, that was fun. Hope you all enjoyed that little fucking escapade down insanity. Like, really? Holy fuck. I definitely woke my dog up because I hear her meandering at my door now. Alright, I gotta close this. I can't listen to them anymore. They are a special fucking bunch, man. Holy shit. I was trying to see if I had that screen recorded. That first part. I don't think I do. Nah, I don't. I mean, it was exhausting. Those are honestly the ones that drive me fucking crazy. I'm not using that mic anymore. The ones that drive me fucking crazy, but also are great because that little white circle he's claiming is the fucking dome is nowhere near where it has to be for him to claim it's the fucking dome. It's clearly way off to the left and should be in front of the fucking tower. But they sit there and they look at it and go, yeah, that's the dome. It's right where it is. I'm an expert researcher. Yeah, I needed to end it that way, by the way. It had to go out that way. Okay. How can I get a screenshot of his fucking... Is he still showing it? He's still showing it. Show it. Zoom in. Zoom in, fucko.
So you're incorrect there, Oliver.
Okay, today I'm going to be putting a drone in my vacuum chamber and showing you the difference between...
Ugh, this is so annoying. Shan TV, right? Yeah. I'll capture this thing. Is he still showing it? He's still talking about other bullshit instead of the point. Zoom in, bro. Oh, it's a terrible video. There's a nice clear shot before. There, I got one. This fucking thing down. Here you go. Anybody notice anything wrong? Raise your hand if you see anything wrong with this. He claimed he was standing by Hutchinson's. It's like a restaurant. Hutch's on the beach, it's called. And from that angle, you get this. Okay? Try to get down as low as I can, following the line of sight of that yellow line. Right? So you tell me what the problem with this is. How is that the dome? Do I even need to say it? You can follow the edge of the tower down this way, like this, and it runs right into the dome. It's covering the dome. The dome is covering it. It's in front of it. Right? And then it goes off to the side a little bit to complete the circle here. Is he saying this is like all the way huge, but you just can't see this part of it? This part's just magically gone? Nothing's covering it. I can see the tower here. So nothing's in front of it. So where's the rest of the dome? Or this thing over here is just something that's reflecting the light. This, if this white orb was over here, he'd have a point. But it's not. But he'll hold on to it. The angle he has would be more like this. This is what he's showing. Right there. That's what he's showing. The scaffolding thing is a water tower, Peter, that's I found on Google Maps. I believe it's this. It doesn't show a clear picture of it, but there's a gray thing in the water. This thing right here. Right off Hutch's Bay. Hutch's on the Bay, the restaurant. If you look up, if you Google water tower by Hutch's on the beach, it will show you this, and it'll tell you like, yeah, people always ask the people at the owners of the restaurant, like what that thing is. It's a water tower, I guess. So somehow, I don't know. It doesn't look like a water tower, but that's what they could say it is. So really, his angle was like from here, just to the left of that, right, like that. That was his angle, just to the right. The tower was just to the right of his thing, and that doesn't change a goddamn thing. It's still. This is still in front of it. His angle was clearly from over here. Well, this is where the angle would have to be from to match his picture. Which I don't believe. I don't believe he was over here. The picture was clearly taken from where he claims it was, because the water tower is only where it is. So he didn't take it from this angle. He took it from the angle he claims. Which is why that is not the fucking tower, because can't be. Cannot be. I don't know, I looked it up. It's like let's see. Water tower. Hutch's on the beach. Maybe it's not a water tower. I thought it was a water tower. What's funny is it came up right away when I did this last time. Structure in water. Just on the beach. Yeah, here we go. This yellow thing that sits Like, what is that thing? Might not be a water tower. I don't know what it is. Wait. I don't know. It was built by the National Water Research Institute, so it's not a water tower, I guess, per se, but it's studying the water somehow. It's the NWRI Waves Tower. Okay, this thing is off the shore of Hutch's on the beach. It even says here they get asked about it all the time. Hutch's restaurant staff say they're asked about it a lot. So that's clearly what this thing is. It's the only thing out here in the water on Google Maps. Either way, it doesn't matter. The dome's in front of the fucking tower. How many times do we got to see it? Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be this thing. Whatever this gray thing is here. There's no dimensions to it, so I can't see what it is, but I'm sure that's got to be what that is. Anyway, that was fun. Icy Spin says bro hug. Oh my god. I tell you what, Shan TV was right. I said that before I got into his live. I was thirsty. I am dying of thirst at the moment. Talking is tiring. Especially arguing with flat earthers. Shan TV was awesome. He provided absolutely nothing the entire time. He just sat there and gaslit. See if I missed any. Probably missed a bunch of these, so I'm sorry if I didn't get to them while you're still here. Derek T. $2. Flat Earth Gang on Clubhouse is fun. Icy Spin. $2. Globy, you are really dumb for real. Dash Flerf PhDs. Ask them exact location of the South Pole. I never got to that. I did want to do that. Monkey Cat. Pat. Sorry. Harnold. Thank you. He's a member. Ask how she'd measure basketball surface curvature. Yeah, we never got to that. Icy Spin, you are not alone. We are vicarious. If I'm driving from Florida to Michigan, am I driving north or up? Monkey Cat Pat. You know, they are, I think, that dumb. I mean, she literally tried to say reciprocal zenith angles show deviations in measurements because of perspective. Man, I didn't see Flerfspective coming to the rescue on that one. We'll admit, she got me on that one. Ryan, $2. They muted me for gifting Globy and not Shand. That's not surprising. Oh my god. Well. So, next Monday got a round 2 with the dumb ass Flerf that I spoke to a few weeks ago about the Andrew Bailey photo of the clouds. He thinks it's the mountains. I don't know why. He didn't show up with any evidence last time, but he wants a round 2. So maybe this time he's going to show up with evidence. I wouldn't count on it, but apparently he's going to do that. So that is next Monday, 9:30. So it's 9:30, same time. Normal time on Flurfin McMondays? That's too long. McMonday? McFlurf Day? My name just does not meld well with any fun weekday names. Icy Spin, they did not show any evidence before Peter got here. Don't lie. This is what I wanted to read. I didn't see anything in here. I mean, she's just claiming this says, this random article says H is the reason for horizon dip. I mean, technically, yeah, it is. That's the height above the surface. Increase H, you increase the dip. But that wouldn't happen on a flat plane. That is the point. It only would happen on a globe. So I'm sure if you really read into this, there'd be plenty of globe information in here. This is what Katie was trying to show. And Katie's alright. She means well. I can't yell at Katie. But, yeah, this is how much of the CN Tower should be hidden. 450 feet, so you'd see about 1,400 feet of it. And, you know, I did this real loosely here, but if you look at this, he said loose. Why can't I zoom in? There we go. Google Earth is so clunky. If we take, oh, you can't see my screen. I mean, you can't see what I'm doing on my screen. So this is about 600 feet here. This is 6, 12, 18. 6, 12, 18. It's about 1,800 feet. 6, 12, 18. Do it in thirds. Right? 6, 12, 18. We should see 14. That's 6, 12, maybe about here. So this is where Walter Bislin says we should see with standard atmospheric refraction. That looks just about exactly. Where the hell is that picture? He had better pictures up there at one point where it was much easier to see, but if we measured that, it would be, you know, 6, 12, 18. Yeah, it looks like 6, 12, 14. Yeah, 14. Yeah, that's about right. The rest of it's underneath the curvature of the Earth. Globey's Monday meltdowns. That's not bad. Globey's McMonday meltdown. Flat smacked Mondays. Yeah. Flat. That would be good. That's the ironic twist. The ironic twist. We go with flat smacked Mondays. Oh my god. That sucks. Oh my god. I think my kid dropped a cough drop on the ground and I just stepped on it. That's awesome. That's sticky. Monday McMonday face. That's a bit wordy. Oh, we got a lot of suggestions here. McMonday works. McMonday works. McMonday. Globey McMonday. Globey's flat out Mondays. Monday McMonday face. Yeah, no, she's nice. She's defended me before against other flerfs for muting and kicking me and stuff. She'll yell at other flerfs for me, so I can't get too mad at her. Globey's Monday meltdowns. Globey's McMonday meltdown. Yeah, but, flat smack Mondays might. That's sticking. I think that might be a good one. Yeah, the problem with McMondays is it just sounds like McDonald's. It just makes me think of McDonald's. I can't. I don't think I can do that. So maybe I have to use Globey instead of Mick. Flat McMonday smacked. We're serving up McFlat smacks. Now we got McFlat smacks. I kind of like that actually. It's buy one get one free McFlat Smacks. No. Why are you yelling no at me? I thought I liked that. Flat globy smacked. Monday? Oh man, that's not bad. Globe smacked McMonday. Globy McFlat smacked. Globy McFlat smacked. McFlat smacked. Yeah, but how does that, I mean, that's a cool name and all, but how does that, I need like a catchy thing for Mondays, man, you know what I mean? Maybe McFlat smacked Mondays, could do that. Moon Day. Man. I don't know. We need to go to the drawing board with these. It gets clicks probably. I might get clicks. You might be a moron. I'll ask AI. Thanks. Flat Globe McMondays Macjda. Oh my god, that is wordy. Can't even say it. Mondays are inherently not catchy. That is a problem. I mean, Toon just walked into gold with that Toons Day. Just gold right in his lap. How about no title Mondays? How about show the fuck up Mondays? How about bring your Advil, bring Advil Mondays? I seriously have a headache. I'm gonna need to take some Tylenol before I go to bed. I'm not even kidding. That gave me a headache tonight. But you can't get that kind of fun on a random YouTube. You know, that's what that's you guys are missing that over here. I mean, that's fun on some level. I don't know what level, but it's fun. I'm going to talk to my therapist about it, but that is fun. That guy Hasselblad who was in here, I don't know if he's still in here. Josh Ritchie. He always calls it. He always refers to it as he loves it too, but he always refers to it as getting kicked in the dick. Like he gets some desire to jump into a flerf live with 7 flerfs and just get kicked in the dick for 3 hours. The Flat Smack McMondays. There's got to be something in there. Thank TGIM. Thank Globy. It's Monday. That's not bad, actually. It's TGIM. See, that's why I like this, because you should refuse to go on TikTok, Bill. It's a shit show. No one should have to do it. It's life sucking, even if you're not on flat earth stuff. It's life sucking anyway, in every other fashion. It will just take your soul. So I'm glad to bring it to you a little bit, so you don't have to. Little chatty Kathy. Chatty Flatty Mondays. Chatty Flatty Mondays. Chatty Flatty Mondays. That's not bad. You might be onto something there, Icy Spin. Yakety yak, get flat smacked. Now you're just trying to rhyme flat smacked with shit. I like that though. Yakety yak, get flat smacked. Yes, McGlobed. You just got McGlobed. Man, the ideas are flowing in. I can probably take that song, Yakety Yak. I don't even know the name of it. Change the lyrics. Yakety yak, get flat smacked. McMonday's ball kicking. Get your dick kicked in McMondays. McDick kicking. McDick kicking Mondays. Mick. Let's see how that looks typed out. McDick kicking Mondays. McDick kicking Mondays. that rolls off the tongue. Oh my god. I'm finding that way too funny right now. I'm fucking tired. Oh man, I still owe my first 25 subs a good fisting. I forgot about that. Stop there. Who are they? Here we go. You guys still getting your fisting. McFuck Mondays. McFist licking Mondays. McFisting Mondays. McFist licking. This might be getting out of control. I don't know if I'm going to appeal to the broader audience with a name like McFist licking Mondays. God. I'm going to forget these, man. Thank God these are going to be recorded. McDick kicking Mondays. I don't know, guys. I think that McDick kicking one might be up there. McFistin Mondays is not bad either. That's real dark though. I mean, that's even darker than McDick kicking. Just the Okay, hold on. Oh, incoming idea. That might be it. That might be it. What do you think? McFlurf fisting Mondays. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too bad it wasn't. Too bad. Too bad it's not Tuesday. We could have done like 2 knuckles deep Tuesdays. Oh, McFlurf fisting. I don't know. McFlurf fisting Mondays. It's pretty long. Oh man. God damn. Damn. Shit. A whole new captive audience. I might draw the wrong crowd, but they might just take. You know what I mean? Might bring new eyes into it. Graphic. Yeah. Might actually turn some people away with that one, but let's test it out. Maybe we'll do a test run. Bob, $5. He says, do it. Oh my God, it's pretty long. It is pretty long. I mean, it could just be McFistin Mondays, but I don't know if people would get it. McFistin. It's McFistin Mondays, but you know what? We'd get it. We'd get it, and that's all that matters, right? What are you guys doing Monday? Are you going to miss Globey's McFistin? You can't miss the McFistin. We're going in there. Appeal to the fisting demographic. Oh my God. Monday morality is very fitting, Peter. See, I feel like Peter is a good example. I don't think Peter would be fully behind my McFisting Mondays or my McGaping flerfs. Oh my God, something is wrong. Oh God. Yes, I don't need medical attention. I just need bed. It's 2:20. I'm out. See y'all later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. All right. If I don't see you again this week, which I might, definitely see you Monday. Another debate lined up with another super smart TikTok flerf called Dirt God or something. Dirt is Jesus. Dirt. Yeah, I don't know. Quick story about him. I was supposed to do it tomorrow with him, and I messaged him over the weekend, and I said, I gotta move it to Monday. I can't do Tuesday. And he writes back. I could just read it. He writes back something really.
Let's try it out and see what it takes to get some rockets to actually burn in a vacuum. It's a little bit of a crummy day, but weather's fine inside the chamber. So here's my setup. As you can see, I've got a wooden dowel stuck into a jar with some lead shot to help be as a nice base. I've got this wooden plank, which is on a pivot, and there's the rocket motors rotating around, and the rain is picking up. There, now I've added a tarp. So you can see the rocket motors here are taped to the ends of the stick.
He writes.
And when I set these off using the igniter that comes with them, so I'll just have this in there, and I'll run an electric current through it, and this should take off and burn. So let's do one quick test with this
I asked you to pick the
at normal atmospheric pressure, and then we'll take it down to a vacuum. Hopefully this water isn't going to cause too much trouble. It really shouldn't. It's going to limit the amount of vacuum I can achieve. I wasn't going to take it down to a perfect vacuum anyway. Okay, control test at atmospheric pressure in 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard any of that. Yeah, it was playing in the background. Sorry, CK. TikTok on PC does this cool thing where if you open the TikTok app and then click on anything, it opens a whole new window. So now if I want to look at my messages, it opens a whole new window for some reason and then leaves the other window playing. It's really fucking dumb. So he writes, Kanad, I asked you to pick the date and time for a reason. I told you I was busy through the end of the month. I promoted this date and time on a post with over 8,000 views. I suggest you make it work. This is what he writes to me. God, why do I still hear audio? Oh, that's my phone, coming from my phone. Stupid Live is still playing on my phone. So that was a perfectly reasonable response to me saying I need to change the date, demanding I make it work. Being a complete asshole. So I write back, word to the wise, I don't respond well to misguided attitude. So I suggest you figure it out. And he writes back to me, look, putz, you were given the opportunity to choose the date and time. I carefully explained it could not be until the first or after. I am pre-committed to a business that cannot be changed. I offered you a solution to push out as opposed to pull in. If you cannot be reasonable and choose another date, then I will. So suddenly he's asking me why I'm not being reasonable. Yeah, here, so you know I'm not lying. Here. Then he gives me a date. Before I post this, blah, 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 confirm. At this point, I was just like, who exactly do you think you are? Shit is funny as fuck. You do nothing but insult, then expect respect. And then he writes back, brah, just one old man who made a fortune on my gas analyzer for the semiconductor and aerospace industry. Made my first million in my 20s, retired in my 30s after selling a biz worth a fat-ass fortune, sailed to Kauai, bought land on 2 islands, and began a photography career. Who are you, buddy? Who are you, boy? I responded, not your bitch, brah, because he's from fucking Hawaii. He loves saying brah. You think money gives you the right to be a prick? Well, obviously you do. No, your 11th hour change after you chose the date and I promoted it, and you said it's my problem. You fuck. I said it's your problem. After you said it was my problem just for asking for a date change. Like, he's completely off the fucking rails. Yeah, I see spin. This guy might be the guy who invented the turbo encabulator. This could be him. And I said, maybe you should go read your irrational response to me and try again. Blah, blah, blah. Then whatever. And he goes off on some other fucking shit. And I wrote, I hope you bring something. You had nothing last time. And he writes, you need not be concerned. I bring nothing. Do not change it again, boy. Lay off the estrogen supplements. Yeah. So, this ought to be good. DM Mondays? Fuck TikTok hunting? What, do you just want to read DMs on every Monday? So, what does that mean? Oh. This was just a crazy conversation. Like, am I wrong? Like, he clapped back at me. Like, all he had to say was, all right, I can't do Mondays. I'm busy. What other day can you do? What other date works for you? That's all he had to say. And he keeps calling me Ron, which is not my name. And I'm thinking maybe he's trying to call me a moron without using the word moron so he doesn't get in trouble. I don't know why else he would keep calling me Ron. It's gotta be bullshit. My mom's doing pretty good. She's still at my brother's house. Ankle's healing. She can't put any pressure on it, but you know, she's 70, so she needs to be helped everywhere she goes. And my stepdad's 80, so he's not much help. So I'm actually going over there tomorrow. I'll be working from my brother's house tomorrow so I can watch her. But yeah, she's doing all right. Yeah, then he sends a flerf meme, which is me. Why is this not available? Oh, it probably got deleted because it was nasty.
This one is on the verge of getting banned. I'm already live banned.
Flapping his jaws.
I go live on my backup, so follow me there if you don't already.
Mute that. You don't have to hear that. Oh, is this me? I don't even know what I was saying.
And that's it. Oh, I'll tag my backup in the comments so you can just click on it. View matters now. Come check it out. That's right now as in 9:15 p.m. Eastern. See ya. Okay. This one is...
This dude's absolutely out of his mind. Alright, for the second time. I'll see y'all later. Thank you. Go vote Fred for top left if you haven't. Yeah, he probably did fuck with my pitch. No, don't vote for all of TikTok for top left. Just Fred. Globe smacking. McGlobe smacking Mondays. McDick kicking Mondays. McFleur fisting Mondays? No, it's gotta be a little shorter. Alright, I'm gonna go dream about names. Alright guys, peace out. Good night all. Thanks for hanging in there. 2:30 a.m. over here. Peace and love.
Is flat, oh please, sailing off the world's edge in the breeze. No gravity, no satellite tease. Just believe in your fantasy. Yelling about conspiracies in the night, while we orbit the truth in plain sight. So stubborn, so wrong, it's quite a plight. You believe you can shine the light. Flatline foolery in your head, round the